A court of fairies and fiction. Akafaf Girls Podcast. Hosts Nell and Liv. Season 2, Episode 18. Stratagems and Snafus.
Hello.
Hey, Mel.
Hi.
Hello.
I feel like we've had like really long breaks between filming lately. We're going through it.
And I feel like it's not just us. It seems like just universally, I feel like everyone's struggling.
Going through July, even June and July have been like the worst month. Yeah. We're like, oh, we're going to have this book for August and we're going to do this and we're going to do this. And we always do that. And then like we have the worst month ever. It just doesn't happen.
You guys, but we're still going to read that book series. I swear it. I think we pushed it. Where'd it go? Where is it? I have it here somewhere. We're going to read that book. We'll do it. We're going to read it.
We'll pick a month.
We're going to pick a month for everyone who's listening and was following along. We're going to change it up because it has been particularly rough, as always.
We were supposed to read it. We were supposed to read it in July and discuss it in August, but that obviously didn't happen because we couldn't really film that often and we obviously couldn't read that often either. So we are going to push it. I'm thinking maybe it would be a good idea for us to read it over Christmas break. And then come back and maybe the first 2 episodes after Christmas break could be discussing the new series. Because then like we can tell everybody, and even over their Christmas breaks and everything, they can read along with us if they want.
Yes. I love that idea. Let's do that. I think that sounds much better because like you said, I feel like a lot of people are just going through it money-wise, everything. So I think it's great. And there's a nice little holiday-ish to us.
Holiday-ish Beauty and the Beast retelling.
Which to me is perfect. I will always read Beauty and the Beast anytime, but especially over the holidays.
See, this is the funny. Go ahead.
This book goes with Beauty and the Beast.
I know. I have so many. Girl, I have so many Beauty and the Beast retellings. So many.
Really? I didn't know. So, okay, my first Beauty and the Beast retelling, I didn't know this was like a thing. That like there are so many different. I know I'm really naive and I'm a little new to it, but like this is amazing. So I think that we should do our book, and then I think we should also put maybe this on the list at some point.
Yeah.
But we have the other series first. So
yeah. Unless you want to just wait for the series and just do one book, like we can just do that one if you want instead. It's up to you, whichever.
I don't know.
Because I mean, the series is small. The books are like
they're tiny. Small. They're super tiny. So okay, why don't we keep the series for over Christmas break because they're so small?
Yeah.
And do we start on this one then?
Thanksgiving? Because we have a break for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that?
I love that. Like let's start lining up some books that we can read together and like talking about because that sounds awesome.
I think it's funny because we're like, let's do this in November, this in December, but then like we both know that if Sarah makes an announcement.
Don't bring it up. That's why. Now you're
all the plans go out the window. But then again, we thought Callan May something was going to happen. So
I love. Can we just talk about? I love that we thought it wasn't just us. We're like
everyone,
but we didn't think it. We just like speculated for fun, and then Bloomsbury literally addressed it. And was like, you're not going to hear anything until March of next year. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They said that.
Did they say hear anything or did they say nothing's going to be published? I think they said nothing's going to be published until after.
Oh, I don't know. I think I misread it because I thought I said heard, but you could be right.
I think they said nothing will be published by SAM until at least after February 28th of blah, 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 blah. So.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because we have some recent photos of her not writing, but other things. Tell me.
I don't know. I know that they said that the TV show is stalled. But
they said that?
Well, stalled because the showrunner left Disney, and it's a subsidy of Disney. So they are going to need a new showrunner, and she was being kind of difficult about the script, I heard. Because obviously like when you adapt things, you got to change some stuff. And like I don't blame her. Like I wouldn't want them to change too much stuff either. I would like to know what they would say about Tamlin because I have a feel like as much as I really want this show, I have a feeling that if it happens, they're gonna make him like worse than he was in canon.
Yeah,
and they're gonna make him so much better, and they're gonna downplay the abuse. Because like reading it on paper and imagining it in your head, you can kind of, well, not me, but the fandom kind of is like, oh, well, he's the love interest. I will accept his justifications. But like when you physically see it playing out, I feel like less people are going to be apt to justify it
Do you think
unless
so?
they downplay it. Yeah.
I like that. I actually like the idea because I can see how like reading versus seeing it. Like when you see someone twist someone's bone in their arm for whatever reason, but then
Drug them, to, like rips away her consent. She's throwing up. Like, oh yeah, she could say like, oh yeah, he made me dance until I threw up and then he made me keep going. But like that's her replaying it in her head, right? But like seeing it is gonna hit harder. And I think
it probably
be
will.
harder to justify. So I'm wondering if they wanted to take out maybe some of those scenes or kind of downplay it into just more like roughhousing than like actual sexual assault and all that stuff. But then you have to think like, all right, but then there's like the Weaver's cottage and there's the adder and there's him like not showing up when she's drowning, not showing up when she's being mauled by Hybern. So it's like, are they going to keep downplaying all of the things that Rhys does to her just because he's the love interest? And in the same kind of wavelength, what are they going to do to make Tamlin seem worse when, you know, obviously we're not in Tamlin's head. Clearly, that's why people hate him. But, you know, are they going to make his explosion actually hurt her instead of her shielding herself and all this other stuff? It's like,
Yeah, I'm very concerned that they're gonna twist the things with Tamlin and make it like way worse than it was in the books. And that's part of the reason why, like, I know a lot of people are holding out hope and they're very excited about the show. And like, I am too, but at the same time, if the show doesn't happen, I'm completely fine with it. And I think they should do a Throne of Glass show.
They were supposed to, and it got scrapped.
I know, and that would have been the better, just reading it, I feel like it would have been a better and easier TV adaptation than ACOTAR.
Even Crescent City. I would love to see Crescent City, honestly.
Oh my god, Crescent City would be the best TV.
The best.
They totally should.
The cities, the shifters, the fucking like Vampire Diaries. Like
City is literally way better, and it's so easy because it's modern day. It's not like you need crazy effects, and it's like there are no special effects. Yeah. Crescent City would be the perfect one. I'm really glad that you say that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm worried. I'm concerned.
Because if you think about it, like if you're like I said, if you're watching it on screen, they have to kind of think of, okay, how can we get the fandom on board with Rhys as the love interest when, you know, you're seeing this and maybe what Tamlin does doesn't stack up to everything that Rhys does, because canonically it doesn't. Rhys is way worse to her in canon, but Feyre justifies it in her narrative because she's his mate and Tamlin isn't. So even though Feyre would kind of be narrating it, it would be more dialogue heavy on TV. So we would actually be seeing things instead of just having her opinion on it.
Yeah, it's going to be like, I'm just trying to think. I think that the thing that sucks is that people are really into that type of stuff. People are like I think that if you were to, you and I think like look at the dancing, like Forcey Ferris dance, and we're like, that's really not okay. I get why it had to happen, maybe. Kind of, not really, but
you know, Amarantha, when she's like, whatever, like Amarantha literally dismissed him, didn't give a shit because she had Tamlin, and everyone's like, he has to do it because Amarantha was there. Amarantha didn't give two flying fucks.
I know.
She didn't care. She had her man stuck on the throne. Okay, she didn't care what Rhys was doing. She was fine to let Feyre lie in the cell. She didn't care.
Yeah, so
I do not.
I understand that.
I don't.
The problem,
his justification is just, it's gross.
It was a little unnecessary. Like it was in his mind, and I know he says out loud, but I still don't think it was a great justification. Yeah. Him being like, I was taunting Tamlin, and I could see why he would do that because it would really upset Tamlin. But I think people are gonna see that and be like, oh, that's really hot that Rhys is having Feyre dance, and they have immediate.
No, not to mention the Hewn City scene after, which people think is hot. It's not the same though. Because she consented to that the second time.
She did consent to that. But I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
I think people are going to be like, oh, that was so hot and you guys are crazy. You think that. Gross. I think that's what they're going to say. So I think, like, my hope is that people realize that they think that Rhys and Tamlin, even though I think they're different, they're the same. They're the same. Like, people are going to be like, Tamlin took away her consent. They both did things. They're both equal.
There's not. So here's the thing. Here's what I usually say to people. there isn't one thing that Tamlin did that Rhys didn't do, but there are plenty of things that Rhys did that Tamlin would never do.
Well, and I think that's true. That's a very good point. And it sucks because it's like the narrative.
Like, I don't want to get, like, I do not want to touch politics with a 10-foot pole ever. But just to say, like Tamlin would have never lied to her about that pregnancy. You know he would not have.
Oh, no, he wouldn't have. I know he wouldn't have lied to her.
Like, he would have shifted her. He would have done he would be like, fuck the risk. We're trying it. Like,
yeah, 100%. I went and I kind of reread back the part where Feyre came back after the cauldron scene, and it really broke my heart over again. It's a little raw because he said to Feyre, when you were gone, do you remember this? I was thinking about everything, and I reflected on what happened. Yep. And he admits to Feyre,
I was wrong. I'm
wrong.
Gonna change.
Yes.
And he does. She admits that he did.
Yes.
She sits in on the meetings with Ianthe and Hyde.
Yeah.
She goes to the wall on the border with Lucien without Tamlin tagging along. Like, he lets her do everything. He apologized and he adjusted his behavior.
I was very upset because I was like, no one ever talks about this part of the book. Nobody brings up that he did change.
How dare they bring up that he's actually a good person?
He changed. He literally reflected on his actions, and he demonstrated that through actual change. And that's why I love Tamlin, because
But every time I point that out to someone, their immediate answer is like, "Well, he got her sister thrown in the cauldron."
Yeah, I know. It's been the same.
No, he did not. Feyre did. Feyre did. On page, in canon. I highlighted it. I posted it on my Instagram this week. Go look.
I love it. I know I had someone who was reading it this week reach out to me. It was I was like, you read these books, and she was like, I'm really pissed at Tamlin for getting the sister's turn in the cauldron. And I was like, okay, we need to stop right here.
Read the words on the page.
I was like, that's not what happened.
Not what happened.
I was surprised, and I asked her, I was like, so tell me, like, where did you get that? And she was like, oh, I think maybe it was because emotions. She was like, well, there are a lot of like really high emotions during that scene. Like, I was emotionally reacting, and I'm like, but you can't let your emotions take away from the text, because text is different. Yeah. And then she stopped talking to me about it, and we haven't talked about it since. So
Tamlin, to his credit, looked like he might vomit too.
Yeah. No one reads that sentence. It's really upsetting.
I had fed Ianthe every detail about them. She says it's her fault.
Yeah, she did.
But the problem lies, again, in Feyre's narrative, because when she realizes that this could come out, she immediately changes tactics in front of all the High Lords, and she will blame Tamlin. When she knows, when she was there, she knows that both Tamlin and Lucien had no idea they looked sick to their stomach too. And they tried to save them.
Yes.
Which is why I get upset at Nesta about this. Because you were fucking there, and you saw them fight for you.
Yeah.
And even Elaine, when she's like, you betrayed us. How? He literally scooped you up and like tried to save you, Elaine. Like, before he knew that you were mates. Lucien.
I agree. And I was thinking a lot about Nesta this week, and I know we've talked, we're like, oh girl, we identify with Nesta, but as time goes on, and I know we said this last time, like, I do look at Nesta and I'm like, you are kind of, you have some major flaws. She was awful to Lucien when Lucien's like, get her sunshine, and she's like, we'll be the one to decide what she wants. I read that and I was like, that was so unnecessary. She's so protective over Elaine.
To be fair, she doesn't know these people, and I know she, they were taught to hate the Fae and all this stuff. The problem that I have with her treatment of them is that Feyre treats Nesta like shit too, okay? They were both mutual. She also treats Nesta like shit, right? But when it comes down to it, Nesta always believes Feyre. She believed Feyre when Feyre said it was Tamlin's fault and it was Ianthe's fault. And even in Akasif, after Feyre traps her in a sky house, she's screaming at Tamlin, and what you did to my sister, and blah, blah, blah. Nesta always defends Feyre. Feyre will sometimes defend Nesta, but not always. Ultimately, she always lets Rhys rag on her.
Well, this is why I don't know why I have my makeup brush, but this is why I'm holding out hope for Elaine, because up until this point in the story, I'm like, Elaine's kind of boring. She just doesn't do it for me. But I'm curious to see if Elaine is going to be the one who is the most objective person. Yes, who can look and like reflect back on Lucien and Tamlin and
She
be
is
like,
the seer.
I'm hoping she's gonna look back and be like, now that I am past this event, I can see objectively that Lucien fought for me, Tamlin fought for me. They're not as bad as they seem. I'm praying that we're gonna get that in her book.
As much as like I hate the Tamlin ship and I don't want them to be endgame romantically, I do want like Elaine to be kind of a part of the like the spring inner circle. And I've said this before. I want her and Lucien and Tamlin and Briar and Jurian and Vasa to all be their own little circle of friends, because Nesta has her in the Valkyries.
Yes.
Feyre has the inner circle. Like Elaine needs her own people separate from her sisters as well.
Amen. Amen. And you cannot tell me that everyone you just all those characters that you just listed, they complement each other so well and would make such a good inner circle. And I'm curious if that's truly what she's going to set up, because if you look at the numbers of the IC versus that, it's interesting. So
yeah, but also because Tamlin, like this could be part of his healing arc, because I'm convinced that Tamlin and Lucien did have their own circle before, you know, they were sent to be killed.
Yes.
Amarantha's thing, right? So this is why I think that as I was telling Olivia, it's going to be Jurian and Vasa, Lucien and Elaine, Tamlin and Briar, and they're going to be their own little circle, kind of like the spring inner circle. But also Tamlin was the one, which I hate how people take Tamlin's good qualities and put them on Rhys. Tamlin is the one who always fights for the humans. Tamlin is the one who, you know, respects the humans. This is why there's been no real true issues with there not being a wall, because the Spring Court is Tamlin's court. He's not going to go over and hurt humans. He's not Baron, but this is why they need Spring up and running with Tamlin again, because if not, Baron is going to take over the Spring lands. And then he, working with Koshi, is going to try to destroy the humans because he's power hungry. But this is why that they need
better things to
Tamlin
do
up
than
and
hurt
running.
humans.
Yeah. So I think it's not only going to be a part of Elaine's arc where she's going to be the one to be like, okay, look, I was traumatized. Things didn't go down exactly as Feyre thinks because she's a little biased. I've seen kind of flashbacks and I want to help Spring heal. You know, he doesn't really know me. I don't really know him. Maybe I can be the mediator, and I want that to kind of turn into like their own little circle.
And that parallels Lucien.
Yeah.
That parallels Lucien's role in the entire series.
Yeah. Being the mediator.
I like that.
Yep.
I like that.
They're both mediators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, Echo, what do you think? Because Melanie and I are talking about Spring, Tamlin versus Rhys and all that stuff. What do you think is going to happen in Elaine's book, if you were to guess?
I do think that she is going to get to know Lucien a little bit more, perhaps through Tamlin. I think Tamlin is also going to show her what life was like for Feyre, and that Feyre would talk about how much she would love the Spring Court like nonstop. Mm-hmm. And also Tamlin, I really want Tamlin to show her like some of Feyre's early paintings when she was doing really well at
he has the painting
botanicals and flowers, but and nature scenes, but did really bad at drawing people. I think over time she got better at drawing people, but like she did really well with drawing like or painting like botanicals, forests. I think Girly needed some anatomy lessons.
Question: do you think we're going to get a mirror here, where when Feyre went into the gallery and saw Lauren's painting, are we going to get one where Elaine goes into the gallery and sees Feyre's painting?
I think both.
Or maybe she Elaine also sees Lauren's and is like,
yeah,
what is this? Like I had a
and she touches it and goes and then sees Lauren and goes, ah.
Okay, just imagine like Elaine, like at the breakfast table, right? Tamlin, Lucien, some of the new servants are around. They're at the breakfast table and they're like, this seems eerily familiar. That's like it's like with Feyre, or the dinner table or whatever. And Elaine's just like, so I had a premonition, and who is this girl? And she like describes Lauren, and I could just see Tamlin going like fucking pale as fuck, and Elaine just going like, I've had like visions of her before, and I don't know why. And like she's crying and all this stuff, and I want that to come up so bad.
I also think like Tamlin is gonna melt, like emotionally melt, just kind of like this brings so much to feels.
Elaine's gonna find the dresses that Feyre used to wear, and she's gonna think they're gorgeous.
Yeah.
Can you imagine her going back to the night court wearing one of the dresses?
I just want her to wear one of those dresses, and then like Feyre to see it, and her to be like, this is so beautiful, I love it, and like the same dress Feyre was bashing, Elaine's like loving it. And I want
meanwhile, Nesta is like, yes, queen.
Nesta's like, you look amazing, like hyping her up, you know.
But I also feel
Right?
like
Just gassing
I
her
also
up.
feel like
Yes.
Nesta would just be like, what the fuck is happening? Like, I feel like she would just be really confused because, like, still at this moment, she still hates Tamlin, like I was saying, and she still bashes Tamlin because she's standing up for Feyre. But I do think, because Elaine's her favorite sister, I do think if Elaine kind of explains to her, like, maybe there's two sides to every story and Feyre didn't have the whole picture and blah, blah, blah. I think Nesta would kind of be open to listening to her. Probably not going there, but at least listening to what Elaine has to say about it.
I hope so.
I think so, because Nesta is a very deep and sensitive individual.
Yeah.
She feels things on a very deep level.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's times where it becomes too much for her.
Yeah.
So I really think that she's going to surprise Elaine and Feyre and listen to Elaine.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Me too.
I hope so. I would love to see that scene. And I just hear you guys saying that you're going to see Tamlin melt and be like, this is an eerily like familiar scene. I can already tell I'm going to be
The
emotional.
nostalgia.
I'm
We're
gonna
just
be-
all gonna be
I think we're all just going to be bawling like the last time this table was used. Was it book one?
the old claw
Like,
marks in
Amazon-
it.
like-
Oh my god.
Like, our Amazon shopping cart is going to be like the next ACOTAR book and like 50 million Kleenexes.
No, wait.
Like-
Elaine's first dinner with Tamlin and Lucien because of everything that Feyre has warned her about. Watch her try to slip a knife the same way that Feyre did.
Just to see.
Oh my god. We're like,
I love book one. I don't care what anyone says. It's
I
so
love book one.
Book one is
I
so good.
love book one.
I
I miss human Feyre.
I miss human Sarah too.
She
was
had
the
so
best.
much. She had so much potential for growth, and like she was growing, and then they killed her and made her Fae, and then she was stupid.
it would be
Yes.
hilarious if everything comes full circle and like Nesta
I
and
hope
Elaine
so.
are high fae and somehow Feyre gets turned human again.
Oh, she will never do that. You know
She-
that would never
She
happen.
wouldn't, but it would make me laugh. So no, I want Tamlin to turn her human, like shift her human, and then her having no idea how to turn back, like Aelin.
I love that.
Like revenge.
That's so twisted.
Eddie
I love
revenge.
it.
You human again, bitch. And
Now
you're
you got to
making
deal with
it
your mortality.
table lamp.
Well, and also too with Feyre, it's so funny. I know we've said this before, but it's like it's really interesting to see how people like act once against like that position of power. And it's like I think
my
she
God.
forgets her humble beginnings at times.
She does, and she's
Yeah, there's
She-
been nothing humble about her since like book one.
No,
No.
no, like someone said, I don't know if you guys saw this on the internet the other day that Feyre, we see book one Feyre at the end or like towards Silver Flames at the with she's like talking with Cassie and like she was on the rooftop and they were saying that was book one Feyre. I don't necessarily agree. She was the kindest there she's ever been, but
Jumping from
Mm.
Elaine really quick back to the whole seer thing and how I showed you told you the quotes of like eyes can be blinded and what blinds an oracle and all that stuff. How we were a little bit confused about Az saying like not the ones under my command about his shadows. And I realized why he says that. Because Asriel is obviously a starborn prince or starborn, right? So he's from the Dusk Court, and the Dusk Court, the starlight is from the Dusk Court. So he wouldn't necessarily be blinded by the source of where his own magic comes from, which means he knew that he was from the Dusk Court, which goes back again to him saying, I'll go to the prison. They know what I am.
So I had a question about Az and Nessa, because
Mhm.
the two of them are obviously Dusk Court, right?
Mhm.
Is it because they are, as of now, still a part of Night Court that they have the black tattoos? Because that's a Night Court thing whenever they make a bargain.
Probably. Yeah. Well, Asriel's, as far as we know, I know that we have theories, but as far as we know, the Illyrian tattoos are just tattoos. So that would just be like regular ink. But Nesta's bargain was
No,
with the
I thought
cauldron.
I
they
did
had
too.
a
I
bargain. The brothers had a bargain with each other when they did the blood rites.
That's what I thought too.
Him and Reese and Cass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over what?
I don't think
It was
it's
during the
said.
blood rite.
Yeah.
It didn't go into detail. It
I don't
was during the blood rite.
I don't think they made a bargain. I think the Illyrians get their tattoos after the rite if they survive. Because that's also when they get their siphons. But
I'll
they
have to go
had
back and
tried siphons on Reese when he was a kid to try to control his wild magic, and he just broke all of them. So they had already realized that siphons weren't going to work for him.
What would his be? Like purple?
Yeah, purple. I think so.
I would love to
Right.
say purple, but probably green because there's only red, blue, and green as far as Cassian says.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I've mentioned
Do we
this.
think Emery is going to get? Do we think Emery is going to get green
Green.
siphons
and
or
Balthazar.
red siphons?
So Illyrian females don't have siphons because they don't have the killing power. But I would love for her to
Bullshit.
have. But I would love for her to have hand siphons to as a way to not summon her power, but like use her powers, like the shields and everything. I think they
Yeah.
owe her that because she won the blood right. So I think they would owe her a siphon if she wanted one. Because obviously she won the blood right. She is owed a siphon, even though she doesn't need it for killing power. I think it could still hone her magic, and she could use the shields and all of those things like that Cassian and Azrael used. So her and Balthazar having green siphons.
Wait, Illyrian magic kind of works like witches' magic.
That's how they know
We
about the
had brought
witches.
that up. We
That's how they
had
know
brought
about
that up.
Nesta.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Yep.
And that's why I bet you anything that's part of the reason why they clip those females' wings. That has to be it. Is because they know those women have like witch power to them. I'm convinced.
There's something with them flying. Because think of Reese's mom.
Oh my
Think of Reese's mom.
Imagine if
Exact-
Emery became the new witch queen.
That would be awesome. Like Hypaxia.
Okay, and thinking about Hypaxia, I was reading.
Imagine if
Carmen-
Emery became.
Ooh. Did she?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there you are. Go ahead.
I was reading Crown of Midnight last night with Nehemia, and I was like, you guys, Nehemia has to be the dead tutor that Hypaxia, I'm convinced, was talking to.
One of them.
And what if Nehemia talks to Emery as well, like in the next book or two? Like, I'm starting to like think that we might be seeing that.
Well, I said
Or
Nuon
it's
reminds me of
Caltaine.
Bohemia.
That's a thought.
Or it's Caltaine.
That's a thought. I could see it.
I kind of see more Caltaine.
How
Although-
sad would
But
it be?
Caltaine didn't really have magic. She didn't really use it.
Yeah, she
She only used Shadowfire once the Valk was in her.
Before that, she would play with it after she would get high on opium
Well, yeah.
because of the headaches.
Yeah.
She'd be like, "Ugh."
I hear wings.
Can I ask you guys a question? When I was reading Crown of Midnight, I don't know why I thought of this, but I was like, is it possible that Caltaine could be Bryaxis after she's dead? Because Bryaxis asked, the only thing she watches the window, and I'm like reading Caltaine in the dungeon, and she's just like so depressed. Like, could they be the same person? I don't know why I'm making a birthday.
Oh my god, this is like the Caltaine
Is that
Cesario
possible?
theory.
I know. I don't know why.
I
just
don't no, because
Let me think,
Bryaxis was
like-
a different type of monster because we saw him on the battlefield.
Okay.
I'm so
Unless it's her child.
her child.
Yeah.
I said
Like,
Azrael was her child. I swear to God, Caltaine's his mom. I swear to God.
Well,
Caltaine-
maybe they're
no.
related.
But the mom's still alive, so technically it can't be Caltaine, right? Even though it makes
No.
sense.
Yeah, but what if, like, again, the same kind of fucking explosion as with Cormac? What if she was thrown
Yeah.
through a rift to Prythian? Then she would still be alive.
She was already dead.
She wasn't.
She came in as
she blew up Marath, just like Cormac blew up the castle.
She was a ghost and showed up to Dorian. And she's like, yeah,
Oh.
I'm dead. What do I do here?
No,
Did you
no,
summon
no,
me?
no, 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 no. She says, I'm dead. And then she says, but I don't know where I am, which is weird. Was she actually a
That
ghost?
sounds like some dementia. That sounds like dementia.
But
Was
I
she
don't know.
actually
Okay,
a ghost though? Or did she just think like, okay, I blew up, I must be dead, but I don't know which realm I'm in?
if Prythian's the afterworld, I will lose my shit. Like, or like Limbo or something.
That would
I
make
mean,
sense
it
because Archeron.
Yeah.
Archeron, it would make sense if Prythian was the afterworld.
Yeah.
how sad would that be if we've been reading a story of just like these dead spirits for like 8 books?
Although it would make sense with the Snow Queen and the Archeron sisters being the 3 sisters.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean,
Guys,
technically
where
they
are
did
you?
die. They did die. Their
Yeah.
divinity died.
They did die.
And
Yeah.
but that's the thing is that I think all the characters have died,
Died. Yeah.
right? Like Reese died.
We brought this up
Oh,
in like a
Archeron.
season 1 episode because we said
Actually,
like, what if they're literally just all recounting the days before their deaths or something, or like they're in like a different, they're like in their heads or something. If they all knew
What
each
if it's
other.
just what's going on in Starfall? And they're having a kid out of body experience.
Yeah.
Stop it! You shut up right now.
Like Azrael actually died in the dungeon as a kid. Reese actually died that first time with Amarantha. You know, all the sisters actually died in the cabin of hunger. The father died of his injuries when his knee got bashed. Fucking Moore
Look at
died
that.
of being nailed in the stomach.
That's like some Winnie the Pooh dark shit.
I know.
That's really
That's
dark shit.
exactly what it is, like Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
What? Wait. What's the Winnie the Pooh thing?
Where it's all just Christopher Robin just made up these characters to comfort himself. I forget what the whole story was. Wasn't he like dying of leukemia or something?
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of Peter Pan.
Or no, I think I think there was definitely a Winnie
Because
the Pooh one.
Neverland was
there's
like
that
the
too. The dead
afterlife.
kids.
Yeah.
Like the dead kids, yeah.
How did I
You
not
never
know that?
grow up.
What?
You never grow up.
Yeah, you
you
never grow up.
die.
You didn't know that? All the kids are dead. Neverland
my-
is like heaven. They never grow up.
I didn't know this. You guys have just promised. Now I can't think of anything else.
SpongeBob is like the 7 deadly sins.
SpongeBob?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, Eka, I have to tell Olivia this because she was not on when I thought of it. Eka, Olivia, do you remember the last 2 times we talked about Eris possibly being Helions?
Yeah, we mentioned it in the past.
And, you know, all the clues and everything from whatever. Eka knows what I'm going to say. I found another clue. I found another clue and I was mind blown. Okay, so Eris is called a snake, right?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Everyone calls him a snake. Reese, Lucien himself calls him a snake, right? What does Helion wear around his bicep?
That's me.
The serpent cuff.
Swear. If that happens, that is some insane detail.
But
like,
not only that, Eris knows about the mountains, right? Eris knows about the Dread Trove, right? The Dread Trove has Helion's symbol on it. Helion is impacted by the mask, right? The Dread Trove. And that would kind of make Eris like, I don't know, is he connected to Dusk too? Like, if Helion was his father, does he know? Like, is this why he needs the bids? Is this
So the
them
next
gathering
question.
information from, I don't know.
Well, here's the next question. If hold on.
you're good.
Okay, there it goes. Okay. Anyway, if Eris is Helios, Gwen being a light singer because gay.
That's why she glows. Yeah. That's why
You
she glows
guys.
when she sings.
But they were saying that light singers are evil.
Yeah, that's
But
what
not when mixed with like high fae.
Okay. Also, what was I gonna say to you guys? Are they considered evil because Helion is somehow associated with the Dread Trove, and so you know how like things like flip like based on history? Like,
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, what if light singers are an Asteri monster?
yeah, like what if
the
light singers
Illyrians,
were used-
which is why she's Azrael's mate. Duh. They're
We don't
both
know
part
anything.
Asteri monster.
We don't know anything about Helion's people, but like, yeah, if Helion's so closely linked to the Dread Trove, Eris knows the most information. Helion's afraid of it. Like, as we know by how the Fae portrays, like how they portrayed Thea afterwards, they were very against anything that had to do with the Asteri, right?
Mhm.
So no women.
No women.
You see what I'm saying?
No girls.
So, yes, yeah. So everything's like they hate light singers because they were used with the Asteri or something like that.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Right?
Also,
I see
light
it.
singers could have been like another branch of witches.
Yes. And maybe they're all women too, which we already see a very sexist like society.
They're like sirens, basically. Which would make sense if Gwen thinks she's a
I
nymph.
was laughing at me.
Gwen
Why
thinks
you-
she's a nymph, but what if her grandmother was actually a light singer and not a nymph?
Yeah. I think it's funny how they write.
Then what about the
history.
web?
Well, they're like they're similar beings.
That's right, they did
They're
have
both
a-
kind of like mermaid beings, but like it's like the difference between like a mermaid and a siren.
Yes.
Yeah.
One has
And we
wings,
know
the other
that-
is a fish.
We know that Gwen is a siren. Like her singing is what lured Nesta to the harp. The harp, the Dread Trove. Her singing is what lured Nesta to the Dread Trove, and she was glowing. Right?
I don't know.
I like this. I like this.
And in turn, which Olivia also wasn't on for, the Roslyn thing. Remember
Oh, yes.
Roslyn, which
Yes.
would be the perfect excuse for Baron to get rid of his daughter. But in lieu of straight up murdering her, sending her off to be a priestess.
Oh, okay. I see what you guys are saying here.
Roslyn, I think Roslyn is Eris's twin. I think
Wait,
that's
was Rosalind actually named in the books
Yes.
wine
That's
red
nice.
hair. Wine
Yeah.
red hair.
as Gwen's mom, right?
No, not Gwen's mom.
No. Her
Who was
aunt.
she?
One of
Her
the
aunt?
priestesses. No, she's one of the priestesses that trained to be a Valkyrie.
Okay, that's why I'm like I was focusing on my main 3 girls. Not the extra.
It was Roslyn, Ananka, and Deirdre.
Yes.
And so Roslyn has wine red hair.
Yeah.
Wine red hair, like Lucien and Eris.
But then wouldn't you think? Well, I guess Gwen wouldn't be able to put the dots together because she doesn't even know who her parentage is either.
But as I pointed out, Roslyn was the priestess that Gwen knew the scent of 2 floors up.
How
She goes,
wild
oh,
would that be?
she goes, oh, it's Roslyn and Deirdre. And then Nesta's like, how do you even know? They all have their hoods up. They look the same. She's like, they're scents.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Which is why I always
a
said that's
second.
another clue that she's Eris's daughter, because Eris is like,
Yes!
more could have come in, you know.
Yeah.
On
That, I was gonna say that that detail right there. Bloodhounds? Hello?
Yeah.
How did we not realize that?
They're both bloodhounds. I've had that theory on my Instagram for like over a year, and I keep sharing it with people because they don't believe me, and I'm like, I swear to God.
Wait, people don't believe you?
That Gwen is Eris's daughter? No, but it's so fucking obvious.
Wait, how can they not? But when it makes the most sense.
I know. They're like,
But
well, she's Tamlin, because only Tamlin could have done the right. Because everybody
There's
fucking
no way.
forgets. Because everybody fucking forgets that one, every single court has a great right, which is the first thing that's problematic. Everybody forgets that little fact.
Yeah,
and
I know.
And two, that Amarantha put a spell on the court so they could not go in and out of each other's courts after the rebellion.
Thank you.
And we know that Sangrava Temple is not in the Spring Court, so it can't have been Tamlin. It can't have been Lucien, because they wouldn't have been able to leave the Spring Court.
That's true.
Yeah.
And
it had to have
has to be in autumn because, as I said before, Lucien sees the rug in Akawar in Rhys's house, and he's like, oh, that's a Sangrava rug. And he, like, right after he tells Farah, like, oh, I was like an unwanted child, so I just went around like learning all of our people and all of that. So Sangrava Temple has to be in the autumn court. Has to be in the autumn court. On top of Baron being the one to send Gwen's mom to Sangrava. He wouldn't have the jurisdiction to send her to another court.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Gwen is Eris's kid, I swear to
She has to be. She has to be.
Nothing else makes sense.
I'm
If
like
she
so
makes
mad.
it some random guy, I'm gonna be pissed.
I was rereading the part where Rhys was telling Farah that he didn't know the cost of what it took for him to be able to visit the Spring Court during Callan May the first time. And I'm just curious, do either of you ever think about that and be like, God, I just want to know what cost Rhysand? Like, what happened there?
I think he was just trying to get her to feel bad for him.
Do you think so?
Because he was let out fucking all the time. He was dropping bodies on doorsteps, spiking people on fountains. Like, dude, you didn't have to pay to be let out. This is why you're her sugar baby, okay?
Sugar baby, I love that.
Like, shut up. He was a sex worker. He was not assaulted. And I know I'm gonna get fucking shit on for saying that, but he was he was literally the definition. But he was literally the definition of a sex worker for Amarantha because he did it for perks. He went to her, he proposed it, and he did it for perks.
That's why I said James.
One little aside before you go. One little aside before you go that I wanted to bring up is I always talk about how Lucien says, like, oh, I told the spy master everything about my family and all of this stuff so he could go spy, but not about my mother's secrets who remain wholly personal or whatever. And I realized that Lucien tells Azriel everything about the Autumn Court, right? So he can go and spy. And then Eris catches him in August.
Was that after I can't remember the timeline though. Eris catches him?
I think Lucien wanted Eris to catch Azriel because he knew Azriel was flirting with his girl.
I love it. I need my petty, snarky.
Looks like Lucien can still play the sly fox.
I was gonna say, I want my petty, snarky man back. Show him to me.
He's like, I will tell you exactly where to spy. The smoke hounds will pick up your scent, bitch.
Yeah.
I love Lucien.
I was like reading that and I go, oh shit, Eris caught Azriel like after this.
I love it.
Well, Akawar, not Akasef, sorry, Akawar. But
I know. I'm so excited. We need to film when you guys have time later this week because I want to talk some more. But
are you on Crown of Midnight?
Yeah, I'm more than halfway though. I'm like finishing like starting.
Is that where the blurb was from last night?
Yes, it was. I'll send it back to both of you again. How and Nahimia, I was like seeing there. She over talking to Dorian, like drawing word marks on like the glass, but then she drew one on Dorian's chest, and then it was like something that had been asleep for a very long time, like opened its eye, and I was like,
just like the sirens.
Okay, but do we find out what she did? Or no?
No, wait. What if the same thing that powers Dorian's raw magic is what powers the Illyrian siphons? Because that was in I told Olivia last time we filmed, that was in Akamath when Azriel's taking Feyre over the wall to see her sisters so they can beg about the queens and everything. It says that his siphon, like, it looked like an eye of some great slumbering beast opening to look at that from some frozen wasteland. And I was like, what? And that's why I was saying, what if it's a dragon? What if it's a dragon? And then she sent me that last night. The same thing. It's just,
I'm gonna send it to you. It's the same exact quote. Like it's word for word, same thing. Like how could Dorian have been related? I don't know. I don't want to speculate because I haven't finished, but I don't know.
Could Dorian be Azriel's ancestor?
I know, right? Like he was very handsome, very smart, polite. Azriel's
dark
like
hair.
Yeah,
like
the blue eye, the
blue eye,
blue eye.
Yeah.
I don't know, because like Dorian was very polite and like regal, and like we see Azriel demonstrate a lot of those like properties. I'm like, oh,
But then Dorian has like, but then Eris has the cape and Lucien has the knife, and I'm like,
Yeah.
People were bringing. I saw that. So it was weird to me that people were saying that Autumn Court is related to Dorian. Do you feel that way too, Aka?
I said that. I said the Autumn Court's
You
related
did
to
say that.
Dorian.
No, but you're not the only one that said that. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I think the Autumn Court is related to Briarcliff.
Ansel.
Who's that's it?
Ansel.
Ansel of Briarcliff.
Did she have fire
Well-
magic? I thought she was human.
Ansel
She was
has-
human. She didn't have any magic,
Yeah.
but she became a queen.
Maybe she's related to Vasa.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh my gosh, stop it.
Definitely.
I like have to finish this
Maybe
up
she's
now.
related to Vasa.
Yes, you do.
I know.
Yeah.
I got back into it last night and I was like, okay, like it's starting to like Crown Midnight's starting to like pick up a little bit. The first like 250 pages for me, I was like snooze fast, but now it's like getting better. Did you feel
I'm
that
on
way?
the tandem.
You're way
I feel
ahead of me.
I feel like it's
I'll
never
never
gonna. I'm only on like
Empire of Storms is gonna get
dicey.
interesting, but
I'm
Tower of
doing both
Dawn.
at the same time, so I can like
Tower
get a
of
break.
Dawn was a little snoozy, but then it started picking up.
People
and then
started
you-
really hating on Nezrin in Tower of Dawn. I've seen. They're like, oh my god, I
I
hated all
love-
of her scenes and I had to skip all of her chapters. They were so annoying. They're like, even if I hated Kale, I started to hate her more. I was like, what?
I loved Nezrin.
I feel like
She was,
people like
like,
Nezrin and
free.
Zarthak.
They do.
Yeah,
They should.
that's crazy.
We get to talk more tag. What did I say in the? I think we already talked about Gabrielle, but the Gabrielle thing like bothers me
Why?
because like I need to know if he was alive, like, and I need to know if like that wasn't actually his body. And I feel like I'm like, oh, nobody's dead, but like it was weird. It was weird that there was another lion shifter in the Massiverse. Like one other.
Unless it came down through Adian's line, which by the way, can we just talk about the fact that like Adian is the son of Gabriel, right?
And he doesn't even have a shifter form. I thought that was weird.
He doesn't have a shifter form. And he falls for a shapeshifter who can turn into a snow
Anything.
leopard.
Yeah. I mean, she's
Like
she's like Tamlin. She could literally turn into whatever the hell she wants. But see, here's the thing. I don't think Lysandra could turn other people into things.
no,
Which
she
is
could not. She could
which
only
is a
turn
weird
herself.
level of Tamlin's power where I'm wondering where that kind of came from.
Maybe it's a High Lord thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say unless that was kind of like how he leveled up as a High Lord because he was already
I
a super
think
powerful
so.
shapeshifter, right?
Yeah, because that's what the masquerade was for. It was for his shapeshifting abilities, which by the
I
way,
don't
that was
believe
so
that.
weird.
I don't believe
That
that,
was
for
so weird.
2 seconds. No, that was Amarantha teasing him about Lauren. I swear to God.
Well, also too, it was weird because like, oh, congratulations on your shapeshifting magic, as if it's like a rite of passage, like puberty.
So
What?
going back and reading that reminded me of Rigelus saying only a select few have this power in the original world of the Fae, which would be Tamlin and now Feyre because it was gifted to her by Tamlin. So
Right.
that would kind of go to Amarantha being in a stary and her knowing
also
that
too-
his power was somehow different.
But a lot of fans that goes over their head about Tamlin too. Anything
Well, because
related
nobody
to
wants to
Tamlin,
think
it goes
about
over their
Tamlin.
head.
Anything about Tamlin goes over.
Like
their head.
Sarah J. Maas has said in the interview, like his story is not over, and there's more than just Feyre's point of view.
You saw the post. I put the
Yeah, and I loved it, and I'm like, ah. But I don't know. Do you think that she does fan service a little bit, or is it just the rest of the family is just deluded?
I think
Or like a
it's
mix?
half and half. I think that
Yeah.
she holds her plot lines really tightly to her chest most of the time. I do think she gives out little tidbits, but I also think that in the same sort of breath, she will kind of not totally throw people off, but I think she'll also put in some like false little tidbits here and there. Like how she was saying, like, oh, right before Akamath came out, people were saying, like, I can't wait to see Tamlin and Feyre's love story. And I was like, yeah, he's so great. And she's like, I had to pretend that I loved Tamlin and all this stuff. So it's like,
Yeah.
but I do find it
But then
hilarious that her last interview, she was literally gagging over Reese. I can't get over that.
like more so than Tamlin, like
I think when she decided to make him a Valg, she was like, am I really going to do this? I think I'm going to go all in on this, especially if we're doing a crossover.
and then she has to be laughing right now that like people are like, ah, Reese,
Reese,
like she's got to be cracking
he's
up,
the best.
and it's
I
like
had someone tell
y'all
me
are-
today that Nesta deserved to be threatened with death. because she was mean. Like, what the fuck are these people on? I honestly,
So does Feyre deserve death because she created genocide?
like,
Because that's worse than being mean.
no shit. They're like, well, she's justified because he locked her up in her house. And I was like, okay, so did Rhys. Plus Lucien,
Yeah.
plus her sisters, plus Nesta
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
So what? Really? Really? I meant to say this when Olivia was on, but I was where is it? Damn. She hold on. I haven't met Shen yet, as we were talking about Shen and Nuan, but I have a feeling he's definitely her ancestor. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. Here's the question, and I felt kind of smart when I thought of this, but also I was confused because I was like, oh. So Alice tells Feyre that, and Olivia hates Alice. I love it so much. I don't like Alice either. She's such a traitor now. But
She is. She was
but-
so quick to change sides.
I
It was
know,
just like,
right? So Alice tells Feyre that her sister and her sister's mate got slaughtered by Amarantha, killed by Amarantha, right? During one of the attacks.
right.
And her entire thing is like viciously hiding her nephews, right? Protecting her nephews, right?
Like not even telling anyone.
Yeah, like their little like glimmery blips hidden by Talon, right? So we don't really get the whole story of how she got the meeting with Tamlin to be taken in for asylum, which had to have been before the rebellion, obviously, or like right when it happened, right? Which is why I was trying to put together. We know the story about Tarquin and how Tarquin's cousin Nostrus was the High Lord, and he had a mate and he had a couple children, right? And so Tarquin says that his cousin and his entire family got slaughtered by Amarantha because of the rebellion, because Nostrus was part of the rebellion. So my question is, are they one and the same? Was Tarquin's cousin married to Alice's sister? And did Alice actually save the boys and everyone just thinks they're dead?
Oh, that'd be interesting. Wait, so then after Tarquin, they would be the next in line. They're heirs.
Hmm. But they were too little to take the throne.
Interesting. But at the same time, like with all of that at stake, why would Alice betray Tamlin? Like he took in heirs. What?
Well, he hid them. Well, I don't know. Maybe Tamlin
He
didn't
hid them.
know. Maybe Tamlin didn't know because she is
Nah, he knew.
like lesser Fae. But you have to think Tarquin is the one that
He's
wants the
smart.
lesser Fae equality, and you have to wonder why. Did they have a lesser Fae lady before, and nobody says anything?
But it still doesn't make any sense why Alice would put all that at risk just
Well, because she
to...
could go back to Summer because Amarantha was dead. She was going back to Summer anyway. And that's why when Feyre mentions the blood rubies, she's like, well, you'll always have a friend in the Summer Court.
Yeah, but like that makes sense. But like still to support Feyre in screwing over Tamlin and the entire court, that doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
Like,
maybe she was just thinking like, oh, Feyre was young and I don't know. Like Feyre,
maybe she saw her as entertainment or something.
Feyre's just very manipulative anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like Alice kind of saw her as a child too. Let's be real.
Yeah, she called her girl a lot. So does Amber.
Amber, girl, boy. But yeah, I was putting two and two together and I was like, there has to be a reason Tarquin is so like hyped about a lesser Fae equality thing. He said that his cousin and his mate and his family got slaughtered. Alice said her sister and her sister's mate got slaughtered. I'm like, it would have had to have been around the same time because they're talking about the same attack. They have to be talking about the same attack.
Were they able to stay safe after Feyre did what she did though with Hyrule?
No, because who was glamoring the kids then? Was Tarquin?
That's why it doesn't make any sense for her to
I don't know if we're gonna see Alice again. Well, see, the thing is, I don't think Alice was thinking that far ahead. I don't think she was thinking, oh, they'll dock and then they'll just come right into Summer. I think that she just thought Feyre was going to be petty. I don't think she thought she was going to go full scale, let Hybern in. Bullshit.
I want a reunion, and I want Alice to rip her a new butthole. How dare you? Do you realize how precious these kids are? More than you realize, you stupid girl. Because I totally
the reveal that Alice is like
The caretaker of the
Tarquin's
heir.
extended family would be hilarious. Because that's exactly why he wants the Fae Equality Initiative. Let's be real.
Oh yeah.
But this is also why I think Tarquin's mate should be a lesser Fae.
What if it's Alex?
Alice is kind of
What if
old
it's
for Tarquin.
Reese is
Tarquin's a
old
little
for
bit-
Feyre.
Yeah, but she wasn't born a Fae. That's so different. Alice has like gray hair.
Okay, what about Reese? Reese's dad and Reese's mom, who was like 18.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then there's also the thing of like how the lesser Fae age differently from the high Fae. She's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, these boys won't be mature till they're 75.
So wait a minute.
So 75-year-old Urisk kids are like 18-year-old high Faes. Mm-hmm.
So they're lesser Fays, right? Not high Fae.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Elaine, so the Archerons are still like they're adults.
Yeah.
They're clearly adults. Okay.
But see, that's where I get caught off guard, because if they were the kids of like the High Lord and a Lesser Fae, would they still be Lesser Fae? Because we don't know if it's half and half. We only know if it's like a quarter or because like Gwen is a quarter and Reese is a quarter, and
Yeah.
we don't know what would happen if it was half and half. Kind of like Nesta and Cassian's kids. Would they have wings? Who the fuck knows? It's game of chance. They could and they couldn't. Some of them could have wings. Some of them might not have wings.
And for some odd reason, Nyx has wings.
That's because Feyre shapeshifted into an Illyrian.
And so she changed her DNA, but it was so stupid that she couldn't even change it back.
I know. Can't you like reach into your fetus and change his DNA?
Can't you like take some moon tea or something and try again? Like try again
But like,
after
if,
you take
like,
some moon tea.
hello, umbilical cord. Use your magic to fucking shift the baby.
Right. Like
Make him a high Fae baby. What are you doing?
make yourself glow and just make him bob around a little bit or turn into water. Get your water wolves, shrink them, and have them push them like mush.
Yeah, like what the fuck? She could literally like, I don't know. It was so ridiculous.
It was just they're so progressive, but they haven't figured out abortions. They haven't figured out cesarean sections. Like
They don't even
come
have technology, okay? They didn't know what a cell phone was. How do I use this brick?
Nuon would.
I wanted
Nuon would be like, hello.
I wanted that chapter, that bonus chapter of Reese trying to work a cell phone.
And just throwing it across the room and breaking it.
Nesta, how do you fucking use it? I don't know. What you would know, because you're the one who talked to this bitch.
Okay,
I just know how to
so,
make it make pretty sounds.
So like if cell phones came into Prithian, like who would be the one to send the memes?
Cassian. Let's be so real right now. Fucking Cassian.
He would be the meme lord.
Yeah.
And like he
The
and
Lord
Az are
of
just
memes.
sending texts. He and Az are just sending texts to
The
each
Lord
other.
of Meme Shed.
The Lord of Meme Shed. And it's a shed.
Exactly.
I love
From the Birkin. Sending memes from the Birkin.
Now you need to make that meme.
Oh my god.
We need to make
I'll
it
tell
canon.
Matthew. I'll tell Matthew with the Akatar tweets. I am the Lord of
Yes.
Meme Shed.
I have the
As
Lord
he
of
just
Meme
sits in the
Shed.
shed.
Sending people memes.
I think, I don't know. I feel like Nesta would use it for music. Cassian would use it for memes. Moore would use dating apps. Let's be real.
She would
she'd be on
use
all the lesbian dating apps.
Tinder. She would use Tinder. She would use her.
Like fucking everything. I'm trying to think.
Az would use it for MySpace.
I didn't even have a MySpace. I'm too young. I was at the very tail end of MySpace.
Or because he's a spy master, he would be a hacker.
Oh yeah.
He would be a hacker.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of what Eris would do. I feel like Eris would be like, I'm taking a hit out
He
of
would
my
use
father.
TikTok. Let's be so for real. He would use TikTok and do those funny TikTok dances, and then like he would moonlight as a TikTok influencer, and then turn it off and be like, "I'm
God.
so serious right now."
I know. Eris would be that person on Facebook, like looking to hire a hitman. Give me a call. This number.
Or like he would moonlight as like
Or he would just be looking
audio-
at puppies, looking at the pound, like for puppies.
He'd be going on Pet Finder.
All the available puppies. Yeah, he would
I
definitely.
adopt all the puppies.
Amryn, I don't even know. Amryn would be scary.
She would be on the black market. She'd be looking on the black market for like the most rarest jewels. I went that one and that one and that one and that one and that one.
Oh my god, Amryn, online shopping addiction.
Yes. Oh,
with Reese's credit
imagine.
card.
Platinum.
Platinum, Reese's credit card, and he wouldn't care. But
Platinum.
Nesta buys a round of drinks, and he would be on her ass.
Right?
Like, it makes no sense at all.
They need to get TurboTax.
That's what Farrah would use it for. Because in ACOFAS, she is supposed to do the expense report, and she's like,
Right.
She's like, it doesn't matter. We have too much money anyway. Doesn't matter what it's being spent on. Whatever. High lady of the desk, apparently. And she was all happy about having to do her actual job.
Yeah.
First of all, how
but
does
she
Farrah
wanted
know
the
math
perks.
if she didn't know how to write 2 days ago? She's supposed
Like,
to know how to do taxes.
Like, hold up. This girl can't even read a contract, but she can do like calculus.
Farrah's the person
What?
taxing Valaris like 500% on every purchase.
Ugh.
It's ridiculous.
And then like they need to do a goat tax on Airman or like sheep tax on oh.
Oh man. Oh, where do we think Nuala and Caradwyn are going to end up? Do we think they're going to go to Dusk with Az and Nesta? Because Rhys does treat them like terribly.
He kind of just doesn't really know how to talk to them.
I don't think he trusts them.
I don't think so either. Amryn
Because-
doesn't trust them.
Amryn doesn't trust them because Amryn doesn't trust Az because she's like, Azriel will never stop spying on me. He'll never stop trusting me. He makes them spy on me. And I think Rhys knows that in the same way that the Wraiths spy on Amryn for Az, I think he probably knows that they spy on him for Az as well. And he hates that.
Mm-hmm. They listen to Az.
They're like, oh yeah. He's like, oh yeah, like they work for Rhys, but really they work for me. And like when he showed up, he was just like so rude to them because Farrah's just like, Rhys didn't really say so much as a hello to the 2 Wraiths or whatever. Not because he didn't like them, but ... Another
Like she was so aware of all his red flags before she fell for him. And now it doesn't matter about the red flags. That
and like the first time,
self-sabotage.
and like the first time that Nuala and Caradwyn tell her about the inner circle, I found it hilarious because they hate them so much and they were just trying to make it sound like they're such good people. And like that they're like, Rhys will kill us if we don't talk good about him. So I guess we should.
They don't really talk about more either. Did you notice that?
They don't have anything to do with Moore or really with Cassian.
Like you would think that Az would use them to spy on Moore.
I don't know. It's weird.
Mm.
And then they were just like, oh, well, the High Lord's been protecting this city for a bit. Like, that's a lie, though. The lie. Valaris was here long before Rhys. And it will remain long after Rhys. Protected by the ancestors' magic, not by Rhys's magic. Which is why his excuse for Under the Mountain was total fucking bullshit. Bullshit? Like that meme with the little kid. A bullshit?
Bullshit?
A bullshit?
Oh man. I think they might go to Dusk.
I want them to go to Dusk. But in a way, it's kind of sad because like they're Elaine's friends.
Well,
they do work for Az, but they're Elaine's friends. But it's not like Elaine couldn't like visit because her and Nessa are,
Dusk day and night. Dusk day and night.
Which makes sense for the 3 sisters.
And then Dawn is just like over here somewhere.
She is not gonna mess with Dawn because people already think that she's awful for the way that Moore is. So she's not gonna mess with our unproblematic gay mans.
I hope.
I love Thiessen.
He's so chill.
I quote Thiessen. I'm like, this does not bode well. Did you see that text that I sent you the other day? I go, I walked into work to a sudden death. I go, to quote Thiessen, this does not bode well.
Oh man. I feel
like we don't know anything.
We don't know
any
enough.
of the other courts, and it pisses me off.
Like I want to know more about the Winter Court.
Winter Court, Dawn Court, Autumn Court.
Ellie,
once
even Autumn. Can't Nesta just like use the mask?
See, I don't know if she can. I mean, I guess she could use the mask, but I don't know. I guess it's like the morality of it. Like,
yeah,
it's so annoying.
Uh,
There's an episode of Charmed called Morality Bites where
mhm.
it's talking about like cause and effect, and Phoebe and the girls are like really annoyed at this guy who keeps letting his dog shit all over their like front steps or whatever. So they use their powers to like make him step in the shit after the dog's done, right? And so basically it's like an episode where they're like pushed into the future by a spell.
Mhm.
And it turns out that like it's like the new witch trials, and like Phoebe's on trial and she's about to burn at the stake because she murdered somebody with her powers and they didn't know, why or whatever. So it turns out that she killed a guy with her powers for killing one of her best friends. And that's why she was
Oh.
going to be burned at the stake. But the executioner is the dog
Sounds like
shit
he
guy.
deserved it.
The executioner is the dog shit guy. And so they
Dog
realized
shit guy.
yeah. So they realized that eventually he began to get suspicious, look into witches, equate them to evil, blah, 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 blah. And it turned out that, he was the beginning of the new witch trials or whatever. So basically the premise of the episode was like the wrong thing done for the right reasons is still the wrong thing.
Mhm.
So I feel like, yeah, killing Baron will liberate Prithian and it would be all great and everything, but it's kind of on your own
Although I still
conscience that you're just kind of killing a guy because you want to.
I still think that's why Eris was in love with Nesta, because
Oh
he was scheming.
yeah. Mhm.
I don't think he was actually like in love with Nesta. I think he
Mhm.
was scheming.
Oh yeah. Even Cassian's like he knew that there was something else that lay under that offer, but he just couldn't figure out what it was, or like he couldn't put a finger on what it was. He knew it wasn't just lust that prompted Eris to propose to Nesta. There was something else under that offer.
Oh yeah, it was
He wanted Nesta to
espionage.
help him get rid of Baron. Yeah, 100%. Which again, Eris has to know about the trove. Which, how did he know that Nesta?
Unless he's a bloodhound.
Well, he is.
Well,
but,
no.
but how did he know that Nesta was going to be the one to wield the trove? Did he only realize when they gave him the dagger?
Maybe. How big are the smoke hounds anyway? Are they like mastiffs? Like mastiffs?
I think they're like greyhounds.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're like tall and skinny and like whitish. They're like literally made out of smoke. Smoke hounds. Duh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's like different color smoke too. There's like gray smoke, there's
Yeah.
black smoke.
Yeah, I think it says that they're like grayish white.
Like phantom hounds.
Yeah. Which is why I'm like, they have to be the Wild Hunt hounds. They have to be.
They have to be.
Oh, Reddit, CC2 and Akatar Eris theory. Someone's saying that Eris is a bloodhound. He definitely is, and that's why Gwen is.
Yes. They are bloodhounds.
But the only thing that the Wild Hunt hounds can't track is the actual Dread Trove, because they're like, their master is like the creator of the Dread Trove. It's weird. Canines blessed with magic of their own, gray and sleek like smoke. They could race as fast as the wind and sniff out any prey. They were so highly...
Yeah, that sounds like greyhound or wolfhound.
Yeah. They were so highly prized that they weren't let out of the autumn borders. They bred so rarely. But Cassian knew Eris had 12. 12. He has a dozen. Yeah, they look like greyhounds here.
Yeah.
I'm so curious about, like, I don't even like dogs, but I'm so curious about these dogs. Forbidden from being given or sold beyond its borders. So expensive, only nobility owned them. Bred rarely enough that even one was extremely difficult to come by, but Eris had 12.
Do you think Lucien ever had one?
I feel like they probably loved Lucien as a little kid, too.
No. They probably played with his fire.
Someone said they'd be besties with Helian's Pegasi.
Oh my gosh.
Like, are the Pegasi and the dogs Dusk?
I don't know, because also too, like, what the heck is Dracon and the Seraphim? Like, are they angels?
I think they're like Pollux.
Back in Prithian?
The archangels.
Yeah, that's kind of
I
what
think they were the
thought, too.
first successful try at angels. And the Illyrians were the first fuck up try at angels. And they got the demon wings.
And together they make the Powerpuff Girls.
But then you have the Peregrine. But then you have the Peregrine in the Dawn Court.
And then you have Amryn.
Amryn.
Together
And
they make the
Vasa.
Powerpuff Girls. They make the Powerpuff Girls. Chemical X.
Oh, someone did this really pretty art. It says, I almost forgot. It says, I spent so long in the darkness, I almost forgot
Oh
how
my
beautiful
God.
moonlight is.
I just thought of something.
What?
You know what you said about Illyrians, how they only have red, blue, and green? Those are the Powerpuff Girl colors.
They are.
Oh my, that means Azriel's bubbles. Cassian makes sense as Buttercup because he's just.
Okay, Emery kind of makes sense.
Oh wait, no, he's
too.
not Buttercup. He's Blossom.
Awesome. Emery makes sense as Buttercup.
Yeah.
What is... Someone put hashtag Baron Vincera is the type of villain that truly believes that he loves his family. Like he loves his wife, but she betrayed him. Therefore, she must be punished for eternity. Loves his sons, but needs to hurt them to teach them lessons. His pain is another kind of love. Also, I don't care how bad he is. He ate at that High Lords meeting.
So like
valid questions.
so
instead of
like
stuff you have to Reese's ass.
so Nesta, Gwen, and Emery are the Powerpuff Girls. Emery is Buttercup. Nesta is Blossom.
Bubbles. Gwen's
And
totally Bubbles.
Gwen is Bubbles, which just makes so much sense. Gwen is Bubbles. You
Hello,
have to do art
Blue.
of that now.
Blue. Azrael. Blue. The Invoking Stone.
Bubbles. And she's bubbly too. So it's great.
Okay, I don't like this because this is saying that Baron is like a horrible person, but he's not sexist. But like he's definitely sexist. Him giving his piece of power to Farrah
He's
first under the
misogynist,
mountain
too.
is because of Reese, not because he chose.
It's because of Reese. Yeah.
He had no problem with his wife living with her sisters away from him. Like, no, that's not what happened. He sent her to go live with them during the Highburn War so that the bloodline would be spread out. Like, do you read
Wait,
the
who
book,
has a
people?
hard on for Baron? Who has a hard on for Baron?
This person on Tumblr. What the hell? I've been reading the books, but clearly you haven't. Clearly you haven't. Sure, he's obviously an awful husband and father, but there's nothing on his behavior that implies he's a sexist pig. And then
Yes, it
this is
does.
what makes me mad because I know exactly what they're implying here because it says, unlike some characters who make it obvious because misogyny is their whole personality.
We're not talking about Tamlin. Because that's not what's happening.
Like, they're so delusional.
Mm-hmm. And they spread the
They
Kool-Aid.
had a decent relationship until he found out about her affair with Helion. Says who? Says who? She was sold to him as property.
Yeah.
It's only after that that Baron begins to treat his wife like shit and despise Lucien, knowing that he's not his father. He doesn't do it because she's a woman. What are you talking about?
That's weird. So we're just gonna let it
There's
go under
also
the
a
rug?
scene when the Lady of Autumn remembers her sisters getting killed and her grief shows, and Baron places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Yeah, her bony ass shoulder because he refuses to let her eat. What the fuck?
Which, by the way, when Lucien saw Elaine all bony, it totally reminded him of his mother.
Yes. Yes.
And that made him sad. That made him sad.
He's twisted, narcissistic, manipulative, and selfish, but also capable of love in his own fucked up way. These are the people that should not be readers. I'm sorry. If you don't have a basic grasp on... I can't. I can't.
I would also
I don't even
go
want to
a
look at
step
her other
further.
posts.
I would go a step further and say they don't need to reproduce.
No. Aw, Azriel and Gwen waking up from a nightmare and then being comforted with cuddles and the other humming a song to help calm them down.
Wait, who would be singing for who?
Leaves it open. I think Gwen would be singing for Az. Honestly.
I think they would sing to each other.
Because if you think about it, Gwen has a therapist and she's been healing and she came into herself, and Azriel really never
That's true.
got to heal. I feel like
That's true.
Azriel still has nightmares.
Oh, yeah. He has insomnia, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Like, canonically, he
Yeah,
has
he has
insomnia.
trouble sleeping. I'm
Poor
gonna be
Az.
this mess to hate.
I can see you losing a couple of brain cells while reading that one Tumblr.
I can just, it makes me ill. Oh my god! You won't believe what I just scrolled up on. Alice's portrayal in ACOTAR is so bad.
What?
She was objectively Farrah's mammy. We never knew what her goals were besides wanting her nephew safe. Every scene we got between her and Farrah was usually her helping her or protecting her. For example, when she helped Farrah escape the manor. And when it isn't just Alice, majority of the black characters in ACOTAR are there to further the story. She's not black. She has tree bark skin. She's a lesser fae. She's a Urisk.
That's Scottish. She's Scottish.
Like,
Black Scots, but Scottish.
I mean, like, I guess you can say like she's black, but she's not like her. She's literally a tree. She's just a tree. She's a tree trunk lady.
I wonder how Elaine and Alice would get along, or if Elaine would call her on her bullshit.
I had responded with not only that, but by helping Feyre leave Spring, knowing she was going to destroy it, she was openly betraying the male who gave her safe haven, a home, hid her nephews from harm, shielded her from monsters, and gave her a good-paying job to keep her on her feet. There was absolutely zero justification for her to betray Tamlin for Feyre, knowing she was scheming like that and could harm everyone else Tamlin was protecting. None.
And her court, like her original court.
Mhm.
Like,
Like,
makes no
I want to know the
sense.
state of, like, yeah, I mean, wait, what confuses me is how many people were not under the mountain. Because the
Yeah,
courts were not just completely barren.
no. Vivian stayed behind.
Yeah. Like, was it
Tamlin and his
just,
servants.
was it like just the High Lords and their courts? Like royal courts? Maybe.
I don't know because
Because yeah,
well,
like
if
she
that's
didn't
the
go back for
case,
Vivian, but to be
she
fair,
didn't go back to Vivian.
but they weren't married at the time. She wasn't the lady
They
at the
weren't
time.
mated. They
Yeah.
weren't mated either.
Yeah, so she was like literally just the war general, so she just kind of left her there. Like, I feel like it would have been a risk to leave the war general there to Amarantha, but what do I know? I don't know.
Also, too, like it also kind of points out that she couldn't really detect mate bonds, which is interesting.
Hmm, maybe. Someone put Cassian, I say please and thank you in front of Nyx all the time, and he never repeats it. But I call Reese ass-face motherfucker one time. Hey, I would pay money to see Nyx. Yeah. Oh, I love this. I love pro Tamlin posts so much. They make me happy.
I do too. Because like I could get into a whole rant about that.
Also, I find it very odd, which I think I've brought up before, but not in detail. I find it very odd that we know about Cassian having Tanwin. We know about Lucien having Jasminda. We know about Mor having Andromaca. We know about all that stuff. But Tamlin, we don't know his dating history. Reese, we don't know his dating history, as we don't know his dating history. And like, is this on purpose? Like, as in Tamlin, I get we haven't had their stories yet, but Reese, we know nothing about. Like, obviously, he's like, oh, we used to fuck in the same room when we were kids or whatever. Okay, but serious relationships.
Yeah.
And Feyre never asked, like,
She doesn't even know his last name.
she does, but they don't talk about it. It's fucking Moonbeam. I'm telling you,
Moonbeam.
it's fucking Moonbeam. It's
I have to
Moonbeam.
maintain my reputation.
Because that's the exact same thing that Fenris says. He's like, I would rather not. And Aelin's how? Your last name is
Oh my gosh.
Moon. I want to know if Tamlin knows. Because we know that Tamlin's Ash River, Whitethorn Ash River.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
And if not, it's because he was forced to take his father's name. But his mother was definitely in Whitethorn Ash River. 100%.
Oh yeah.
I do like Neris posts, but I get a little sad because I'm like,
It's
you just
so
knew poor stuff.
But it's so weird. Like the only last names we have are from the Autumn Court or Autumn Court affiliated. Like, why?
Aside from the Archerons, obviously.
Aside from the Archerons.
I'm actually trying to think. Do we have anyone else's last name? I thought we did. We have Archeron, we have Fence.
I don't think Amryn has a last name because she's like royalty,
She's
and they
a
say
she's a intergalactic blob person. Sorry.
she's sparkly slime. She's sparkly slime.
She's just a blob person. I don't know. Oh, that's what I wanted to discuss. How do they create a body to jump into? That's what I want to know. Because
I guess it's like alchemy.
she says it
Like-
so nonchalantly. Oh, I just made a body to bind myself to.
Like,
How?
is it like alchemy? Like alchemy, because like Nuon does alchemy to create her hand, even though it's metal. But like
she was
just-
trapped in a prison. I don't understand.
like-
how did Maeve do it? How did Amryn do it? How did the Bone Carver do it? I want to know how they did it. All three of them.
Well, Bone Carver did it through illusion. he did it through illusion because like he only appeared as Nyx for
No, I
Feyre.
mean, I meant for the war because he said he could only help if he was bound in a body.
So wait, is he a Steri?
Yeah, that's why I think
Are-
all the death gods are like Asteri. The Bone Carver was afraid of Koshi. I actually kind of think that Koshi is the wrathful god that Amren used to work for, and that's
Her
why
dad?
well, her dad was kind of nicer. I don't know about her dad, but
I thought her dad was the wrathful.
mm-mm. No, but he let her through the rift to escape.
Oh,
But that's why I think Loomis was her dad. Remember, the god of love.
yeah.
So,
Aw.
because Amren is terrified of talking about that stuff. She was terrified about talking about how she bound her body and how she escaped the prison. And she's like, the stone and the wind whisper everything, and they're gonna remember they haven't caught me. Who like
Wait, so Amryn and Meryl, have they interacted? Do they not like each other? Because Meryl has been there, so has Clotho, since
Meryl is
Akamath.
Clotho's right hand, and Clotho is chummy with Moore.
Moore and Reese.
Moore kind of
And
fights
it's
with
like,
Amren a lot. She is the truth person, so I don't know what Moore knows about Amren, but Amren doesn't want to say
like,
shit,
so like Moore and Az both don't trust Amryn,
pretty much.
and Reese didn't get the hint.
Oh well, my
And
family has known Amren for generations, for centuries. So when I became High Lord, I made her my second. This reeks of Vesperus and Thea. Reese, you're literally Thea. You're being used by an Asteri. This is why Amren wants him to be king, so she can overrule him.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Vesperus
I
led
bet you.
Thea to open the gates.
So do we think that she is the daughter of Vesperus and Loomis?
That's what I think, personally.
Hmm.
They will remember they haven't caught me. They being Vesperus, Lanthus.
Because Meryl is the ancestor of the Western Wind, and Meryl and Amryn.
The wind, the wind, the wind. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird. I don't understand. But yeah, Amryn knows shit about Koshi. She's keeping everything to herself, and it's bothering me. You need to make Nesta your weapon. You would be unstoppable with her. Tell me that doesn't sound like an Asteri. You need to open the gates so we can move all the people to this new planet. She sounds like Vesperus.
Or is she being controlled by Vesperus?
Well, Vesperus is dead now, so who knows?
Oh.
And technically, she was powerless in Akasith because she lost her immortal grace and just became normal.
And now she can pee and poop. Well, good. I hope she gets...
I did love when Moore was like, please tell me you know how to pee. Cassian was howling because she's like, without spilling everywhere. Like, oh my god, the graphic audio version.
I'm trying to mention Amryn in a diaper. I just can't because I keep seeing that lady from The Incredibles.
I feel like Amryn was trying to pee standing up, and she's like, without spilling everywhere. And then they're laughing at her. And Moore's like, please tell me you know how to pee. And she's like, well, too bad I didn't pick up male form. At least you can whip it out and go wherever you want. Dude, that scene in the graphic audio is like the best thing.
I mean, if she made her body, she could have been, both. She would have the best of both worlds.
Oh my god.
But, she decided not to, so that's on her.
I think that would have freaked out Varian.
Nah, he'd be into it. Bet. He'd be into it. He'd be like,
oh my god, stop. I cannot picture that.
Look, he is flirting with a very short, ancient, angry person who just found out they can pee and poop.
Okay, he didn't know that in Aka War.
After coming out of the magic chili pot.
Someone go fetch Amryn. You're like, what?
She came out of the magical chili pot. It would be like the least shocking thing, I'm sure, because his cousin or brother or whomever is like, I don't like her, I want her dead, and he's just like, I'm into it.
I feel like Crusade's like, boy, what are you doing?
Classic
so older sister. Huh?
I felt so bad for Crusada.
No, they used her too. I hated that. But I feel like Crusade's classic older sister where she's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But, Reese, though, going back to Reese. Nobody talks about the fact that Reese seems to be the only person who can enter and exit the void.
Other
On
than
command.
as.
On command. No, the actual void, like the cauldron, on command.
Oh.
Remember, he enters the void to pull Nesta out of her nightmare. She was floating in the void.
Yeah.
In the cauldron. Like, in the cauldron. He had to physically go in and pull her out.
He also did that to Farah in book 1. She was swimming in the cauldron. Not like in the actual cauldron, but like she was swimming in the ether.
Oh, when she was dead.
And, yeah. And
With the
he
bond.
pulled her. Yeah.
So
someone pulled me from the void.
So Farah, Nesta, and Amryn. Suspicious. Suspicious. I don't know. He can literally.
We still don't know
the
about
Nesta one,
Jurian.
but the Nesta one was like on command because like Farah was dead and he could feel her through the mate bond, and then the Amryn one he was already dead too and in the cauldron. But like the Nesta one, he had to physically go and fetch her from the void.
But we still don't know about Jurian. Like, was he in the void?
I know.
Or did like where was
don't
he
even
taken?
if she doesn't touch on Jurian and why he needed weeks upon weeks to recover when nobody else did and why he's so fucking sus. I'm gonna be so pissed.
He's such a big influential character to this like entire series. Like, how can you not touch on him? What the heck is going on? Like, he was a voodoo doll. He was like like not even a voodoo doll. Like, he was like,
yeah, the voodoo doll basically.
he
So
was-
Jurian's gonna be our Dorian character, you know, the human with magic, with raw magic.
oh, and Ansel Briarcliff is Vasa. Interesting. So who do you think is the Manon character? Nesta or More?
And I think Moore's mother is Matron Blackbeak.
I have such high hopes for More because she's just.
I feel like we're gonna be disappointed and SJM is gonna drop the witch storyline.
Well, at least make her like redeemable or just full on villain. Because like I don't want to be sympathetic to her. My sympathy for More has run out. I want her to fix her shit.
She confuses me. Like, why are you making your life more difficult for yourself? I don't understand. Like, what are you doing? What secret can be so bad that you have to purposely fuck up the rest of your life to hide it?
That's why I'm wondering, like, is Cormac hers? Like, and was the
why
stapling
wasn't she in Hopefast?
She wasn't. Elaine wasn't there.
Elaine, Lucien, and Moore were not in Hopefast. It's weird. Technically, Moore was still in Ballahan. A year later? A year later.
That was a choice. She has to pay taxes on her mansion.
What if her and Cassian slept together again?
So do you think that they're actually mates or that he and Tanwyn are mates? Or like that he's still in love with Moore? Or that he was talking about Tanwyn?
No. So there is I said I was going to find it and I forgot. Because I forget the exact wording, so I can't really look it up on Kindle. But there is a scene where he's reminiscing or he's
talking about like how he hasn't felt this lustful for someone in so long.
Yeah.
And then
but there's another scene where he like looks at Azriel and I think he sees like sadness on his face when he looks at Moore, something like that. It was in Akasif. And he says something like, oh, and like the fact that he would never let his brother know like the secret feelings he still carried for her. Not that would go anywhere since they've been over for centuries or like whatever he says. It's like it was that one time and it's been over for whatever, but he still carries secret feelings for her. And I was like so mad because this just reminds me.
That's not mate behavior.
It's weird. Yeah. And this just reminds me of Ethan and Bryce because Ethan having a thing for Bryce went nowhere, made no sense, and literally just annoyed me. Because why are you adding stuff that goes nowhere? Like, why? Ethan did not have to have a crush on Bryce, and he didn't have to fucking dunk on his dead brother either, being like, I would have gone with Bryce, and Hunt went with Bryce, but Connor would have been watching the game. Like, why was that necessary? It wasn't necessary. They were best friends. You can have a best friend that you're not in love with, okay?
Wait. You just made me think of something. Was it Ethan or Isaac or who was it that one of the wolves who thought that they were Bryce's mate? And when she like just
Connor.
So like when she just like continued on with her life and he was like, oh, I thought we were mates and everybody hated her. What if that's what's going on with Cassian and Nesta?
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on.
Cassian's gonna die.
And
if it's not Tanwyn, Cassian's gonna die.
And that's why the the mating ceremony didn't happen.
Yeah, because Connor was Ethan's older brother, and Connor had a huge thing for Bryce, and he like kept asking her out, kept asking her out.
Also, Connor, Cassian,
The C name. Yeah.
it's always the C name. Always.
Hurt or dead, Kale. Selena. Ah,
Cormac.
Cormac. Yeah. Haltane.
Oh.
Even though it's a K. Haltane.
Sam.
Sorsha.
Sorsha.
I don't think there's any S names. Is there any S names? Suriel. There you go. Sam, Sorsha, Suriel. For the S.
So it makes me wonder, like, what is the Archeron parents' names? If she goes for like K and S and C and
D. Actually, in my fic, Papa Archeron's name is Donovan. And I actually didn't even think of that in terms of Dorian, like King Dorian.
so I think Mama Archeron's name is Cora. Because Persephone and Hades, the whole thing with yeah, I think her name is Cora. Cora Archeron.
Yep. I don't know. There's just so many things that she needs to touch on that I'm afraid that she's just not gonna remember that she added in.
Like, does she ever have like her books on her desk and like flip through them and go like, okay, yes.
Oh, my editor has a huge Bible of books. Okay, well, you got rid of the only amazing editor you had for these shitty ones. No offense. Although she did say that when she had drunk proposed the next 3 books as Asriel's, Elaine's, and Moore's to her old editor.
She was blackout drunk. She didn't remember a damn thing.
She was like, I had so many ideas. And they were like, yes, let's do it. Blah, blah, blah. But she said that in her 2020.
Nobody recorded it.
She said in her 2023 interview, someone asked, like, oh, like, did your plans change because like you have a different editor or whatever? And she's like, no, my plans are the same. So. And that was right before Akasif came out. It was like pre-Akasif. So Winreal, Lucien, more in her shadiness. I don't know. More in Valahand. Yeah. More in the Eris story, hopefully. I just I want Tamlin and Eris to have their own books. I don't want them to be subplots.
No, especially since Tamlin has a huge presence in like the entire
and so has Eris,
like
since,
it revolved
like,
around him. Yeah. Like
all the secrets. Tamlin has secrets. Eris has secrets. If Moore is getting a fucking novella, they better at least get a novella for themselves.
I think Moore's novella is also going to include Eris.
Me too. But that's why I think that the Illusion book is going to have Tamlin's subplot, which I hate.
But he needs his own book because even in Akamath, we didn't have much of like, we didn't really know him because it was through Feyre's point of view and she didn't really know him.
But see, this is why I said that Eris also needs his own book, because then we have like not just the secrets with Moore, but then we have what he's been through with Baron. And why does Lucien think that he's the one that held him down with Jasminda? And we need, if Baron's going to die, he's going to be rising to the throne. And how is he going to challenge that? And then if Helion dies, is he going to be the one that trains Lucien? Because Eris was the only one trained to be a High Lord. Tamlin ain't going to train Lucien because Tamlin wasn't trained himself.
The fact that he has no idea what he's doing and he's trying the best he can and he's doing it for his people, like all of his people, not just like a favorite little corner of his kingdom.
Real quick.
Oof.
Yeah. And like Eris has said, like, he wants the Autumn Court to thrive too. And like you can't, like, Baron is absolutely a misogynistic pig, let's be real. Yes, there's no freedoms for women in that court. Eris is gonna have to do a lot of work. But like I said, I do think that in terms of plot, that him and Nuon are gonna be the Chaol and Irene. Which I've said because we think he's going to lose a limb or whatever. But
I really want Elaine and him to be besties too.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to be so sweet as siblings. But at the same time, I said that Chaol and Selena, Aelin, are mirrors, foils of Grayson and Elaine. Like the way that like the way that they fell out on, like, not even just really a miscommunication, but like Elaine couldn't help being turned Fae, and
no, and that's also part of her trauma, and she can't help that. And like the tug on the mate bond, she can't help that. So like she's She's as angry, I think, as Nessa was towards Feyre, and they're both trying their hardest to cope.
Navigate. Yeah. I just find it like I think it was Jerian that told them because Chaos King. What the fuck? But I loved how I don't know. I feel mean because I do feel bad for Elaine here, but at the same time I loved that scene because Grayson's just like, he is your mate. Do you even know what that means? And he's like, he's some fey male. And she's like, his name is Lucien.
Like,
okay, she's like,
I really wanted Lucien to be a fly on the wall and just like beam with pride.
That in contrast to Lucien being like, to Feyre being like, I don't know how Lucien like left him alive after they had a conversation about the people on the wall, and because he's a good emissary and he has control, and he knew that obviously Elaine wouldn't want Grayson to be dead yet, but I don't know. It was just really funny to me how she was like, his name is Lucien. I don't care what his name is. He is your mate. And then she's like, I don't care. I don't care who decided it. I don't care who made it. I love you. My heart is yours. And he's like, I don't want it. And I was like, and I know that everybody loves to hate on Grayson in that scene, but I kind of get it. Is it mean to say I kind of get it? Because there wasn't really just anger there. There was like a part of that where it's like, Kale remains stone-faced and sorrowful. So like he was sad too. Honestly, his dad is worse. Nolan is worse. But I find it funny how Nolan will go out and literally hunt Faye just for being Faye. But when Grayson says, are they gonna fuck our women? He's like, son. He's like, you can't say fuck, but you can go out and murder people, boy. I just thought that was hilarious. I'm like, priorities. You're a killer, but you can't say fuck.
Like,
were your own women not good enough? And
my question is, how come Grayson didn't try and go for Feyre? Because that would have made sense. She was a huntress. She doesn't like Fae. She would have killed a Fae. That would have been an interesting plot twist if Grayson and Feyre were a thing. Yeah, that would have made more sense.
True, but Elaine was like the socialite. She met him at a ball. And Feyre was already like in Prithian at the time. Because it was like right after they got rich again.
I know, it's just, it would have made sense.
I don't know. That's just another thing. That's just another plot line. Fucking Nolan and Grayson. Is she just going to forget they exist? The manor that the exiles are living in is Grayson's or Nolan's. It's their property. Which is kind of hilarious because Elaine's mate is like, his name is Lucien. I don't care what his name is. Okay, I guess I'll give your mate like fucking manor to live in because he's homeless. Like, you have a homeless mate, Elaine.
Like, is there any of her belongings that are there and he just like
I don't know.
Like, I don't think he would do that because he's respectful, right? But like, he's just like, it's all smells like her. I don't know what to do.
That's kind of cute though, because you know for a fact she's sleeping with his jacket. She's just sniffing that jacket and hearing his heartbeat as she falls asleep. Oh, so cute. I just know that in Elaine's book, which I don't know, I'm kind of hyping myself up for Elaine's book being next instead of Azriel's. I've been
hyping up her book.
I don't know. I've kind of switched because I feel like she's gonna take a break from Az because he was in Hellfast, but I don't know. But a big scene that's gonna be in Elaine's book is the fucking moment that she takes the ring off.
And the necklace. Where's my necklace? Why is it on this priestess?
I don't know. I honestly don't think the necklace is going to be a big thing. Gwen wasn't even wearing it in Akasif. Like, it never came up again.
Well, yeah, because it was at the bonus chapter, but yeah.
But like after that, like it never came up. Like she was never wearing it. It was never seen.
That's weird.
Because I'm telling you, Clotho's fucking suspicious. I don't think she actually gave it to her. I don't think she actually gave it to her.
Interesting. She knows. She's like, no, you're going to do this right.
The next time Azriel comes, she's like, you're going to give this to her yourself.
You're going
to return it and get something for her.
She's going to be like, you're going to be a big boy. You're going to put your big boy britches on. To match
Don't make me go get your mama.
I want to see Azriel's mom. And I want more talk about Rhys's sister.
I can't wait. I cannot wait for Azriel's mom scenes. Cannot wait. That is like, I'm hyped for Gwenriel, but I need to see his mom. I need scenes with him and his mom because the way that he talks about her is so cute. So cute. She's been brought up 3 times now. I've been hyped for her since Akafast. Where is Azzy's mom? Where is she? I want to see her.
I
Is
can
she
see her
feisty?
too.
I feel like she's a feisty little person who like is a seer. And actually, before Hofast and everything, when I was writing my fanfic, like she just loves to cook and she's feisty and and that's why, not to sound creepy or whatever, but I think that's why Azriel equates Elaine to comfort.
Yeah, that could
She's
be.
a seer and she's trying to bake and like kind of like his mom.
That
You
could
know?
be. And also too, like, are the Shadow Twins, are they like his half sisters?
No. Actually, it's Amryn that says like they're half High Fae and they're half Shadow Wraith. And she's like, how the fuck that happens? She's like, High Fae will fuck anything. Okay. High Fae males will fuck anything that moves. Like Amryn. Apparently so will Varian. He is a High Fae male. Hello, Amryn.
Right.
You. But like, I don't know, I just really want to see his mom. She
I
has
do
the same,
too.
canonically, aside from our theories, she has the same trauma as Gwen.
Oh, wait, is she a priestess?
That's what I'm saying. I feel like if she got the chance to heal and she's at Rose Hall might be another temple.
In the Spring Court?
Not the Spring Court, because they don't have a temple other than what was Ianthe's. Summer?
Mm. I don't think it would be in
Dawn?
summer though.
Dawn? Day?
Dawn, maybe. Dawn, maybe. Hmm.
Yeah. Or it could just be a separate, not like Hybern really, but it could be between borders.
That
I
could be.
feel like it would be like between spring and summer. That's where I put it in my fic because like Rose Hall, it does sound like
Yeah,
spring, but then canonically, like the only temple Tamlin had was the one he turned into Ianthe's.
yeah.
So, but yeah, that's why I'm like, Gwen's his mate. Like, she has the same trauma as his mom. The only difference is that Gwen learned how to come out of the library, and his mom hasn't learned how to.
What if his mom becomes a Valkyrie?
That would be cool. Oh my god, I could see Azrael like training the girls, and then it's just his mom comes, and he's like, "All right, let's train," and he's like, "What?"
Mommy?
He's like, "I cannot train you," and she's like, "I'm your mother. Don't go
And
easy
Gwen,
on me."
and Gwen is just like,
Gwen would be laughing her ass off. She would be
she
besties
would.
with Azrael's mom.
And Emery and Nesta would be like,
Yeah. I named her, what did I name her? Darcy. I named her Darcy.
oh, that's cute.
And so, oh my God. And so just, she's like, Gwen, my daughter, because they're like mates of my fic. And they would just be, I could just see his face if his mom walks into practice. And she's like, you better not go easy on me just because I'm your mom. And he's like,
And then Cassian being dumb and just like cracking your mama jokes.
yeah. Oh my God. I need his mom to be like a feisty little shit despite having major social anxiety.
I feel like she's sassy, like as like really snarky, not
Like the dry
snarky,
humor.
snarky.
Yeah.
The dry humor, yeah, like not
I don't
snarky,
know.
but just dry humor.
When I think of her, I kind of think of like a little Italian lady, just like super sassy and like my boy, like all over him.
No, I think she's like a Polish grandma, like really small and like I think of like my great grandmother.
Yeah.
And like she's small and unassuming, but she has a wooden spoon and she's not afraid to use it.
But also, I feel like if Azriel is classed as like the most beautiful bat boy, I feel like his mom is so pretty.
Like
She's gonna be so pretty. Like I bet she looks like Lauren, but with hazel eyes. She does. But here's another thing. Do you think his mom was clipped? I feel like she was clipped.
I feel like she was clipped.
Clipped and then that's awful.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like taken from her.
Do you think she has powers? Like
I think she I think she was a seer. And I think being a seer is a witch power. Because she's a Lyrian, and I think the witches like were kind of established in Illyria. But that's definitely how he knew that Elaine was a seer. He's like, oh, let me go check something real quick. Pop out, pop back in. Like, I want to see his conversation with his mom so bad.
I want to see his conversation with his mom. I want to see a conversation between Lucien and Hillian. I want to see the conversation that happened between Papa Arch and Lucien.
Yeah. Where are our Aka War bonus chapters, Sarah J. Maas? Where are they?
I want to know more about Cora.
Cora.
That's her name.
Oh.
Cora and Donovan.
Did I name Mama Archer on my fic? I think I did. I have like a whole like listing of what their names were. And fanfic names. Oh yeah, I named Tamlin's brother, Reese's dad. Oh, my bad. Reese's mom was Darcy. Azriel's mom was Layla.
Oh, that's pretty. Or would it be in reverse? Because Lauren.
Because Layla means like night or dark.
Yeah.
And then Darcy means dark or gloomy, dark haired.
I would think it would be in reverse though, because Lauren.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know Lauren's name at this point when I started my fic.
So I named Reese's.
I named her Nobleman.
Wasn't Reese's dad named?
Mm-mm.
I thought it was. Could have sworn his name showed up in Aka War.
No, it just says Reese's father, Reese's father, Reese's father, the previous High Lord. So for Tamlin,
I thought it also started with an R.
I named him Reinhard. Rhynard.
I feel like his name is mentioned either in Aka War or Aka Fast.
No, I wish. I named Tamlin's parents Sterlin and Rosalie. And his brothers were Kaelin and Duncan. Novelin for the sister, but I then made Lauren her middle name so that when she went to Crescent City, she went by her middle name. Smart.
Nice.
Azriel's mom was Layla. Azriel's dad was Tynan. Gwen's mom was Marina. Obviously Vihan is Thiesen's partner. Lily from my Andrus fic was Briar's best friend.
Or Sierra. Sierra means darkness, I think, too.
I named Vivian's sister Vienna and their baby Winter with a Y. Winnie.
That's cute.
Told you. And then I actually had Helian and Lucian's mom, who I named Aurelia. I had them both have twins, and basically the lore was that Aurelia's twin sister fell in love with Helian's twin brother, and at the time Helian's brother was High Lord because he was the oldest, because remember Helian was the High Lord when they fell in love, and so that's why the parents wanted to sell her to Baron so both of their daughters would be ladies of courts. But then of course the High Lord or
that actually makes sense.
And then I had like Helian's brother die, obviously because of the rebellion, and then after her sister died with the whole thing, and then they conceived Lucian. It's this whole lore thing that I put in my fic, and I think I did it really well.
Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Because I have like a chapter where it's like the day that Helian's brother died, and it goes into like a flashback of when he met Aurelia, and she was there like visiting her sister, and it was really cute. And they were like, "Oh, we're all twins, and like you could get with his twin, and I'm with the other twin, and like it works so well." And then the parents are like, "No, you're marrying Baron." Yeah.
I want Bernabella.
I gave Maura a girlfriend though too, to be nice.
Nice.
And I had her kind of not change her attitude, but try to be better. I need to write more because I kind of. Yeah. But I kind of made her. I kind of made her help out Lady Autumn. She's like giving her antidotes for the shit the Baron's been giving her through her girlfriend, who's an Autumn Court female.
Of course.
So, and I also wrote in Eris's dead twin and that whole lore, which is really sad, and that's in Lady Autumn's point of view. And Tarquin's lesser fey mate, Iridesia, who's a water sprite from the Spring Court.
Oh.
Yeah. And I gave everyone last names.
Nice.
Not canonical ones I thought up, but still. And they all make sense too.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi guys. We just had a long conversation about writing challenges, but we won't rant to you about that stuff.
No.
It's a secret. We'll only celebrate if we win a prize. which is very doubtful because there's like over 700 people already in this contest. So
That's so amazing to me. But I also love that like we have our little group of like writers, like our little writers chat, and that just like warms my heart a little bit. But yeah, if you guys,
I want to see if people can hop on the Discord tonight and do a big like writing sprint.
dude, that'd be awesome. I still don't understand how the Discord works, but we'll have to talk about that later. I know, I'm such an old lady. I
literally tried to talk you through it like a 2-year-old. And you're like,
no, wait. It makes no sense. You're like, enter. I'm like, see on the Discord.
I'm like,
glasses,
it's a slash
like,
and then words.
But I don't understand. Like, you're like, type out how many words you have, and I'm like, do I say like 2,000 or do I type the actual words in the Discord? I don't understand.
So you type / words, and then a little tiny window will pop up with a box, and that's where you put how many words you have, and then enter.
Oh, so you don't actually copy paste the words into the Discord. You just put the number of words.
Yeah, it comes up with like a little box prompt for you to put in how many words you have.
Okay. I'd be down to do that. This old dog's learning some new tricks. I got this. I can do it. I'm like over here at like Microsoft Word, like, And then,
dude, my sister is like, "You're so old. You use Microsoft Word. We only use Google Docs." I'm like, first of all, I tried using Google Docs and it could not handle my fantasy book. It glitched out after like 100,000 words. And I can't do that. So I had to separate it into 4 different parts because it can't handle it.
Oh,
Word
first of all, I don't like, here I am with my random stuff in my hands again. I don't know why I do that. I don't like Google Docs. I'm not a fan.
But I will say Google Docs is like the easiest place for beta readers to pop in because you just send them whatever. So that's why I had to kind of do my betas through Google Docs, which sucks, but whatever.
Maybe I could just like mail mine out with like a carrier pigeon and be like, "Hi, I'm an aspiring author. please write your comments and mail it back to me. I'll pay for your postage."
Oh my god.
Okay, real quick, can we talk a little bit about Crown of Midnight?
Oh boy.
Or do you have something else you want to talk about?
Well, I was going to kind of bring up something that I asked Eka the other night. It was right after you left and I thought of it.
What?
And it has to do with Alice. So I was mad that you left because anything to do with Alice gets you riled up. And we actually got a comment on the podcast that says, "I want more riled up Olivia."
Did we really? Was it that?
They're like, "I love seeing her riled up. I need more riled up Olivia."
It's so funny because I'm probably the only person in the entire fandom that brings up how angry Alice makes her.
We were talking about Alice in the chat the other day and you missed it. And I go, I can't believe she's missing this. Because everyone's like, wait, how is Alice bad? How is Alice a traitor? How is Alice a criminal? And I'm like, let me break this down for you, okay? Let me break this down. I was sending them the reels. The OG traitor herself. I made that into like a little sound bit. It's on the IG page. Yep.
Did anyone agree with you? Were they like, yeah, she's a traitor?
They were like, oh my god, I never thought of it like that, but she did help Farah.
Why am I the only person that like thought of that? Like, I don't understand.
I'm like, what? How? The minute she helped Farah, and nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Yes, like it was just like Hamlet did so much for Alice. Like Harvard, I could talk about this.
We started ranting about this episode 9 of our first season. Let me tell you, and we have not let it go ever since.
Like, I have some things in the ACOTAR fandom I will never get over, and I don't care what
Alice
is one of them. I need you guys to see what
they were like. Do you think she got hurt during the attack at Adriana? I go, that's called fucking karma. Okay, I don't give a shit if she got hurt in the attack. She brought it on herself.
She deserves it. Here's my thing. I'm really worried, and I think you and I have talked about this like many times. I think she's gonna forget that she wrote Alice entirely. Like, I don't think we're ever gonna see Alice again, and it really upsets me.
I mean, what was the possibility of seeing the Midgard worm again?
That, but also, what was the possibility of seeing Leo the lion again?
Exactly. That's why I'm like, that's why when you say Briar, I say Leo and worm. So.
See, but that's what SJM is like. She has these glimpses of genius where you're like, holy shit, she brought Leo the lion back. She's got to bring Alice back, but then she's not going to bring Alice back.
I don't know. Okay, so this is what I was so mad that you weren't on and I had to get out, so I like ranted so really quickly for the people listening. But I think they will want your take on this even more, which is why I'm going over it again.
I love it.
I accidentally put something together, and I don't know if it was completely random on SJM's part, because I feel like sometimes when I connect these things, they are totally random. But so Tarquin. Tarquin is the High Lord that has been notorious for wanting equality for lesser fae, right?
Right.
He was the one that told Thera that that was like his big thing as High Lord. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted everyone, you know? Now, Tarquin's story of Nostrus, his cousin, the previous High Lord, and how Amarantha killed them, right? So the story was basically that in retribution for Nostrus being part of the rebellion against Amarantha, she went, which along with Day and Winter, but she went to Summer and she killed the High Lord and his mate and his family, right? Now, that is very curious to me because obviously we know that Tarquin's the cousin, he became High Lord. Okay. But we also hear that Alice went to the Spring Court after Amarantha's attack. And what does she say about it? She said that she fled because her sister and her sister's mate were slaughtered in Amarantha's attack. She had Tamlin glamour her little nephews the entire book, right? They were like little just sparkles that Feyre saw in her vision, whatever. Nobody knew they were there. Nobody really knew they existed. And that's why she was doing everything to protect them. My question is, was Nostrus mated to Alice's sister?
I literally saw where you were going with this, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm so excited.
So did Amarantha believe that the boys were dead and they weren't? And Alice actually saved them.
What? And that's why Tamlin agreed to take them in. What?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's why they were never seen. They were only like heard giggling from here and there. And Tarquin would have become the High Lord because if the boys are like more lesser fae than high fae from their mother's side of the family, then Alice explains that they age slower. So they wouldn't reach maturity until they're 75. So if they haven't reached maturity yet, they couldn't really take over the role of an heir, one of them.
I love
so
it.
Is she protecting them because one of them is going to be the heir of Summer one day? Does Tarquin know about this? And if he knew about, you know, I don't know if it was a secret or if, I know it's not really talked about, but a High Lord having a lesser fae mate would have been a big talking point, you would think, unless they were glamored as high fae or they were glamored to look normal. And that's why he wants full equality for lesser fae in his court.
But then that would mean, although I love the storyline, that we're going to be losing Tarquin.
But no, because the boys are still haven't reached maturity. And Tarquin's kind of a high fae, not child, but he's super young. So it wouldn't be for a long time anyway. He would have time to put into effect all the equality things so that if one of his nephews was the heir and they're part lesser fae, or they take more after the lesser fae side, that they could be High Lord someday.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it so much. I'm like obsessed with this storyline. Because she could take this so many different ways.
And I think it was weird that when Feyre tells her about the blood rubies, she was just kind of like, I don't know. I feel like she wasn't like, oh my god, he's gonna kill you. She was more like, blood rubies. Like, I don't know. She kind of thought it was funny, but not really. And then she was like, well, you always have one friend in the Summer Court.
I'd be in love if she did that. Are you kidding me? But then also she could take it and like recount it as the boys get older from like their perspective. How cool she could be if she like dived into it. Like
the second gen, they could be part of the second gen.
And them recounting watching Feyre take down the Spring Court and like things that happen
giggling
after,
and like laughing and messing with her.
Yeah, I would eat that up. I would die for that.
Because you have to like think like, what would like, she was a Urisk, so like she had like tree bark skin and like, so that's what her family looked like. And if Nostrus was high fae, like you kind of have to be like, all right, so like what would a half Urisk, half high fae look like?
Right.
Not to mention that like Tarquin's family already has dark skin. So are they, I don't know, is it just like a darker version, or is it like half of their face? Or like, I don't know. It would be really interesting to see. It would be really interesting to see. Or are they like full Urisk but with like the blue eyes of Tarquin's family? Or
and the white and like the white hair.
Like the white hair. Yeah. It would
be got like House of Dragon coming up over here.
So like does
the Summer Court House of Dragon.
Because why was it specifically Alice that got asylum in Tamlin's mansion a job in Tamlin's mansion when she's like this random lesser fae. Did he know that she was a part of the extended royal family?
Melanie, I will die because now if I don't
I was
get this,
totally
I'm gonna-
overthinking, but I'm like, their stories equally match up.
Yes,
And it was
do.
the same attack. My sister and her mate, or my cousin and his mate, and his whole family was slaughtered. But were they?
Yes.
Were they?
The thing that was weird to me, though, but I guess that you could work it out, right, is that Alice got out. She knew somehow what Pharaoh was going to do. I don't quite know how she knew or how she figured out, maybe just intuition, but she got it.
Because this is after Feyre stole from Tarquin and he sent her the blood rubies.
And that's how she knew?
Tarquin probably sent a letter and was like, you should get home.
Holy shit, can you imagine if that happens?
And that's why she was like already packing up. And she's like, I know what court you're from because she went there with Reese. Because Feyre was literally like, I know that she knew what home I meant.
Yes, it was really, when I was reading the whole thing going down, I was like, oh my God, no, she didn't.
No way Tarquin didn't send her a letter and was like,
I'm like, how is Alice so, I guess it's not hard to be that perceptive because she was like her maid.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she was awfully perceptive to see that Feyre was taking down some stuff. That would be amazing. But then here's my thing. So she's getting out before Feyre does this, right?
Yeah.
Did the boys go with her?
Yeah. I think she had sent the boys back before her. I'm pretty sure she said that they had already left and she was just leaving, like packing the rest up or whatever.
That's awful. That's terrible to me. See, that makes me even more angry. Tamlin, why are you not paying attention to this?
But see, this is why I'm like, am I overthinking this? This is also why Tarquin felt bad enough to take in Tamlin's people during the meeting in front of everybody. Because I think he realized, like, maybe I fucked up.
I love it. No, I love that. And honestly, it makes so much sense. Like, the whole story becomes complete in that
circle.
way. Yeah, it's like a circle.
Because if Eris can send Tamlin an anonymous note to save Lucien at his border, Tarquin could do that to Alice. Totally. Oh, send the boys back. Send the boys back. By the way, Feyre fucked us over, stole the Book of Breathings, blah, 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 blah. She's not the person you think she is.
Yeah.
And then Alice was probably like paying more attention, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, she came with Reese or whatever. And so she's like, I know you're real home court. I know you're trying to take down Tamlin because you're Reese's mate. She knew.
I love it.
But my question is, like, I don't know. I don't know if it was I mean, I don't think that Alice knew that she was Daemati either, kind of like Lucien. I think that's where her and Lucien both fucked up with really believing that Tamlin's choices were Tamlin's choices when they weren't.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why she let her do, because maybe she did kind of like Lucien think that he was losing his mind. I don't know. But I would love can you imagine Tarquin's fucking sister-in-law, or not sister-in-law, Tarquin's cousin's sister-in-law, so I mean extended family, but yeah.
I just the constant theme I'm seeing here is like kindness from Tamlin and people just like screwing him over, and it makes me so mad
because they're thinking the worst of him.
Yeah, and that's what I don't get is like Alice was there for like what 50 years, like a long time. So what upsets me is like you've known this person for 50 years and just like this like teenage girl, emotional teenage girl for months, and you're like, I feel bad for her.
Well, actually, I don't think she was there for 50 years. We don't know when the rebellion happened. It was like in the middle of the curse.
Okay.
And the boys are still little, remember? So
yeah,
I would say 10, pushing it, maybe 20 years she was there, but still,
I mean, it's crazy to think that like all of that time of like knowing someone and like knowing how good he is. Like I always think of Tamlin taking that poor fairy that had his like wings ripped off.
The blue
he's like,
yeah, the Summer Court fairy. Hold up. And the one on the fountain was also Summer Court.
Was it Summer Court? Were the blue fairies Summer Court?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Lucien says, oh, not Autumn Court, blah, blah. And then he goes, oh, it's the Summer Court fairy. They must have been like he must have been right near the border and snatched someone. Which again, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like, that was Reese who did that. It's just
Night Court sigil. I'm shocked I'm shocked that there's not some, oh, they were framing me and they put the sigil behind the ear and da 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 da. I was weirded out that we never got any, that never came up again.
I know, we never saw that ever again.
Like,
and I wish
someone was
touched on that.
beheaded, someone was de-winged. You would think it would bring up his trauma about his fucking family if he believes that they're dead.
I know.
But you're gonna behead someone and you're gonna de-wing someone and you're gonna dump them somewhere on Tamlin's doorstep. Like, weird.
It's super weird. And then when people are like, I saw the red flags at book one all along, I'm like, the red flags, you saw him carrying someone as he's dying and bringing them into
burying him in his land because he felt guilty that he couldn't heal him fully.
Yeah. But I love that the healing power that we didn't see from
Tamlin.
Tamlin.
Again, rude. Fully from a fucking bullet wound. Tamlin going, if my magic was not impeded by Amarantha, I could fully restore his wings. What?
Like, we don't even know.
Briar in Highburn with the burns and lashes. Who the fuck healed her? Tamlin.
I need more Tamlin. I don't care what anyone says. I need that man.
My personal theory is that the rebellion happened about 30 years before book one, like kind of the midpoint, 25, 30 years, because after the rebellion, they said that Amarantha sealed off all the borders, so they couldn't cross into other courts, other territories at all, which is why they had to like send letters and all that stuff, which is why Lucien received the letter about the Winter Court kids from his contact in the Winter Court, whoever that is. But also because if Gwen is 28, that would mean couldn't be Tamlin, couldn't be Lucien. They were in spring. Has to be Eris.
Oh man, I'm so ready for this next book to come out. I'm I'm ready but nervous. I don't know if you feel that way.
So like I want more Alice, but at the same time, I'm still perpetually mad at her.
I agree with that. I think
it would be awesome if Tarquin was like, look, Alice is actually part of my family.
I want it. but I want answers.
This is why I want lesser Fae equality throughout all my courts. And like, how wild would that be? Because Tarquin is such a good egg. Like, I don't know, like a lesser Fae becoming a High Lord is like unheard of. Lesser Fae becoming a High Lord is unheard of. I feel like he would be like, if Tarquin doesn't have kids within the books, which he's young, so I don't think he probably will, because she's not really thinking about him building him as a huge character. But I think he would be like, you know, one of my nephews is technically my heir, so blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Equality for all. And he could do it through his whole reign until he dies. And then
it's funny. It's funny to me because it's like I originally thought that Rhysand was supposed to be the High Lord of Equality. I don't know, because he was like the court of, right? Isn't that like what the book says? That, like,
I mean, technically, Rhys was the first half lesser Fae High Lord. Gag.
How? Oh, because the Illyrian, his mom. Oh, okay. I see.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, Melanie? Let me ask you this: a question that I have on my mind. Who are 3 characters that you think that SJM is not going to develop further than really what she's got going on right now in her books?
Do you mean like in general or just the next 3 books?
I would say in general, in the ACOTAR series, in general, who do you think is going to remain a side character, and who do you think
you're not going to like my answer?
And who do you think we're going to dive into? Because, you know, I know we have like Lady A and like Helion and Tarquin, and we have Thiessen just like hanging out on the fringe with the Winter Court and like
yeah. it makes me sad. Okay, so 3 that I don't think she's really going to develop. Sadly, I'm going to say Thiessen and his partner.
Really?
His partner does not have a name as of yet, technically. It's not like they have any kids. I do think that of all the Dawn Court, if she was going to pick a character, it's going to be Nuon, because she's kind of now connected to Tog.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
The word marks, remember? Lucien's
you
eye has word marks.
It. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And there's a character in Tog that's just like her. But I digress. So them, which I guess they count as 1. 2, Cassian, let's be honest. Not gonna. He doesn't have a continuing arc.
He's done.
Sorry.
It's okay.
And 3rd, like I would say Cal and Vivian, but at the same time, I feel like she might do a novella for them.
Okay. Oh.
I don't know. I feel like she might do like a little novella for them, maybe. Okay. And the fact that she gave them a kid,
yeah,
kind of makes me believe that they might be a little more involved.
Okay.
Briar. in the Winter Court.
I hate that. I do not like that storyline.
And very, very sadly, because I really don't think they're gonna make another appearance. Oh, even though I would love for them to. Maybe a little cameo if Elaine ends up going to spring and Lucian's in spring, but Braun and Hart,
I know.
my boys, I'm sorry. R.I.P.
R.I.P. the Braun and Hart.
I feel like if she's gonna delve into the spring court, like maybe they'll make a cameo, but if she's going to delve into other spring characters, I don't know. Like she should build up ones that we already know, like Braun and Hart, but since they're just kind of sentries, I feel like she would build up more of like, I don't know, a village family or like someone else that Tamlin's fucking friends that Farrah never wanted the fucking names of, which I want to point out, which I've never actually pointed out on air, but I want to point out that Farrah says his male and female warrior friends. So he lets females in his ranks, thank you very much, and the Night Court still having trouble getting them to train them. Anyways.
I don't know why. I love him. I just can imagine like Tamlin having like a group of like male and female warrior friends, and I'm still feel robbed that we don't know who they are. Like, but the nostalgia I would feel if we go back to the spring court and we see Braun and Hart and Alice again. I just fucking Alice. I'll just be bawling my eyes out. Fucking Alice.
Dude, I would. Ooh, where'd you go? There you are. Oh, there you are.
I'm right here. Sorry.
I would love for Alice to come. So, of course, I wrote it like this in my fic, but basically, once Tamlin and Briar kind of establish their mate bond, it's basically like the reopening festival for spring, and like he knows that she's his mate or whatever. But basically, they leave the reopening open to all of the courts except for the Night Court, obviously, because they're not welcome. And
they're not welcome.
Makes an appearance. And Tamlin is obviously very upset at Alice at first. She has to make some apologies.
Good.
Which she definitely should be doing, but that's what I want to happen. I want spring to kind of be thriving and to Alice to have thought about her actions in the timeout corner for a few years.
Yeah. I love it.
Who are your
I want that scene.
Who do you think we're not going to see again? Or like very little cameo?
Okay, so the characters that I'm concerned will be left on the fringe or who we're not going to see. I'm concerned that Nuala and Caradwyn are not going to be built up anymore. I'm pretty convinced they're just going to kind of be always in the background.
Yes, especially when Elaine either goes to spring or day. I'm a little concerned with that, but at the same time, what really concerns me is that they've been connected to Elaine now, but they work for Az, and Az is more connected to Nesta, so she's gonna have to kind of retcon if they're actually Elaine's friends or if they were just kind of nice to her while she was there.
I know.
Because everyone in the fandom seems to think, oh, they're Elaine's besties and blah, 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 blah. And it was really only one scene where they were like messing around in the kitchen, right?
And hanging out.
They
Yeah.
Being nice to her.
No. Because I know that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it like, is she going to stay? Is that like her little trio of friends, the trio of girls, like how Nessa has it? Or is she going off in the spring and she's going to meet two new characters who are becoming her girlfriends, basically? But so I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'm a little concerned.
I still think it's going to be Briar and Vasta, but that's me. I think they're going to have their little spring circle
no comments
near the border. No. Hey, Elaine and Briar were in the same scene together. She's the one that kicked the hounds to protect.
I know.
And was like, jump now if you want your life. I was like, yes, Elaine. I want them to be besties. I want her to be Tamlin's mate, and I want them to be besties. Come on, Tamlin and Lucien are best friends. Their mates aren't supposed to be best friends, and they were literally in the same scene together. Come on.
I know. I know. I kind of want that.
And then with fucking like Vass's like sailor mouth and fucking Jurian making all these quips in the background, like that would just add another level of funny to that circle.
Oh, I know. I want the circle so bad. Oh, I just want to see it fall into place. I can't wait to read it.
So Nuala and Caradwyn, who else?
Okay, Nuala and Caradwyn. I am highly concerned that Lady A is going to remain a side character. I love Lady A, especially because she's a mom. She's not like this like young hot.
Like, do you think she's gonna kill her off? I don't see how she can leave her a side character with Lucian's paternity thing, because if Baron's gonna be dead because of Koshi, because he's allied with Koshi now, then she really doesn't have any excuse to leave out like the whole conversation about that at the very least.
But that's what I'm concerned about, is like she has such a rich opportunity to like make Lady A this awesome mom character or whatever, this like beautiful mom that is in love with Helion. But I'm concerned it's gonna be like we get one scene and one conversation, and it's
Like
because they're dying
book
on
one,
the battlefield.
she's like,
yeah.
thank you for saving my son.
Yes. Dude, I need more of Lady A, and I really want to read about her story. And I
And
want to be in the
her
Court.
looks to Helion during the, or his looks to her during the meeting, she wouldn't look at him.
No. Please, like, dive into Lady A's story.
I felt,
want to
I
read
know you
it.
don't really like Helion. I felt that I felt that. And then his when he was getting all upset because Feyre kept pressing and was like, you should have done this and you should have done that. And he's like, and he was literally just like, situations like yours don't end up well for most of us. And I was like, you tell her.
I do like that.
Because
It's
that was an
interesting.
exact follow-up of what Tarquin said in the Summer Court, where he's like, technically, you belong to Spring, you're one of their citizens, and we have every obligation to report that you're here. And so Helion's like, it does not turn out well for other people that have ended up in your situation, which he was talking about Lady A.
It's amazing to me because it's like Feyre's the exception, not the rule. And I understand that's like what books are based off of, right? Is like the female main character. But I do like how you say that the other characters can all acknowledge that like this only happens for Feyre and Rhys because Rhys is the most powerful High Lord and people are afraid of him.
Because if Helion went to get Lady A during her wedding, like Rhys did with Feyre, there would have been a war between the courts. There would have been a ton of people dead from collateral. There would have been all this stuff. And he's like, she had kids with him. That's another layer. Like, she stayed for her kids. Like, he had to kind of respect that. And in a way, once he did become High Lord, he also had to think like, okay, how many of Autumn people that are innocent are going to die if I do this? And like, are her kids going to be collateral damage? So again, Rhys can go grab Feyre. Nothing happens. It's fine.
But why? I don't understand. Like, why?
Because Tamlin isn't the type of person that will cause a war that will hurt other people.
You think that's what it is?
Baron is. Baron is. He allied with Koshi.
Yeah.
For God knows what reason. Apparently Eris thinks it's to get Spring land, but
I'm sure there's another reason. There has to be another reason.
He wants revenge on Helion. I just know it. He wants Helion and Lucien dead. He doesn't want them taking the line. It's weird. I swear.
Yeah. I could see it. I could see that storyline, like Baron wanting revenge. Because, like, when you think about it, like Baron, this is his wife, right? Like, I mean, technically, and I love Lady A, she did step out on her husband.
No,
when she
but again, because we've gone over this.
I know we have, and
she
I
was
still
sold to him. She did not get a choice. She was sold.
But does that make it okay?
Yes. She didn't choose the marriage. They forced it on her. She couldn't say no. She was only 20 at the time. Her parents made it happen, and a High Lord. They forced her into it.
But imagine if the like roles were reversed. I mean, obviously Baron's hurting, right? Like if like I was forced into a marriage as like a young fae with someone who's much older, and like my husband was stepping on me. Oh my God, I'd be so hurt, and I would want revenge. That's actually like a good storyline. You could write like a little side
but you
story
didn't.
off that.
You didn't purchase someone like property. You would have been the one sold to them.
True. That's true. That is true.
Like, and also how Eka brought up how like she thinks that it was Baron that slept with Branna. Like, he's 1100 years old. We think that he's only fucking Lady A.
Maybe, yeah, that's true.
Because the males get away with everything. That's the whole point of like Prithian is like a, it's like
the male. I forget what the name of that is.
Yeah,
the patriarchy, and it's the patriarchy because Thea screwed everyone over, and the men were like, screw the women, no,
because Thea fucked up so bad that the mother is like, you are only having sons. If you have a daughter, it is the person who will take you the fuck down.
I know.
Hence, Rhys's fucking sister. God damn it.
Brings up my next point, so help me God.
Oh, you think Lauren's gonna be the third?
If Lauren is the third character, that remains a side character. Melanie, I don't know, I might like burn my books. I might be like that.
If she fucking teased us like that, bonus chapter and all, fucking Thea, fucking Azriel looks just like Celine. fucking Rune, I look just like my mother. Fucking Bryce, who looks just like Rhys. Hello, family Rhys.
I'm gonna tell you, I think she is. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I think that what happened is the fandom, we put the
Lauren's
pieces
done.
together.
She wasn't
when-
even seen at his wedding. She's just
and she was like, and we like, everyone was putting it out on the internet, and Esther was like, oh, you figured out my secret little plot twist? Guess what? Pulling the plug on it.
if she fucking does that with
gonna do
Cormac,
it.
I will riot.
She's doing it. I'm telling you, mark my words. This is why it's taking so long for the next book to come out, is because she was like, oh, everyone figured out my Lauren storyline. I'm not gonna write it now.
That's ridiculous. You would want to make your fans happy. And I swear to fucking God, like, Sarah J. Maas, right here, right now, if you forget about Cormac, I'm coming for you.
Wait till you say that, Lovey. I don't know.
In the most non-threatening way possible, I'm coming for you. Because you don't exclude a particular person from a heaven scene, make his death suspicious, and then never bring it up again. You don't have someone compared to the World Walker, who could have been the Starborn heir and the sister of the main character, who also had a suspicious death, and never bring it up again. If I don't see Lauren and Cormac in these next fucking books, I am going to explode.
I agree. I'm going to tell you something. Yeah, I would say if Lauren and Cormac is never touched on again,
no. I will not.
I'll be devastated, Melanie. Devastated. Won't even scratch the surface.
A ridiculous amount of buildup. Hank. Both of them. You're going to tell me that you explained in Crescent City 3 that the reason there were periodic girls was so that they would have the Starborn power to defeat the Asteri. You make Rhys be the only person to have a sister who is connected to the Dusk Court and had a mysterious death, and then you don't touch on that, then she would be the Starborn heir, when we also find out that there was an Asteri under the prison. There's an Asteri probably under the other two mountains, which Lauren would have been the one there to defeat. And then make it Nesta. Write Lauren out, just make it Nesta.
It would have been Lauren.
Made it Nesta.
It would. Oh my God, wait a second. Are you saying
Nesta is Lauren's heir? Lauren is no longer on that planet, kind of retired. So now it's Nesta.
Do you think she wrote out the Lauren storyline before CC3? Well, technically she could have. She rewrote CC3 in 5 weeks. And the Lauren buzz has been going on for...
I don't know. What I want to know is, did she... Well, she didn't forget about her because she literally has Rune bring her up at the end of the book, which is fucking weird. You didn't know that?
Don't tell me. I'm not done yet.
It's like a little... He just says, oh, I have to go tell my mother about the Autumn King. I think she'll be the only one who would mourn him.
You're right. No, I knew about that. I know about that.
That's all he says. But when the Asteri are attacking the Fae and everything and all this stuff, and they're moving people to Avalon or whatever, not brought up. There's no, where's my mom? We should move her to Avalon?
But that's what I don't understand.
But then you're going to bring her up after the Avalon situation. She's not on Avalon, but the Asteri didn't touch her, knowing that you were in the glass castle helping your sister try to take them down. They're not going to go and immediately kill your mom.
I know.
What?
Or put her in prison. And that's what I don't understand. I don't understand what happens.
Where was she? Was she gone already? Is that why she wasn't at the wedding? Like, what the fuck? Did you have the conversation that the Autumn King is dead? What happened?
I know.
What happened? Also, I was going through CC3, which I did not notice this, but it's weird. I was going through CC3 looking for quotes the other day for one of my theory boards, and I recognized something. And I don't know, I don't know how it fits in, but we get the Princes of Hell in Crescent City, all right? But each part of each Crescent City book, like part 1, part 2, whatever, is named after a layer of hell.
It's
the first book is the first, I think, 3 layers of hell. The second book is the next 4 layers of hell, or 3 layers of hell. And Hofast is like the last 4 layers of hell. Because it says like, it was, so Crescent City 1 is the canyon, the ravine, and the what the fuck is the other word? The pit, I think. But like all of the parts of each Crescent City book are a layer of hell.
How?
Just really hold on. I gotta pull it up because
Yeah, actually.
I was like,
We have 5
wait,
more minutes. But I was supposed to do this.
because I was going through CC1, I think it was, and I was like, wait, Canyon, Ravine, and then I was like, hold up, are the rest of them like this? And I switched to the other books, and they're all the 7 layers of hell.
Wait, but how would that be? Hold on.
Yes, because Holdfast is hold on.
Where are you seeing this? Are they chapter?
It's hold on. It's 1 and 2. It's book 1 and 2. I gotta pull up, hold on. I gotta pull up CC1. Where is it? Here it is. Crescent City 1.
Because I don't see headings on any of it.
Here it is. I'm on Kindle. Here it is. Yeah. So CC1, part 1 is the hollow. Part 2, where is it? Part 1 is the hollow, part 2 is the trench, part 3 is the canyon. Part 4 is the ravine.
Shut up.
And then CC2, if I pull that up, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, part 1 is the chasm. Part 2 is the abyss. Part 3 is the pit. Books 1 and 2
Oh my God.
are the 7 layers of hell. Books 1 and 2 are the 7 layers of hell.
Wait,
and then
why?
And then CC3 are the 3 magical, I think, occurrences. Yeah. CC3 part 1 is the drop, part 2 is the search, and part 3 is the ascent.
Dude, she said the ascent.
Coming into like their powers.
What have I been telling you about Ascension the entire time?
But
Okay,
why was
why-
1 and
why?
2?
why is it named after hell?
And then someone asked on Instagram the other day. They said, or was it, maybe it was Eka that texted me. I don't know. I have so many DMs and texts or whatever, but someone, see? Someone said, what would Prithian's version of the drop be?
Death.
But no, but then I was just thinking like they wouldn't have needed the drop because they didn't have the parasite, right? That's why they were making them do the drop, to give up their magic so that they could kind of take a hold on them. But then we kind of get in CC3 that the original drop for Akatar was the tithe.
Yeah.
Which again ties back into Tamlin and the Spring Court and their weird alliance with Highburn all this time. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm so like
I have no explanation for it. I was just going through and I was like, are these all the 7 layers? I'm like, did she use all the 7 layers of hell? And I go, holy shit, she did.
she did. But it doesn't make any sense why she would use hell, because they're not in hell. They're in
Crescent City.
Crescent City. They're on, unless the planet was named Hell, but that was not the case.
Well, there is a planet named Hell.
There is. I don't know if it's this Crescent City planet.
Do they have 7 courts, 7 territories? Because that's the 7 layers of hell. Just like Prithian with the 7 courts, kind of.
Make it make sense, Valerie.
But also CC3 with like the drop and then the search and then the ascent. I don't know. That kind of sounds like a Nesta Az thing.
It's weird, right?
And,
Well,
and there's 2 first like 4s left. I'm still like, who the fuck is gonna get them? Who the fuck is gonna get them? Has to be Azriel. Nesta's kind of already tapped out. But like, is it gonna be Azriel and Tamlin? Or does it have to be females? Because if it's fucking Farah, I'm going to lose my shit.
I don't think it's gonna be Farah.
Could it be
I
Elaine?
think she's what? It's gonna be. I think it's gonna be
Could it be
Elaine.
Elaine to match Nesta and Farah?
I think so.
That would be so annoying.
I'd be annoyed too.
I want it to be Az and Tamlin, honestly.
I want it to be as a tale too. I'm not like I don't know. I like the women, but I want more as a Tam. Like I want the guys to get the first Spring Court. I don't know.
Yeah. Did you see
Lucien, or like Lucien?
Yeah. Did you see the post that I did last night? So of course my mind was running a million miles a minute, like it usually does, and I was putting everything together in my head, and I go, I can't explain this to a normal person just with my head, so I have to put it in words on Tumblr first.
Okay.
So I did the whole thing, and so I was thinking about the fact that, which I've gone over a little bit before, I said I was thinking about the fact that Nesta says eyes can be blinded in terms of them watching out for Elaine,
And then in Crescent City, Adis asks what blinds an oracle. So I said, we know that it's Bryce's Dusk Star, but then Nesta gets the same Dusk Star. And basically, we're supposed to think Elaine is an oracle based on that context. But we have no idea what Elaine has been seeing because she was gone from Hofas, which then I realized she clearly didn't see Bryce's visit because Bryce's star blinds an oracle. Nesta's star will also blind Elaine. So if Nesta also has the star, I don't know, I'm just thinking in terms of like Cormac even. If Elaine doesn't see his visit, it's because Nesta has the Dusk Star now. The star blinds an oracle. Nesta and Bryce.
Let me ask. Yeah.
And then I just said, to top it all off, Azriel then follows that up with, again, not the ones under my watch. And it's because he is from Dusk. His shadows are from Dusk. His shadow spies / mini oracles cannot be blinded by power that is of the same source as their own. And as I've said before, if Azriel can visit the prison himself without Rhys, his blood must also be keyed to them, meaning that he's part of Rhys's line, the Dusk line, Thea's line, would also work to open it. And of course, the whole, they know what I am at the prison. Azriel. A Starborn Prince, like Rune, which is why Truth Teller chose Azriel the same way that the Star Sword originally chose Rune. The Star Sword chose Rune, Starborn Prince. Truth Teller chose Azriel, Starborn Prince.
It wasn't given to him?
No.
How
Well,
do we know it chose him?
No. We don't know how he obtained it. Just
Okay,
that
got
it
it.
allows him to wield its magic.
To wield it.
truly
Okay.
magic, right.
Okay.
And Bryce says, which I have on here, but Bryce says in Crescent City 3, in her head, during the Vespers scene, she goes, he has to have some sort of Starborn in his blood to be able to wield that knife. So his little spies can't be blinded because they're the same power as the star. Just like Rune and Bryce have the same magic, just different levels of it.
Yeah.
That's also why Azriel could level up Bryce with his shadows, just like when she put her light through the prism and it had to be intertwined with shadows to be potent enough. And I said, the Akamath, so I listed all the quotes from the last book. So I said, Akamath, Azriel, I'll go, they know what I am. Akawar, she's a seer in regards to Elaine. Akasif, Feyre, we will look out for Elaine. Nesta, eyes can be blinded. Azriel, not the ones under my watch. As if the 8-pointed star was stamped on her very heart. And then mask and crown tumbled from her head. The light exploded, blinding and warm Nesta. This is Akasif. A wind sweeping past them, as if gathering every shard of itself out of the room. As if it faded, dark ink splashed upon Nesta's back, visible through her half-shredded shirt. That's the 8-pointed star. Cassian could have sworn a luminescent, gentle hand prevented the light from leaving her body altogether. The mother, as we know, she has the 8-pointed star tattoo. Cassian does not, as of this moment. I personally think Cormac is going to have it, but... And then after that scene, after that birth scene, toward the end of the book, it says the light inside her brightened to a radiant sun. I said, notably, the sun is stamped on the Dread Trove mask, as we know, as well as it being Helion's sigil. The mask has an adverse reaction with Helion as well. So I feel like Helion's going to be one of the characters to get an arc, kind of, with Dusk. I mean, he also has the Pegasi. So
yeah, he will.
House of Earth and Blood, what blinds an oracle. House of Sky and Breath, the sun is the biggest star. Hello, we knew this. Hofas, he must have had some Starborn in his blood to be able to wield that knife, and you have the 8-pointed star tattooed on you for a reason. Take the blades and go figure out why. So there's that. So when I told you that the scene when Cassian doesn't say I love you back and doesn't bite the biscuit, but when Nesta's like, the light inside her brightened to a radiant sun and it was their mate bond, and I was like, it's not the mate bond, it's your Dusk power. It's not a mate bond. Dusk power. He doesn't have the 8-pointed star. He doesn't have it. I swear to fuck. Cormac's gonna have it. Cormac already had. Cormac had the dark gleaming ink. It says dark ink splashed upon her back.
Lame. I love how we always come full circle to where. Okay.
My point was Nesta's also blinding Elaine in her presence after the whole birth thing, but we haven't gotten to see it. And it was strange that Elaine wasn't in Hofas at all. And like she couldn't warn them about Bryce's visit. And then I was like, fucking duh. What blinds an oracle?
Wait a second. You remember how, real quick, because I gotta go, but like you remember how Rhysand was not surprised when he saw Bryce? He was not surprised. How do we know that wasn't Elaine being like, oh, I just had a vision of a redheaded girl that's gonna end up on the line?
Because everyone else was surprised.
but Reese was not.
I know.
So maybe Elaine only told Reese.
There's no way. There's no way Elaine would have gone to Reese by herself and not Feyre. There's no way.
Possibly. Maybe
Unless we're going by that
Feyre's
pattern that I
pregnant.
said about the besties. How like it's Naz and Nesta and Feyre.
It's gonna be Elaine and Reese. It's absolutely gonna be Elaine and Reese. I guarantee it.
I mean, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I've seen arguments for Elaine and Reese, and I've seen arguments for Gwen and Reese, but
Ew, Gwen and Reese would be weird. I would actually hate Gwen and Reese so much.
and they're like, well, she was so like starstruck in his presence, and I was like, she's a priestess, he's the High Lord. I don't know.
But it also follows up, I think, like a sentence later saying like everyone was starstruck in his presence, and like Nesta doesn't know how Feyre does it. Oh, I hate that. Oh my god, that's so gross to me.
But Reese is also the one that can look and go into the void, remember?
Okay.
So how do we know that he didn't see her like tumbling towards them?
Like coming through? Yeah, I can see that too. Oh my god, I love it.
All right, hello everybody.
The day is saved by the Powerpuff Girls / Val.
I love
Does
it.
this make me
Yes.
blossom? This makes me blossom.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
You're Bubbles. You're the Elaine still.
Me? It would be, you know who acts the most like, I feel like Ekka's Bubbles, don't you guys?
She feels yeah.
And who is the dark-haired one that's like really cynical? That's me.
Both of us. We're both her. I forget right now. What the Buttercup.
Like Friday.
Buttercup. Ekka's Bubbles, I'm Buttercup, you're Blossom.
She pointed out over text the other day that the Illyrian siphons are Powerpuff Girl color.
They are! Ekka, you figured it out. I honestly think that SJM like grew up with us and just like watched all these popular shows and like made one.
Well, here's the thing. She likes Miyazaki movies. Like the scene where Feyre is hunting Andress, that was based off of Princess Mononoke.
Was it really?
Yes. And the part where Reese is like behind her at Calamine and he's like, I've been looking for you. That's Howl's Moving Castle.
Yep.
I just figured that out.
That one is, yeah.
I read Howl's Moving Castle probably like a month or two ago, and I was like, oh, and then I watched that. Is it Mizuyaki? Is that how you say it?
Mizaki.
Mizaki. And I was like, oh, it's Rhysand. She took that. That's Rhysand. But Howl is way cooler. Like, I love Howl.
I love that guy.
I love Howl. I don't necessarily what they like. I don't think I did. I can't talk. I'm having a stroke. I don't like what they did with the movie.
I'm having fun. I'm here.
Watch it with Japanese dub, and everything makes total sense.
Okay. Because the end, we'll have to talk about it because I want to ruin it for Melanie, but the ending of the movie, I was like, it was kind of a mind trip. A little bit. But I love Howl, and I wish that they had a second movie because I just need them in my life.
It's just, I love it.
I love Howl. I love Howl's Moving Castle. Howl is the OG, you guys.
Yes, he is. And Calcifer, which means Laheba from CC1 is Calcifer.
I kind of thought about Calcifer when I was reading that about Lily.
Calcifer who reads smut.
Did you see that girl who cosplayed as Lahaba the other day?
No. Who?
I put on my story.
Gorgeous.
It was so cute.
She was so pretty. It was great.
It was really great. I'll have to send it to you.
Name?
God, I forget who it was.
It's on the chat. It's on the
It should be on the chat. I sent
I'll find it.
I sent it to the CC chat, right? I think.
I'll find it.
I think so.
I think so.
You send it on a couple of chats. I know it was
because I never know like who's on what.
Yeah.
And, oh, I didn't send it on the CC chat. I thought I did.
I'll find
I
it.
think it's either on the rant chat or it's on the podcast chat.
Oh,
Okay.
the podcast chat. Right.
We have so many chats.
I know. I have like, yeah. Olivia's typing. Really? Is she? I don't see it. The frick? I don't know.
I have this
That's not here. That's
urge
so weird.
about comment at my husband who just closed the bathroom door, and I just feel like this intense urge to say something completely about it.
Do it. Do
Oh
it.
my god.
Yep. Thoughts.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. This better not be happening. I heard a little
No.
squeak from one of the- I know.
No.
Forget the Lehabot cosplay. I'll find her later. I'll find her later.
Find her later.
Tell me
Okay.
what's gonna upset me so much because now you made me all upset.
Okay. Well, to start, I was so happy that Jess finally finished Crescent City, and she did part 1 of follower questions, and she answered them, and I was sending you guys the answer.
I didn't read it yet.
And
Or
so
her answer. Her answers.
Oh, okay. So
you know, the first question that she got was, do you think the Valg and the Asteria are the same thing? She's like, yeah, absolutely, no question. Like, it's solidified at this point. I was like, yes, same opinion as me. Awesome, let's go. And then they were like, oh, what do you think Fury is? And she was kind of annoyed because she didn't know what Fury is. And then her other question was, do you think Cormac is dead? And she goes, absolutely not. It's too suspicious. He's gonna show up in the next book. And that's the way that I was so overjoyed. You have no idea. I sent her all my Cormac stuff. So ridiculous. You're the only one, I think, that thinks that he's actually dead.
There's no way. There has to be other people who think he's dead. He's totally dead.
He's not dead.
Oh my gosh, you guys, he has to be dead.
Guys, he's not. He wasn't in the fucking heaven scene. It's weird. It's weird. She's like, oh, that was the follow-up, because she said it was suspicious, and we even knew that Danica was dead because we saw her in a pile of guts. She goes, SJM absolutely confirms when people are dead with bodies or something. So like, was it Cormac got exploded, like we would have seen like a hand or like a foot or like, I don't know, I feel like we would have seen a body part. Like Danica was like entrails.
Ew. I will never look at spaghetti the same way again.
I got
intrusive thought.
Okay, wait a second. I have not read as far as you guys in Throw Glass, but I thought that the rumor mill, I had heard that like there's no body for Gavriel, but Gavriel's dead, right?
They
right?
found his body. Yeah.
They found it?
Yeah. Adian sees his body.
I was so upset.
There's a body. The only two people we do not have bodies for are Cormac and Kaltain, and they died the exact same way. And I swear to God, I know Kaltain is in fucking Azriel's family line. She has to be.
But Kaltain was a ghost and showed up to Dorian.
But was she? Because she doesn't confirm that she's a ghost. She thinks that she's dead, but she doesn't know where she is. Why would a ghost say, I don't know where I am? It's suspicious. Just like Cormac's is suspicious.
Medium.
Was she world walking? Because the Valg was in her when she died. Mm-hmm. I think she was a hologram like Hybern and not actually a ghost. So those are the only two that are freaking suspicious.
Wait.
And they both blew up in buildings to destroy the Asteri.
Okay.
They both had fire magic. Maybe Kaltain is also part of well, we know that Cormac and Azriel are kind of related too, in a way. So I mean, Kaltain could be part of both of their lines. Ooh, I'm still convinced that's why his brothers tried to burn him.
What if Kaltain is the mother or auntie to Brana and what's his face?
Dagden?
Yeah.
Really? What makes you think that?
Mainly the dark hair. And because she was a hologram like Hybern.
Yeah. Interesting. That's interesting though.
But I mean, yeah, I guess. That's right? It's weird though, because we don't really know like Valg family dynamics. Like what constitutes a niece and a nephew?
We know they like Sweet Home Alabama.
So I'm like, what constitutes a niece and a nephew? Like, is it because Kaltain was possessed when they were making her maybe pop out babies? I don't know. It's weird. Because there's still that theory that that's why Holland was so awful, even though he didn't actually have a Valg. But who knows?
Well,
that he was incestuous.
But wasn't it like the? I don't know. I'll come out to that later. I'll talk about.
But anyways, I was thrilled that she answered in the way that I agreed with all of her stances.
Okay, I have a problem though with her saying that the Valg is the same as the Asteri, because then you're saying that Rhysand is an Asteri.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember? Because we said that like he could be feeding off Alaris, and that's why there's lights and like city lights, like that there's nowhere else.
Light.
First light.
Like the Fey light that was lighting up the door in front of the door of Nesta's apartment in the slums.
Yeah.
To be fair though, Tamlin's Manor also had Fey light. So I don't know if it's like the same, but there's like all the lights in the shops and like the Rainbow District. I don't know. It's just weird because credit cards, like how? The credit cards.
So are you saying because Valeris is the most advanced city, similar to Crescent City, that also is kind of like a link to the Asteri?
Yeah. Which is why the people were like afraid of Amryn, because maybe I feel like they kind of felt the way that Ethan felt near the Underking, how like they like just inherently knew that she was an enemy.
What if Amryn's dad is the Underking?
Could be.
Ooh, I like that.
Would she be a princess though if she was a Barrow White? It depends on her mom, I guess.
Wait, shit, I can't remember what book that's in. I think it's Heir of Fire. So if that's the case,
Barrow Whites, yeah.
Where Aelin just messes herself.
Okay, Rowan was a fucking dickwad in that book.
Yeah, he
Awful
was.
to her. Like, I don't like Aelin. I think she's a spoiled, entitled little brat, but
That's why I like her.
Rowan was awful in that book. She reminded me too much of Farah. Like how like she was humble as like more humble as like an assassin, and then once she like was like, I'm queen, and she just became all annoying. But
Yeah.
that's me.
I'm
Renard
like,
was adorable when she becomes queen. Like she's
I didn't
just
see that yet, okay?
oh, you
I
guys
know. I know the scene. I know the will you bleed red or black? It's like, what is
It
your
was
name, Prince Phil?
so great.
And like, I don't get Dorian either, because you're gonna go from someone like Sorsha to like Manon. And he was like, go ahead, eat me, bitch. He was just taunting the fuck out of her. She was like, I've eaten men for sport. And he's like, and?
That's hot. He's like, that's hot.
He's like, want a taste? And she's like,
To be fair, Dorian had seen some shit. Dorian had seen some shit. There wasn't much he was gonna lose.
Yeah.
And then he
except his
got
fucking life.
and he got a little what?
Then he got a little excited by it.
little too turned on by death.
A little bit. Just a
Okay,
smidge.
you guys, I'm like, can I ask you guys a question? Because I'm reading, you know, I'm like trying to power through Crown of Midnight, struggling for various reasons. But one, I sent you guys that thing. I was like, Selena, sorry, is such a brat to Dorian. When she's like, we have plans for Kale's birthday, and like didn't even invite him, but like Dorian and Kale were best friends first. Did anyone else think that was like really annoying?
Oh, she continually gets between them.
But like that's so crappy. Why do people like that? I hate
hello,
that.
Tamlin and Lucien and Farah.
Yes. Did you guys feel like
and
annoyed
everyone
by that
hates
too?
me. Everyone hates me on the Chog chat because they're like, she's nothing like Farah at all. I'm like, are you reading the same books?
I know.
Farah is way
like,
more, well, I wouldn't say way more immature. Farah is more naive than Aelin, because obviously she like wasn't an assassin or anything. She was just like a kid hunting deer. But they are equally as like gritty and, you know, not really good people. To the people they call friends.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know. Did either of you feel that way when you read Selena do that? It was kind of like an ick moment for me. I was like, ew, like
my
Dorian.
biggest Selena ick is like when is the first time she comes back and she's like fallen for Rowan, and then she's all over Kale's ass being like, you hate me because I'm Fae and you're so racist and da, 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 da. When like literally his last words to her when she left were I love you. And she comes back like spitting this bullshit at him, and everyone's like, he said that he hated her because she was half Fae and he's such a racist and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, she started that because she saw him with Nezrin, got pissed that he moved on.
He got
jealous that he moved on, but she was already falling for Rowan and feeling guilt for that, and so she turned all of that back on Kale.
She was a brat.
Like
Aelin or Selena was
in the tunnels.
Yeah.
She was a
so do other people feel that way too? Because Melanie, Eka, you feel she's kind of a brat?
I mean, I knew she was a brat going in, so
yeah, me too.
There wasn't much to disappoint me.
Yeah.
I just knew she was a brat going in, and I just kind of accepted it. Like, okay,
I mean, fire-breathing bitch queen, you kind of have to make assumptions.
Yeah.
Okay, so because my main thing is like I'm at the point where I don't like how she's treating Dorian. I'm still like way in the beginning. I'm kind of starting to feel like Dorian might be the character I love the most. I don't know, maybe it's just I could be wrong, but like that's kind of the feeling I'm getting here. Is like I feel like everyone's shitting on Dorian because he's a prince. No one's nice to him.
Yeah,
and I'm like I might root for Dorian over Selena. I don't quite know.
I have a very
definitely Dorian because
I have a very unpopular opinion. I think people are going to come for me if I say it.
Wait, what was that? What was I saying? I want to hear what you guys say, Melanie.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I love Dorian's duality.
Do you?
He goes from puppy dog to hot damn shadow daddy, and like
maybe that's what I didn't like. So the thing is, it's like she completely 180s his character almost.
Okay.
After the Valg thing, like obviously it super fucks him up and makes him grow up a lot. But it's like the way that he was, I just really loved the way that he was with Sorsha, because he was like, I don't care if I'm a prince and you're just a healer. Like, I love you, and, you know, we can make this work. And I know that my dad's going to be an issue, and da-da-da-da-da. And then, like, literally, like, he gets infected by Valg, and the Valg murders people, whatever. He's all fucked up, and he has the collar line and all that shit. And then, like, he meets Manon, and, like, he's immediately, like, fucking stalkery obsessed with her. It was weird. It was weird. And so I'm still at the point where like they're like flirting, but he's like super into her. I'm like, you're like super into her and want to jump her 1 minute, but then the next minute you're like, oh, I'm so traumatized and like I can't believe the love of my life is dead. So I'm like,
because she's a rebound.
I know.
Wait, because who's a rebound?
Manon.
Manon's the
Yeah. But then everyone's
what?
like, they're game. And I was like, are they? And I feel like I'm gonna get ripped to shreds because it's like the fandom's favorite ship.
Okay, wait one
For
second.
various reasons.
For various reasons.
You just dropped a major bombshell for me that Manon is the rebound and not the end game like I've been seeing on all of the arts.
No, well, they're end game.
Oh, they are end game.
Well, where the books end, they're together-ish.
Look, I'm feeling shit about that. You
That's
guys
why
gotta
we think there's gonna be a Minorian book. Because they never really like finished the story.
She did it. Oh my god.
They're like together, but they're like, oh, we have to figure out our own kingdoms and then we can figure out ourselves together.
Okay, that sucks. That sounds like I feel like I'm gonna read the last book and be like, have you guys seen five? I don't know if it's what's that Bradley Cooper movie where he's reading that book and he's like bipolar and he closes it and he was like, what the fuck? And like throws the book out the window.
Oh, the Silver Line.
Yes, Silver Lining Playbook. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I got the joke. Molly's seen it too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like literally the only people with a happy ending is like Rowan and Aelin. Like, let's be real. Kind of
No,
80 and
no,
Alessandra.
no.
No one gets a happy ending. What?
Wait. There are two other couples that get a happy ending, but I'm not going to say who they are.
Nesrin and
Don't say
Sardak.
Thank you. Melanie, stop. Melanie,
You
stop.
knew about them.
No, I don't. Stop talking.
You guys
You're
gotta
the one
catch
that-
up.
She's the one that said that they were Helian's parents like months ago. She didn't even read the book yet. You know about them.
I did say that. I was like, they're Helian's parents. I did say that.
They're human. They could be, which I was thinking of, they could be Ember Quinlan's ancestors.
But Ember doesn't have that coloring, right? They were like
Yes, she
Middle
does.
Eastern.
The golden brown skin and the black hair. She does. That's why I was saying, like, oh, she has to be related to Helian. But if she really is human, maybe she was related to Nesrin and Sartak. Perhaps. Down the line.
So let me ask you guys both this. Is there any happiness in Throne of Glass at all? Or is this just continual heartbreak and fucked up storylines? And you're just gonna be
There is mainly Tower of Dawn.
really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tower of Dawn's the happiest book.
Well,
Wow.
aside from the circuit.
Fuck the circus.
You guys, I
Dude,
dying.
Lorcan is giving me Tam vibes, and I love him.
I love Lorcan. Oh my
He's giving me a
God.
heavy Tamlin vibes.
You guys
Because-
like Lorcan?
Because he's like really gruff and growly, but then
He's such
Alid like gets her period on the boat and he's like ripping his shirt for her.
He's a
Gosh, stop.
gentleman. He's cunty, but he's also a gentleman.
Yeah. Exactly. Like that's Tamlin. Hello.
I love it.
Like Lorcan and Alid are my Tamlin and Briar. Like that's what they give. That's literally what they give. Mhm.
Let me ask you this. Who okay, each of you. I want you to
tight too.
We never find out what the fuck he did.
We can imagine what he did. There's plenty of
We
AO3
need
fanfics
details.
about what he did.
What did Lorcan do?
Go on AO3. You'll find out.
you guys, I want to ask both of you. Okay, who is your favorite couple in Throne of Glass? And why?
Do they have to be endgame?
Hard.
Do they have to be endgame? Let's do endgame first, and then we can say who wasn't endgame that you wish came to
So
fruition.
I have not really read about them yet, but I've seen enough on Tumblr and everything to know that Lorcan and Alid are going to be my favorite, just like Tamlin and Briar. I know they are Tamlin and Briar.
Really? I'm really surprised by that answer, actually. Lorcan and Alid, okay.
And this is my super unpopular opinion because I get so heated when people hate her, but my non-endgame favorite couple were Dorian and Sorsha. I can't let them go. They're like Selena and Sam. Like I can't let it go. I can't.
You like them more than you like Selena and Sam?
Equally.
Well,
because Selena and Sam and Dorian and Sorsha, but especially Dorian and Sorsha, are huge Lucien and Jesminda vibes.
Oh,
I actually did a whole reel about that, how I said that the reason we didn't get the flashback of Jesminda's death is because we got it in Crown of Midnight.
Glass. Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah,
It's
we
the
did.
same
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna cry.
you're gonna ball your eyes.
You're gonna bawl. I cried.
I
cried.
cried. Emotional.
I never
up to this
cry.
point.
I cried for Sam and I cried for Sorsha, and those are the only two times I have ever cried for any book ever.
Really? You guys, I was sad about Sam. I cried for Sam literally for like a week straight.
Oh,
Off and on.
Sorsha's death is almost as bad as Sam's.
Is it really? Oh my
Actually,
God.
it's actually the situation. Well, yeah, the situation is worse than Sam's because Aelin doesn't get hurt when Sam is killed, but Dorian gets hurt when
And Kale gets hurt.
Oh my god.
That scene.
You guys,
Dorian and Kale and Sorsha all get fucking wrecked at the end of Crown of Midnight by the king.
I knew it. I'm like reading this book and I can already read like the writing on the wall. I'm like, I just have a bad feeling
Eka,
about how it's gonna end.
I have a bone to pick with you. Because I thought that Kale I have a finger bone to pick with you. I thought that Kale gets wrecked at the end of Crown of Midnight and then he has his healing journey. And that was good. I did not know that he gets shredded a second time and almost dies again.
Does he?
Yeah, which is why Irene can't fully heal him. Because what's her face that we were talking about the other night? Duva, possessed by the Valg, fucking shreds his spine.
Shit, I forgot about that.
What the fuck? I was reading the wiki and I go, what?
I read it in like 6 years.
Hell.
Okay, I'm gonna cover my ears now. Okay,
But-
don't say anything else about Kale because I don't want to know.
No, I want to jump into what I wanted to talk to you originally.
Wait, I want to hear Eka's couple and then jump in.
Oh, yeah. I think
So,
Go ahead.
my favorite couple, there's two favorite couples that are my favorite. Actually, three.
She just can't decide. She likes all
I
of them.
know.
So I like Minorian because I don't know, he brings out a different side of Manon that is just absolutely adorable. Like
I
she
do
acts
like
like
that.
a kid around him. It's cute.
I think he softened her and she hardened him more than one way. But you know.
That was pretty good.
So that's the first one. The second one, obviously, Alid and Lorcan.
Really?
Oh my god, their chemistry is like insane. Insane.
Alid is such a short girl bitch. I love her.
With huge tits. It's
But
great.
that's why I'm like, this is fucking Talon and Briar first generation. So much.
I'm so excited to meet them now because I did not expect you guys to love them. I don't know why.
And the third one is Kale and Irene.
Yeah, I'm just getting to them.
Oh
Well-
my god, cute. And they have a happy ending.
I know they're happy endings.
Don't say it.
It takes a lot though. It takes a lot.
Yeah, it takes a lot of
No,
work.
they're really cute, but I haven't read them yet, so I don't know. Holy
Wait,
yet.
Kale
I know a lot
has
that happened.
So much crap. He needs to have a happy ending because it sounds like everyone in the series, he got the short end of the stick. Am I right? Him and Sam and Sorsha got the shortest ends of the stick.
And Lyria.
Why?
And
And who?
Lyria.
Let's just say he's not entirely paralyzed. He's paralyzed from the knees down.
From the what down?
From the thighs down.
He's paralyzed from
It
the
still
knees
works. His equipment still works.
down. He has a third leg and it still works.
Thank God, because if that didn't work, if she seriously made that not work, I'd be like, she should have killed this character off because that's fucked up.
No, it works.
It works.
It works really well, a little too well.
You've seen that art of him in the chair and her.
Like, yeah,
I love that. I love that art.
I
I
think that
saw
was an
it. I
actual,
love it.
Huh?
I think that's an actual scene too.
Is it
I think
I
so.
feel like it is.
in Tower of Dawn?
Uh-huh.
I like that.
Oh, they get steamy. Like, woo! Not like the lead and working scene.
Arena's like, you lost a good one. Lost a good one, sister. Fucking Aelin.
Wait, Irene says that about Aelin?
No, I'm saying she should because
Oh,
No, because Aelin did something really nice for Irene, but you'll find out later.
no, she already read it. She read Assassin's Blade.
No.
Oh, another thing?
It's related to Assassin's Blade, but it shows up in Tower of Dawn.
Is that the money that she gave her? Is she went to the Torre, right? With the note? Yeah, I thought so. She paid for her to go to school at the Torre.
I love
That
Irene.
was so cute.
A precious character. I love her.
between Alid and Irene, who do you guys like more?
Oh, fudge.
That's like
Equally-
comparing Nesta and Elaine.
Yeah.
Is it?
Like Alid is like the bitch queen, not really queen, but like the bitch queen, and Irene's like the softie,
Yeah.
soft and steamy.
I did not know that Alid was kind of a bitch. I always, when I look at her art, she seems like Elaine to me.
She
Every time
looks-
everyone's
Oh, and she uses that to her advantage. Believe
Yeah,
me. She's like, oh,
Yeah,
I look
definitely.
soft and innocent.
She's a menace, and I love her for
She's
it.
she's
little
a menace. Is
I
she
love it.
really? Oh my gosh. Okay.
She
It's
looks so innocent, and like she looks so like she's an adult, but she looks super young, and like
Yeah.
everyone underestimates her, and she knows it, and she loves it.
She's like, go ahead, fucking underestimate me. Me and my bum ankle. I'm just a cripple. And they do whatever she wants.
I love the dynamic between her and Manon and Aelin. It's hilarious. It's like, who's gonna get custody of her?
You're like, who's watching a lead? She can't run.
Wait, is she like feral? Like they feel like they have to watch it lead because she gets into a lot of shit, or is she like they're like we love her? She's like our baby.
Well, no, she has like a bad ankle, like she can't walk right. She like has a limp and everything, so she can't like run. So they're like, who's protecting a lead because she can't run? But isn't there like I heard that there was a scene where she rides a horse to save Lorcan or something?
Lorcan also gives her piggyback rides.
Oh, man after my own heart. He sounds wonderful.
He's like, I will just carry you everywhere because my 2 footsteps are like 25 of yours.
Okay, the only thing
magic for her to not feel the pain.
Yeah.
He's such a sweetheart. I love Lorcan.
And then what they do at the end. I already know. It's oh my god.
Stop
but
it.
see, that is what concerns me in terms of Tamlin. That's what concerns me.
Wait. What do you mean?
Ma'am?
The lifespan? No, the lifespan.
I'm not listening.
He ties his life to her.
That's bullshit.
And so they both died like of old age. So if like Briar's also human and Tamlin ties his life to her.
But that's also cute because it'll go into the curse that Feyre put on Tamlin.
I know. That's why I'm afraid. The freaking Beauty and the Beast sorceress and the I know. I'm worried.
Well, they kind of did something similar between it. Well, never mind. You guys gotta catch up. You guys gotta catch up.
Well,
I don't want to be too
people
spoilery.
want to believe that Minorian did that, but
No, I'm not talking about Minorian.
oh. Well,
Don't ruin it.
I'm not. I'm just thinking. Oh, we don't know how shapeshifters age. Do we? Well, they're Fae. No, not Lysandra.
Nope.
Who am I leaving out?
You have to finish Tower of Dawn to get it.
The other 2 are human. I'm so confused. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You gatekeeper. You fucking gatekeeper.
I love
When
how
I actually remember shit, yeah.
I'm like, how dare you? You're like, I forgot.
No, I did. Look, I read those like 6 years ago.
Oh my god. You should do a reread. Start with Crown of Midnight where she is.
I will cry because
Anyway.
Dude, does Crown of Midnight upset anyone else? The fucking dynamics between Dorian and Kale.
I get really upset when I go online and look at people talking about Crown of Midnight because I can't stand the Sorsha hate. I can't.
It's just like
why is she getting hate? She
has like almost as much hate as Tamlin, and I don't fucking understand it.
She wasn't there for that long.
They're like, she was fucking weird and stalkery, and she was super boring, and she didn't deserve him, and like it was. I hate it so much.
Ew.
I hate it so much.
Jealous?
Because she was literally the sweetest.
She was so sweet.
She was so sweet, and she was like, he'll never even look at me because I'm just a healer, and like he's the prince, and it will never work out. And like that, like couple of chapters that they're together is like my favorite thing, and she heals him. You know,
I swear.
Now that I'm thinking about it, who was that fucking bitch that was her boss?
Fuck, I can't remember. I need to do a review.
You know who I'm talking about? Her boss, the head healer, whatever the fuck her name was. She was a bitch, and they remind me of Meryl and Gwen.
No, don't say that because Gwen has to live.
No, Gwen's gonna live, but I mean like the bitchy boss to like the sweet character dynamic is like there was no reason she had to be that much of a bitch to her.
I kind of thought of Jessica, but yeah, that makes sense for her to act like Meryl.
I forget her name. I hated her so much. I didn't even want to remember her.
That memory is completely blocked out, but it sounds familiar.
And
I like the character.
Yeah. But I was telling I don't think is it in Crown of Midnight? Okay, no, maybe it was Throne of Glass. It was Throne of Glass where they take down the clock tower, right? Or is that Crown of Midnight?
No, that's Crown of Midnight. That has not happened yet. It's towards the end.
Well, anyways, something happens, and I think I've told you this before, but you probably forgot. Something happens, and they're like falling from the building, and Rowan sends his wind power to cushion their fall.
In Crown of Midnight? But Rowan doesn't even know them.
No, Air of Fire, I think. Air of Fire. But Tam's ancestor.
I gotta say it.
Saying that for a while that he's Tamlin's ancestor.
You think Tamlin's we
Dude,
talked
when
about
I
it,
read
but
that, I sent you the text and I was like, he sent his witch to protect them, just like Tamlin. Dude, he broke their fall with it. Like, even Pale, so he didn't die when he, like, splat on the ground. He, like, cushioned them with wind power.
Melanie, did you just recently read that and you did not tell me?
I texted it to you when I read it in Air of Fire. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to read it. And you're still on Crown of Midnight.
No. And then you were like, and then we got into this big argument, remember, about how you said that was Elaine's wind power, remember? And I was like, no, it fucking isn't. And you're like, yes,
no,
it is.
I said there's a possibility that it could be Briar's if she wasn't human. And then you got mad at me. And then I said, well, there's also a possibility that it could be Elaine's because you were the one saying that she had the nature manipulation. So, but regardless, Tamlin has wind power.
Yes.
And I also
Yes.
said that I think that the wind power that he sent to them to get away was different than the wind power sent to himself to get through the wards. Because I don't think he can use his powers on himself.
Does that mean he's related to Meryl?
I wondered about that.
Well, Rowan does have the white silver hair too.
Yes.
I don't know. It's all gonna come full circle, and I can't wait.
I feel like I'm gonna also be kind of sad though when it does come full circle and like we're all officially done. I'm gonna be like, oh man.
I just want Reese to be related to Maeve. Like, can she just confirm?
That's gonna be the biggest book hangover ever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna sleep for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Dude, do you know how long we're gonna be waiting for ACOTAR 7? Probably longer than ACOTAR 6, because she already said that she's doing the secret book after this, and then the first book of Twilight of the Gods, and then CC4, and then ACOTAR 7.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I don't know.
You guys, we are gonna be probably like 10
Old
years
maids.
older. Yeah. We're gonna be like in our 40s and 50s and doing this podcast like, hi, welcome back, y'all.
We literally are. Sarah's gonna be like 70 still typing away, doing little like ACOTAR character novellas. Her kids are gonna be like in their 30s.
Oh my
You guys, I swear, like, we have to, when ACOTAR 7 comes out, like, I want the three of us somehow to meet up and just like, I don't know, hang out or do
Girls
something.
trip.
Girls trip. I want us to like go to a bookstore she's gonna be at and like get our books signed together or something. That's what I want.
Have you guys ever watched the movie Book Club? I watched it the other day with my aunt, and it's about these 4 ladies in their 60s, and they all obviously like live different lives and in different places or whatever, but they all get together once a month for book club. And so the first movie, it was kind of like the Sex and the City girls, but like older. And so the one that was like more sexy or whatever, it was like her month to choose. And she's like, guess what? We're reading about Christian Grey, 50 Shades of Grey. And so like there's one of them like reading it on a plane and like reading it on and the movie is fucking hilarious. And then it came out in 2018, and then the second one came out last year. So I watched the second one the next day. And the first book that they read in that one was Normal People, which I actually have and haven't read yet. I don't know where the fuck it is. It's over here somewhere. I saw it the other day. Right there. Normal People by Sally Rooney. I was like, what? I haven't read it yet, but I have that book. So you guys definitely should watch those movies because they're hilarious.
I'll watch it. We have to watch it.
Yeah.
I love our little book club podcast. I think it's so cute.
We're literally gonna
even though
we're gonna be those 60-year-olds zooming like on the show, the movie.
Our Zooms are gonna be like a seance. Are you there?
Oh my god, there was a scene where one of them had the potato filter on, and she's like, why?
I love that potato filter.
It's like the lawyer that was on the news that couldn't get the cat filter off. He's like, why am I a cat? And his whole office was loud.
It's so good.
Anyway, what I wanted to go over was we stopped at the eyes can be blinded quote, and I didn't continue. And I realized the other day that I didn't continue because we went off on like a dusk tangent or whatever. And this is actually like a super important scene because even though it's like a lot of Nesta and a lot of Cassian foreshadowing, there's also like a lot of Reese foreshadowing too, which is weird. And yeah, it's really weird because this is the second time Nesta has scryed, right? The first time she had the nightmare after, and how I was saying that, Reese entered the void and grabbed her hand and pulled her back the same way that he did with Amryn, right? He can enter the void. Like he can enter the cauldron whenever he wants through people's minds and pull them back.
Do you remember that? We talked about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, eyes can be blinded, not the ones under my command. Azrael had gone with Feyre into the heart of Hybern's camp to save Elaine. He knew the risk. We won't make the same mistake twice. She believed him, all right. She scooped up the stones and bones. They were ice cold against her fingers. And then, she's saying, no harm, no harm, no harm, no harm, no harm. It says, what had been an endless spiral of thoughts vanished. A gaping hole yawned open in her mind. Sounds like the black hole.
Who is this?
Nesta, when she's
Okay.
trying to scry. Gaping hole yawned open in her mind. She eased into the darkness as if slowly submerging herself in a pool. It's the fucking cauldron. The cauldron's the void. Right?
It also sounds like the Starlight Pool.
In a way, yeah. Cassian's arm brushed hers. She let that anchor her too, a lifeline out, but he couldn't get her out, really. Took his hands, laced their fingers. Then she allowed the last of her mind to slip beneath the black surface, and then nothing, falling slowly, drifting like a small stone fluttering to the bottom of a pond. That sounds like when Rhys said that he and Amren were floating in the void after they died. And he, again, the second time, or the first time, he took Amren's hand, brought her back. And then in Akasif, took Nesta's hand, brought her back. What is with Rhys being inherently connected to the void?
He also did that with Feyre when she died, when Amarantha killed her. He did that when Feyre died, because she also talked about swimming in the cauldron, and she didn't know what it was called, but she just felt like she was swimming in a void.
And he's like, oh, I brought her back with our mate bond. But, like, you did it to Nesta and Amren, too. The mask, she whispered, casting her mind into the eternity. Where's the mask with the dread trove? Still she drifted in liquid night. And then it says, in the beginning and in the end, there was darkness and nothing more. The void was reciting Celine's hologram. That's what it started with. She had first heard that truth, understood.
So wait, that means Selene is the mother.
Huh?
That means Selene is the mother.
I don't know, though, because then there was Thea.
Then it's the three-faced goddess.
Because Thea had the two daughters, so is it the three of them make up the mother?
There was 3 parts of the star. I don't know, maybe. And isn't that Manon's crown, the 3 stars?
But then how would Selene be related to Manon?
I don't know.
That's my thing.
It's so weird.
Do you know?
She's Croaken. She's Croaken. Because Manon's crown is the Croaken Queen crown, not Blackbeak. So that would mean
they were more Fae. They were more Fae.
Wait. Why does, I know I'm gonna read it, but like, shouldn't Manon have the Iron Teeth crown? Why does she have the? Is this the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a whole thing.
The whole thing.
It is. And also, why does Baba Yellowlegs have Feyre's crown too?
That's the thing.
We find out. Do we wait? Can you confirm with me that crown Baba Yellowlegs is wearing is Feyre's crown?
I don't know. That I don't know for certain.
She makes all these crowns look the same. It's annoying.
Well, they're all the 3 stars.
Yeah, it's all the stars. But this was interesting. So it says in the beginning and in the end, there was darkness and nothing more, beginning of the hologram. But then it says, Nesta had first heard that truth and understood it during her battle with the cauldron. When she was first thrown into the cauldron. That's immediately what she heard when she was fighting with it. Understood it again now as she floated into that same strange place, both full and empty, forever cold. Where's the mask? She asked the void. Distantly, like a candle in a window, she felt Cassian's hand tighten on hers. Nothing could trap or hold her if she had the way home. Where is the mask? And then it says long minutes later, blah, 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 blah. There's like a little chapter break. Her other hand extended over the map, bones and stones bulging within. Cassian swapped glances with Feyre. He'd barely been able to look at her when he'd entered to see the slight swelling in her belly, blah, blah, blah. Now it says, and this you'll remember from the scene with when Feyre gives birth and then Nesta makes the deal with the cauldron. Remember how the wind rushed out of the room? Like the mother? It says, now a chilled phantom breeze drifted past him. The hair on the back of his neck stood. Amren let out a soft hiss. Where is she wandering to? Bitch, that's your question? How do you know?
Wait, Amren was asking where the mother was wandering
No,
to?
Nesta, because she was crying and she like entered the cauldron.
Oh.
And she says, where is she wandering to?
Why did it bother Amren so much?
Hissed? Does she like not want Nesta to find out like what she like where she comes from, what she is? I don't know. Because it was after the phantom breeze drifted past them and like all their hair stood on edge. Nesta's hand remained over the map, but her fingers in his had gone cold as ice. Across the table, Azriel's breath clouded. Rhys stepped closer to Feyre, positioning himself to intercept any threats. This didn't happen that time during the war with Hybern, Azrael murmured. Before any of them could answer, Nesta's eyelids shifted like she was seeing something. Her brows bunched, just a quiver toward each other. Her fingers tightened on the stones and bones, knuckles going white, and the air still grew colder. If you see the masked girl, then now would be the time to let go, Amryn ordered, her voice wary. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Nesta's hand remained shut, but her eyes still moved rapidly behind their lids, searching, seeking. Is Nesta the fucking, like, oracle?
Oh.
Mystic from Crescent City.
So
Slipping into the water,
so she's the
searching
mystic.
throughout worlds.
So she's the mystic and
Elaine's an
Elaine
oracle, and Nesta's a mystic. Oh my god.
/ witch.
Yeah. Nesta, Thera commanded, open your hand. Thera had gone into Nesta's mind the last time, had pulled her out thanks to the Daimati power she inherited from Rhys. Thera swore softly. She never lowered her shields. Her shields are, ... a fortress of solid iron, Rhys murmured, eyes on Nesta. I can't get in, Thera breathed. Can you? Her mind is guarded with something that no fairy magic can break, Amryn said, the essence of the cauldron itself. But Nesta showed no fear and no scent of it. So she wasn't actually channeling the cauldron, but something that was from the cauldron. Give her time, Cassian murmured. Gods, it was cold. Nesta's eyelids fluttered again. I don't like this, Feyre said. Wherever she is, it feels deadly. What? Again, Nesta, Thera's connection to the mother.
But wait, did Nesta go into Crescent City?
I don't fucking know. We don't know.
It feels deadly. Like,
wherever she is, it feels deadly. Did she see the barren planet of the gods? She was looking for the mask.
And is that why Amryn doesn't like it? Because it has to do with gods and she's...
She doesn't like her secrets being known.
No.
She's the gatekeeper of this entire series.
I know.
She is SJM's favorite female in ACOTAR, apparently.
No, Nesta is the favorite now.
Nesta,
yeah, it
both,
changed? Yeah. Oh, okay.
The cold kept dropping. Nesta's hand tightened in a hard squeeze, a warning. Get her out, Rhys, Cassian demanded. Get her out now. I can't, he said. His power, a cloak of stars and night around him. The doors to her mind were open the other night. They're shut now. He can't get in. He can't get in. That's why Nesta's more powerful than him.
Hold on, I'm coming. Oh, wait, you guys. I have to. You keep reading. I'm just going to step out because Logan's awake. I'll be right back, okay?
Yep. Okay. It says, she doesn't want it seeing her or us. What is it? Feyre says that. She doesn't want it seeing her or us, she said, her face tight. She's locked it out, but also locked herself in.
Either the cauldron or the oracle.
Was this the astronomer? I don't know. Was it Adis? Was it Apollyon? Was it I don't know. I actually have a hunch because I think it says later, but I think it's I literally think it is like death, like just death, because they called her Lady Death. I think it's a wholly different entity than the cauldron.
Like Hellas? Like Lorcan? Like Lorcan's patron?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cassian's stomach twisted. Nesta, he said into her ear. Nesta, open your hand and come back. Her breathing sharpened and the cold deepened. Nesta, he snarled. And the cold halted. It did not vanish, but her eyes flicked open. Silver fire burned within them. Nothing fey looked out through them. Is this Deanna?
Hey, but nothing human.
Is this Deanna?
Yes.
Is Deanna death? Do we know? Is she the goddess of death?
Oh, shit. Nameless is my prize.
What the fuck? Damn it! I need Olivia here because this part has to do with Cassian, and I need her to hear it. God damn it!
Yeah, Olivia, come back.
Okay, but I haven't read the Deanna part yet. Doesn't she also like point at like a city that she wants to decimate?
She is kind of like Feyre in a way, to where she's multifaceted. She's technically like the Lady of Many Faces, kind of like how Feyre is canonically named Faces.
How did Feyre know this though? Like, I mean, she does have like all the powers and part of Rhys's power, and she is like the conduit for the mother. But like, how did she know? I don't like this. Wherever she is, it feels deadly. Is she just guessing like, oh, it's so cold, we're gonna die? Or is it deeper than that and she actually knows something? Because it could be taken either way.
I think she knows something, but she's misinterpreting it. Kind of like how she misinterpreted the whole thing with Tamlin.
Ugh.
She feels something. She just cannot wrap her head around what it is.
Fucking Amryn. I would bet that she knows everything about Reese too. And purposely isn't telling him.
She does, because she's like, you could be High King. Like, you should be High King. Like, what makes you say that, Amryn?
She 100% knew about Thea and Celine and Vesperus. 100%.
What would Amryn say about Cormac?
I don't know. And we only got that one tiny scene with her and Bryce. I was kind of peeved. Where she was like, we do know Thea Sari. They're the Daglin. I'm sorry. You're just doling it out for dramatic effect, Amryn? Weren't gonna tell anybody until it came up? A little late.
She's the biggest gatekeeper of the whole series.
She's like not even just a gatekeeper. She's like the most suspicious person. Even above Moore. She is the most suspicious person. Like, we don't know what the fuck she is. What are you? Because you sound like an Asteri. You look like a fire angel. And yet you came back in a Fae body, but your eyes still glow. Like, what is going on with you? What are you? Who are you? Oh, I chose the name Amryn, but it's a long story. You have centuries to tell it. Girl, tell it. Tell it, girl. I want to know. I want to know so badly.
Like, how many letters in whatever godly alphabet is there that says your actual name? Like,
and like all of this is just so confusing because then like in Hofast there's the whole map of all the planets, or not all the planets, but all the biggest planets. And there's like 11 of them, which is what the Autumn King had in his study. But then in Prithian, there's like 26 of them. But then in the prison floor, there's like the big 11. I'm assuming that's like going to come up in Twilight of the Gods because they're obviously named after gods, like Thur.
Yeah.
Thur. Ragnarok. I'm concerned. And then there's the one, Orestes, which Asriel stops and he's like, Orestes. And then Nesta looks at him and she's like, do you think it's from the same place? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Can somebody explain? And then I was thinking, Oristian.
The bog of Orid.
Or Oristian. One of the blood right ranks.
Oh, shit.
So it's weird. It could be Orid or it could be Oristian.
Which, by the way, Orid, the bog of Orid, it's not the bog called Orid or Orid the bog. It is the bog of Orid. So the middle part is Orid.
But they just call it the middle because it's in the middle.
Maybe it's like how they didn't want to utter Amarantha's name. They don't want to utter like Orid being the middle, so they just call it the middle.
Did you reread this part? Because there's a whole part about Orid coming up. That's what I wanted to delve into so badly. And of course, it comes from Amryn.
She is so sus.
I just don't understand her because it's like she wanted a simple life and she wanted to learn what love was and she just wanted.
But she's such a hater.
But she's the biggest bitch.
She's not even a bitch. She's just a hater.
Yeah. The way that she wanted to use Nesta. I said this on Instagram the other day to somebody because I was getting mad because they're like, well, Nesta had to apologize to everyone. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, when she knelt to Amryn, I don't think I've ever felt more rage in my life than when she knelt to Amryn. Because Amryn was literally telling them when she wasn't in the room before that, like, you can use her to be High King and she makes you unstoppable and the fate gave you the sisters to use for a reason. And I'm like, they're fucking people, you bitch.
The sisters to use. The sisters to use, which also means Feyre.
Feyre alone doubles your strength. Nesta makes you unstoppable. Okay, so you want him to fucking be Theon all over again? That's what you want?
Like not only does that objectify women, but two, it also kind of makes them sound like they're being human trafficked. That gives me the big ick. I don't like
the fact that they still didn't give her blades back, which always bothers me. But Feyre alone doubles your power. Can you imagine if Amryn somehow made Rhys and Feyre mates? Like, she didn't, I know she didn't really know her until she came in Akamath, but like, did she? I don't know.
I was so upset when Feyre, like, I know I'm gonna get hate for this, but when Feyre was like, I'm gonna kill you to Amryn, it's like, I get it was a good idea for you not to, because with Amryn's help, you guys won the war, but like
It's just weird. The whole inner circle dynamic is weird.
it is weird. They pretend to be chosen family, but they're not chosen
They're
family.
all against one another.
There's so much infighting. And there's that really weird incestuous thing that Cassian has for Moore that Eris points out, and it's funny as hell.
I mean, they're not related. That is why she never wanted to date Az, and Az didn't know until recently till Hellfast. So now I feel like that's gonna be awkward.
And like they're cousins. They're legitimately cousins. So
They're
it's like
they're as distant cousins as Rhys and Moore are. So yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
They're like 3 branches, and I feel like Cormac is the same branch as Azriel because they're both shadow singers.
We still, other than Moore's truth magic, we still don't know what her other powers are. Like, I feel like she also has shadow magic. She has
and in lore she was
a
and in lore she was a shapeshifter. She was a crow, a bird like Tog.
Uh-huh.
You're hello.
Oh no! Did it do the thing?
Yeah, you like literally paused for a while. I was like,
it's because I'm charging my phone.
ah.
It won't.
Yeah.
Do a full connection when my phone is charging. It's dumb.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said, but I said that she might be a shapeshifter. Yeah, she's a crow from Tog.
Shifter.
Because Rigelis did say there's only a select few raw shapeshifters on that planet, which Tamlin, Feyre, because she got it from Tamlin. Who else? Moore. And it would make sense if Moore was a witch from Tog mixed with Fae, which would make her kind of both. Well, she is both. She has the ears. Because the Tog Fae were shapeshifters, and most of them were birds.
Technically, Rhys is a shapeshifter because he can make his wings appear and not appear, but it's very limited. It's not like full-on shapeshifter.
Yeah. Well, according to him, he just tucks them in the pocket realm.
Where is this forbidden broom closet? Because
and how do you carry the broom closet on your back to hide your wings that are literally attached to you by tendons? I'm confused as to how he can take them off.
I have a question. It is so bad. It is so bad. I am so sorry. I have to ask this question. What other appendages is he hiding in the pocket realm?
He's probably hiding like his fucking, I don't know.
Because how the hell does that girl fit that giant horse schmuck inside of her?
At least Tamlin could shapeshift. He could adjust. I know. It'll be fine. Just do your Duolingo. Oh my god. But like I just, how can you make an appendage disappear? Like, but like is this pocket realm like foreskin? Like what? I feel like this is like the Spider-Verse. Like it's so weird. I don't understand it. They hide like gifts and jewels and stuff in it, but then like also their wings. Like how is that possible? Extra inches of hair. Like how the hell has fit that inside of leather pants? Did you see the meme about did you see the meme about the Olympians? The swimmer and the pole vault guy? Yes. Yep. That's Tamlin and Azriel. Which one's who? I don't know. I feel like Tamlin with his ability to jump that far would be the pole vaulter. And Az would be the swimmer because Gwen. Yeah. But he can't really swim with those wings either. Hence the Little Mermaid and Gwen having to save him from drowning, which is my theory. Because he's going to realize, like, the bond is going to snap when she's in that lake, and he's going to go fucking feral, try to save her, and then she's going to end up saving him. But seriously, though, how can he fit all of that in really tight spandex leather pants? Olivia! Finally!
I made it back.
We were talking about the pocket realm and how the hell does the Bat Boys hide their extra inches of appendages inside the pocket realm? Just Rhys. No, Azriel doesn't have access that he knows of. It's really only Rhys, Feyre, and Tamlin, which is weird. His wingspan is that big. How is he going to fit that wingspan inside those really tight leather pants? Azriel wears briefs. He has hiding inches inside of that pocket realm.
she's like, Azriel's such a freak, blah blah blah. So what type of freak do you guys think she's gonna make Azriel into? I'm confused. Is this gonna be like a like multiple people type of thing, just BDS? Like, what's going on there? What is it gonna be? What do you
I
think?
personally think that everyone believes that he's like the dominant one, but I honestly think that he's going to enjoy Gwen being the dominant one and being tied up with her ribbons, and hence her obsession with the ribbons.
He's gonna be a power bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, wait, what's a power bottom? Are we allowed to discuss this?
You have not read enough AO3.
He's really good at
What?
He's really good at being a sub and hip action.
Yeah, he can really snap that shit up. Let me just say.
Oh my god, stop. I'm like,
Gwen is gonna ride him like a Pegasus, let me tell you. Okay. That's what that means.
This.
He's the size of a Pegasus.
oh my god.
Extra warnings on this episode, apparently.
I will say, like, if she makes him, I have nothing wrong with like bi or anything like that or whatever. But like, if she makes it into like a threesome, I'm gonna kind of be upset because I'm like, I want him.
I don't feel like he's like that anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. She was talking threesome with Cassian and Nesta, and I was like,
No,
ooh.
that was Nesta's fantasy, and let's be real. Let's be real. Like, that was Nesta's fantasy, not Azriel's. But because
True.
like Azriel has been obsessed with like singular females his entire life. More and
True.
Alphalane, you know. But
Yeah,
we don't know what he does at the pleasure halls. That's why I'm doing a pleasure hall thing.
But that's what I don't get. Like, what is he doing there? Is he just like,
no?
you guys?
This was like a really bad idea for me to delve into because I'm so bad at smut. But
You
I'm
know
like, I
what?
have to write a pleasure hall fic.
It actually sounds like Bridgerton. Like Azriel sounds like Colin.
In
He
what
sounds
way?
like Bridgerton. And Gwen sounds like Penelope. What if Gwen is that secret writer that writes smut?
Oh my god! Is she selling Drake? That would be the biggest thing ever. Everyone's convinced it's Helion, but I think it would be amazing if it was Gwen.
Who's convinced it's Helion?
Like the internet? You didn't know? We have discussed this.
I feel like we have not discussed this. I cannot.
We
did.
We did?
Yep.
It's like 50 First Dates with me. I just like don't remember. It's like new info every time.
I get that.
I told you like the whole plot of every Tog book that I read, and you're like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't want to know.
Wait, but like also, how funny would it be if Helion's like typing out these books or writing out these books?
I mean,
He's
he
this,
does.
like,
He has to get his pension out for Lady A at some point.
he's a man whore though. There's no way he's sitting
But
there
is
writing
he?
that stuff.
Is he though? Like he slept
Totally.
with more, okay. But is that just a mask that he's wearing? He's like, oh, everyone believes I sleep around, but does he? We really don't have any proof. I feel
I'm
like Moore could
convinced.
lure anyone to her bed, technically, with blackmail. She is the truth teller. So, you know.
Who else could be selling Drake? I'm trying to think who else it could be. There's Helion. There's a guest for Gwen. Who else could it possibly be?
Lucian.
I love that.
No, Eris. No.
Lady
No.
A! Lady A!
No. You know who it would be? You know who it would be? Who do we know who writes really bawdy poetry?
Tam Tam. I was like, he does write the dirty limericks.
It could. You want to know what though? That would make sense to me.
Mhm.
If Nest is getting like all hot and heavy with Tamlin's book.
We
But
gotta
I
talk.
also would love that because it's like, you know that Tam is good in bed. Let's
Yeah.
be real. And everyone's like, hey, so disgusting.
It literally looks like you're holding a gun right now.
Sorry guys, it's not a gun. It's like my batteries for my computer. I'm just getting really heated about selling Drake, guys.
But bet it's Tam Tam.
That would be really awesome if it was Tamlin.
Yes.
Anyways,
Tamlin.
let's get through this really quick before the baby wakes up.
Yes.
Because I
Horrid.
needed you to hear this part, because it's the Cassian part that I want to upset you with.
Of course you do. This is just a typical Friday, Sunday night with Melody. Say me about Cassian.
Anyways.
And then we got Cassian Appreciation Week, but go ahead.
Oh God, I was getting so annoyed with that. But anyways, Feyre says she doesn't want it seeing her or us. She's locked it out, but also locked herself in. So I asked Eka, I said, what do you think it is?
And I said either it's the
And how does
cauldron or
Feyre know?
it's either the or the cauldron.
What was the first one?
The oracle or the cauldron. But she also said it could be the astronomer.
Cassian's stomach twisted. Nesta, he said into her ear, Nesta, open your hand and come back. Her breathing sharpened and the cold deepened. So again, like in Hofas, he doesn't really help much. He makes it worse, which goes to the bone carver saying, what did you awake that day in Highburn? Because whatever this is what's responding to Cassian, not Nesta. Nesta, he snarled. The cold halted. It didn't vanish, but rather stopped. Nesta's eyes flicked open. Silver fire burned within. Nothing Faye looked out through them. So I said, is this Deanna?
Damn, dude. No,
Reese
no.
shoved Farrah behind him. She shoved her way back to his side. She's like, fuck off. But Nesta's hand continued to squeeze Cassian's. He let his siphon send a bite of power into her skin. She turned her head so slowly, it was like watching a puppet move. Her eyes met his. Death watched him. This is Death, not Nesta.
No.
It says Death had walked beside him every day of his life. He stroked his thumb along her palm and said, hello, Nest. She blinked, and he let his siphons bite her with his power again, and the fire flickered. He nodded to the map, let go of the stones and bones. He didn't let her sense his fear. Here was the being the bone carver had whispered about, exalted and feared. True death, because what was his very first question to Farrah? What did you see when you were dead? Where did you go? He was afraid of death until he embraced it.
Even though he's a death god.
Her eyes flamed. No one dared breathe. Let go of the stones and bones, and then you and I can play. So he's like been doing this for like 5 minutes, and she's not really responding. Letting her sense his heat and his need, forcing himself to remember that taunting kiss at dinner, what it had done to him, how much he ached. He let it all blaze in his eyes, let the scent of his arousal wrap around her. Everyone tensed as he leaned in, head dipping, and kissed her. Her lips were chips of ice, but he let their coldness sting his own and brushed his mouth against hers, nipped at her bottom lip until he felt it drop a fraction, slid his tongue into her mouth, blah, 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 crusted with hoarfrost. It says,
he's under the sense of death, and he's just like,
yeah. So it says right here, this line right here is what I highlighted pink among all the other colors. It says, Nesta didn't kiss him back and didn't shove him away. Oh, but didn't shove him away. So Nesta isn't the one kissing him. Cassian sent his heat into it, fusing their mouths together, his free hand bracing her hip as his siphons nipped at her hand once more. He slid his tongue over every inch of her teeth and the roof of her mouth. He's literally making out with death right now. Yeah, cracked the ice in her mouth. He slanted his mouth over hers, tugging her against his chest, and tasted her as he'd wanted to taste her the other night. Thorough and claiming, her tongue again brushed against his, and then her body was warming up. Cassian pulled back enough to say against her lips, let go, Nesta. Kissed her again. Something thunked and clinked beside them, and when her other hand gripped his shoulder, fingers now free of stones and bones, when she arched her neck, granting him better access, he shuddered with relief. She broke the kiss first, as if sliding into her body and remembering who kissed her, where they were, and who watched. That was Nesta coming back.
Okay, the serious question. Does that constitute as SA? Because that was not Nesta.
No, because he was trying to bring her back from, like, literal death. And he thought it was Nesta, to be fair. He was like, Nesta, like trying to get her back. Because she was actually in danger here.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
because then it says her eyes returned to the blue-gray. But then it gets into Amryn. But go ahead with your question before the Amryn thing.
Hey, Ryan, I'm just on Zoom, just so you're aware. We might go ahead. Finish up. Don't say anything, whatever you
do. Her eyes turned back to the blue-gray he knew so well. Stunned surprise and a little fear lit her face, as if she had never seen him before. Interesting, Amryn observed, and he found the female studying the map. Farrah gaped, though. Reese's hand grip tightened her own. Caution blazed on Reese's face, on Azriel's too. Guys, what the hell did you do to pull her out of that? Reese asked. Cassian didn't know. The only thing I could think of. You warmed up the entire room. I didn't mean to. Is this SJM equating him to fire? The fire thing again? Is he going to have fire? Because here's my question. Cormac has fire and shadows. Azriel is shadows. Is Cassian going to be fire?
Probably.
I hope so.
But here's the thing. I remember someone in our group said that they believe that Cassian's mate is not Nesta, but Death.
Yeah.
Death.
See? It is.
That's Melanie's theory. She's been saying that for months.
But no, because this is the second time. Because the first time was with the nightmare. And again, it was like Death turned toward him. And he greeted it. Shook its hand. Hello, Ness. But it's not Nesta. And he knows it's not Nesta. He just doesn't want to believe it.
You know that he knows it's not Nesta, though. Because he always says, hey, Ness. You know,
because he's trying to bring her back from the brink. So he knows that she's floating wherever the fuck she is. He's trying to bring her back. Anyways, you warmed the entire room. I didn't mean to. That's really weird. I don't know what to think of that. That's a little annoying. Nesta pulled away. Nesta pulled away, not harshly, but with enough intent that Cassian peered at where she and Amryn focused on the map.
I have to ask this. Are we talking about like you warmed up the room like physically, like the like it
Like
stifling
it got hot. It went from freezing cold to hot.
And two, okay, so that kind of cancels out my other question because I'm like, did everyone get horny off of this? Like,
hot. No, Reese was like, "What did you do? You warmed up the entire room." The only thing I could think of.
What Eka was thinking too when I read it. I was like, "What'd you do? You warmed up the entire room." Like everyone was like really like, "Whoa, it's really hot in here!" Like, wow, stop making out. So I'm not the only one that thought that.
And also, the only thing you could think of was to like shove your tongue in her mouth. But this is actually true because what does he do when he's upset about the Valkyrie manuscript? He makes out with her. What does he do when he's upset about the mating ceremony? He makes out with her. Cassian, use your words, not your tongue.
When Nesta's upset about stuff, what does she do? She the kitchen table scene with Cassian. That's why they're like kind of equal in that sense, is they take things like physically to get over things.
But the fact that it was like it looked like she'd never seen him before, surprise and fear lit her face, and then later it says she pulled away, not harshly, but with enough intent. She was like, "Get off me." What did she see?
How many people are in Nesta?
Oh.
Like,
so, but then you could say how many people are in Reese because they can both go into the void.
That's why I'm saying they're Vogue mates.
I know, it's so weird. But then Azrael is sus too because he's like, "What about this? What about this? What about this? What the fuck, Azrael? What? Boy." And then it says, she and Amryn focused on the map. The bog of Orid. Feyre frowned at the spot in the middle. The mask is in a bog. Amryn says, Orid was once a sacred place. Warriors were laid to rest in its night black waters. But Orid changed to a place of darkness. And then there's a little break and it says, "Don't give me that look, Rhysand. You know what I mean." I don't. Can you explain? I don't know what you mean. A long time ago. Filled with, okay. Celine.
It sounds like the cauldron, like the water inside of the cauldron is bog water.
Yep. Filled with such evil that no one will venture there, and only the worst of the fairies are drawn to it. They say the water there flows to under the mountain, and the creatures who live in the bog have long used its underground waterways to travel through the middle, even into the mountains of the surrounding courts. Celine, you bitch. Eris knows. How? How does he know? Is there an autumn court mountain? I don't think there is.
Donkey shush.
How does Eris know? He doesn't even live in a court with a mountain. He lives in like a underground fortress.
It has to be from his mom, Lady A.
Underground fortress. The forest.
What did you just find out?
The forest house is an underground fortress. It just says that the water flows underground through waterways, through all the other courts and into mountains of surrounding courts.
Wait. So is that what the Starlit Pool is?
I don't know. But, well, the Starlight Pool was clear. So that's why my theory was that it was like the untainted cauldron water.
And then, I could see that.
And then after it was tainted by the Asteri, then they've been pouring it out places and shit. Hence the bog and all the rot in the middle because of all the things. I'm so convinced that it's the original cauldron water because, again, what does fucking Tamlin say to Feyre? Don't drink the water. You'll be happy forever. Don't drink the water. Like, then Elaine and Nesta drown and they turn Fae. It's weird. I think he
say,
knew.
"Don't drink it if you would be happy forever." Like, what is, I don't understand.
The myths say you would be happy for eternity or whatever the fuck that meant. Basically, it would have turned her Fae.
Yeah.
Because Nesta and Elaine drowned in the cauldron water, got turned Fae. I'm assuming with the good part of the cauldron. I swear to God, the Pool of Starlight is the untainted cauldron water.
Which makes Tamlin such a vital piece for anything for future books.
That's why there were fucking nods to Tamlin in Hofast, I swear to God. Like, Under the Mountain. Who the fuck crumbled the entrance to Under the Mountain? Tamlin. He's gonna have to remove it if they need the First Light core there. Like, he has to show up again. I swear. They were frowned. It can't be more specific, though. She asked Rhys, "Do we have a detailed map of the middle?" And Rhys says, "It's forbidden to map the middle beyond vague landmarks." He pointed to the sacred mountain in its center, where he'd been held for 50 years. The mountain, the woods, the bog, all can be seen from land and air. But its secrets, those discovered on foot, those are forbidden.
Which is like, why is it forbidden?
Feyre's frown didn't lighten. By whom? An ancient council of the High Lords. The middle is a place where wild magic still dwells and thrives and feeds. We respect it as its own entity and do not wish to provoke its wrath by revealing its mysteries. So, is that also part of the Dusk Court? I'm confused.
Mel, remember this was when you were checking on Kiddo, Olivia. I had said that because she was like, well, why do they call it the middle? I'm like, it's kind of like Amarantha. They didn't want to utter her name, so they just called her.
Like under the mountain.
And like,
what's the mountain called?
You called because Orid is the middle. Bog of Orid is a bog in Orid. Orid is the middle. You call it by the middle because you don't want to utter it for bad luck.
So here's my other question: is Orid the name of the mountain too?
Probably.
Because we have Ramiel, we have the prison, which is really Dusk, and then we just had under the mountain, in the middle. No, what the fuck is the actual name of the mountain?
Mount Orid.
Is the dragon sleeping there in the water?
I swear there's still a dragon. I swear there's still a dragon.
Because the cold. Remember? It said like a frozen wasteland. When Nesta was doing all this shit scrying, it was cold.
What if that's related to the picture that Sarah J. Maas showed of her up north in the cold?
Because we're like, oh, it's Valahan. No. What if it's the middle?
What if it's the middle? Holy shit.
Also, ancient council of High Lords, like who? The very first High Lords?
And I'm always confused by Amren's story of like, it used to be a really holy place, like Orid. So Orid was really holy. What happens? Oh, he woke
the
up
Asteri
again.
happened. The Asteri happened. And they fucked with the cauldron and they spilled the water.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Oh my gosh.
They faced Nesta, who was staring blankly where the stones and motes had fallen in a neat little pile atop a bog. The middle is where the Weaver of the Wood dwelled, Farah said. No, duh, Farah. If you go to the bog, you'll need to be armed. We'll both be armed to the teeth. Farah didn't respond. Like, she was being really weird about Cassian. Nesta didn't respond. Not Farah. Nesta didn't respond. They all looked at her. None of them dared ask about that power, the being that had looked out at him. They know it wasn't Nesta. The one he'd melted away with his kiss. He could still taste the ice on his tongue. Smell the scent similar to hers, yet wholly different. Different scent, too. Different being. He just made out with someone other than Nesta, and Nesta's pissed. Even though it's her body. She's pissed off. That's actually kind of funny, though. Nesta said, we go tomorrow. You'll need time to prepare. We go tomorrow. His fingers brushed against the small of her back, savoring her warmth after all that cold. We'll leave after breakfast. It's like, you're still as likely to hurt yourself as you are an opponent, but it's better than going into Orid unharmed. Pointy end of the dagger goes into your enemy, which I think is really funny because when Vespers, I love how she brings the most random shit back because that's what Cassian says in Akison. And then in Hofast, when Vespers is like, you don't know how to use that dagger to Azrael, he's like, the pointy end goes into you, bitch. And I'm like, how many times have they used that line?
It's very Game of Thrones. Like,
do you think that Azrael found Truth Teller in the middle?
Yes.
I could see it.
But when? Like when? Why? How?
Did Lucien find the sword in the middle, or did he?
Well, Amarantha found it we don't know where she found it, actually. Amarantha found it, maybe, because she is very Asteri-like. She found it, it wouldn't let her touch it, and then she had people chuck it into the sea, which is right across from the fucking Spring Court. And as I said before, I can see Lucien just totally, like, skinny dipping and being like, oh, pretty sword, I could be Jewel. He has his little bejeweling station in his room.
My God.
Lucien, I love you even more now. Oh my God, he's so cute.
Oh my God.
Oh,
at least Azrael will be with you. Thanks for your confidence, Cassian said Riley. I love how Reese is like, well, Azrael's got your back, and Cassian's like, what the fuck? I mean, to be fair, the Blue Honest did try to claw his heart out, and they didn't touch Az because they were afraid of him. So, you two aren't even parents yet, and your mother henning has reached an unbearable level. Farah choked on a laugh. Nesta slid her gaze to Azrael, who shrugged steadily in confirmation. Yes, they were about to venture into a lethal ancient bog. No, Cassian didn't seem as disturbed as the two of them were. Nesta scowled, but Az offered her a slight smile. They could be allies, the smile seemed to say, against Cassian's utter insanity. She found herself answering Azrael with a slight smile of her own.
Oh, besties.
The first time she smiled in this book was at Az and not at Cassian, and I love that so much.
That's awesome.
Melanie! Oh!
Hey, blame SJM, not the messenger.
I know.
Cassian, she has 2 Illyrian warriors guarding her. What could go wrong? Don't answer that. Reese said, you need me. The bog is large enough that you won't be able to find the mask without my gifts. Azriel extended his scarred hands to Cassian and Nesta. Which, that's another thing that really bothers me, is that she said that Azriel can't winnow. He can only move through his shadows, but then he winnows twice in this book.
She forgot.
And then in Hofast,
Yeah, I
again,
agree.
he's like, well, I don't really winnow, but we can move through my whatever. And he like grabs her hand and like he kind of winnows, but it's different. Like they move through darkness. So I'm like, is he actually winnowing though? Because does it say it?
Is that the pocket realm? Is that where his penis is?
Actually, it doesn't say that he winnowed. I think people were just assuming that he did. I think he can only take like 1 or 2 people with him in his shadows because it says didn't give them a chance to exchange another word before murmuring shadows swept around them. Nesta couldn't help but
okay.
cling to Azriel, gleaning on some innate level that if she let go, she would tumble through this space between places and be lost forever.
Dang.
As Starboard, he can do it too!
Wait, so that means he can world walk.
Yeah, that's what that sounds like to me. He's not winnowing, he's world walking, right?
Yeah.
Which is what, actually, that's what Nesta does with the harp at the prison. She's like, oh, I'll pluck the string to winnow, but she like literally just shows up. Like she's like in darkness and then she just shows up.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
Look at this hellhole, Cassian whistled. Shut up, you oaf.
Ma'am.
Never seen a place so dead that made her still human part of her recoil. Okay, whispering that it was wrong to be here, which sounds a lot like Ethan's enemy. Azriel winced. The Shadow Singer of the Night Court winced as the full brunt of Ord's oppressive air and scent and stillness hit him.
Somebody tell me.
Because Celine is the one that did it. And he's part of her line.
She made the Bog of Orid?
Like, she was the one hiding all the evil, putting all the evil places to hide the shit that they did, basically. Okay, it says, even the cauldron's water hadn't been as solidly black as the water here, as if it were made of ink. Not one blade of grass was visible where the surface touched it.
So do you think Celine made the Bog of Orid, or like she hid something in the Bog of Orid, or?
I think that it's where Thea tricked Theon into drowning.
Oh, that's right. He did. That's right. That did happen there.
And yeah, the evil or whatever, it says dead trees gray with age and weather, jutted like broken lances of 1,000 soldiers, some draped with curtains of moss. No leaves clung to the branches. Not one insect, Azriel observed, not one bird. Only silence. Who would bury their dead here? They didn't put them in the earth, Cassian said. They were water burials. They were fucking burying, I bet, Valg there. Valg and Asteri. That's why the water's so black. That's why everything's so dead. Right.
Well, here's the thing. So, interesting little tidbit of information. Bog water, from what I've researched and read, bog water is black, and because of the acids in it, the wood will turn black, and so that might be that it's just really acidic.
Okay,
but there were all those bodies that Nesta raised from the dead in there. They looked like soldiers, but
people also are dead in bogs too, and it preserved them.
It does preserve it, doesn't it?
They look mummified.
Yeah.
Actually,
Nesta said, I'd rather be burned to ashes and cast to the wind than left here. Noted, Cassian said. Cute.
He's joking around with her.
This is an evil place, Azriel whispered. True fear shone in his Shadow Singer hazel eyes. What?
Yeah, did to Fion? Or is there something bigger that I'm missing, do you think?
Well, here's the thing. So, the reason why I said I thought the Asteri / Valg were buried there is because not only because of the whole thing with Fion and how he was loyal to the Asteri and all that, and Theo was like, fuck you all, you can die in the water, but because they believed, because they didn't think any of the Daglin were left on the planet, remember? They believed that they were witches and not Asteri. And what did they say about them? They said that they used to eat children. And we've been over how the Asteri eat children.
Like children of the blessed?
No, like actual children, like actual kids.
Well, and Amryn brought that up.
He and Az wore their thicker
Did Aaron
armor.
bring that up? They used to sacrifice kids
Yeah.
to the water or whatever.
Mhm.
The kelpies.
Yeah. Things that kelpies, yeah. An ancient creature, one of the first true monsters of fairies, so basically of the fucking Asteri. Humans called them by other names, water horses, nixies. They were shapeshifters. I'm sorry, what? Shapeshifters who dwelled in the lakes and rivers and lured unwitting people into their arms. After they drowned them, they feasted on them. Only their entrails would make it back to shore. Shapeshifters! Excuse me. They vanished hundreds of years before we were born. Good to know. They're a myth whispered around fires and a warning for children not to play near the water, but no one knows where they went. Most were hunted, but the survivors, ... It's possible that they fled to the middle, the one place that could protect them. Just don't go running after a beautiful white horse or pretty-faced young man and you'll be fine. That reminds me of the puka.
That also reminds me of the Weaver's song
Hmm?
of the 12.
The two sisters. Like one drowned, and then they like made stuff out of her body parts.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Unless the Weaver, well, no, because her and the Bone Carver were twins. Unless, I don't know.
Unless they were, because the Bone Carver isn't necessarily, their gender isn't necessarily revealed.
Yeah.
He only as Nyx to Feyre.
Yeah.
If you're-
That's what I was gonna
and-
say, but the other sister died, and then she made body parts out of stuff out of body parts. Az and I will draw straws like the tough warriors we are, and the loser goes in. Azriel rolled his eyes but chuckled. Cassian's grin at last glowed in his gaze as he opened his arms. Ord's beauty awaits. Oof. So gross. I'm trying to look for the part that it says. Okay, also, Cassian peered at the dead forest that spread below the black water that had flooded it like an obsidian mirror. Where have we seen that before?
The Ouroboros.
With the snakes or the serpents. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Islands of grass dotted the expanse, some so crowded with brambles that he could find no safe place to land. The tangles of thorns were a mockery of what might have been, as if Orid had ever produced roses. Not a single flower bloomed. That's very
It is
Spring
weird
Court
that they
coded.
mentioned roses. Yeah.
Roses and shapeshifters.
Yeah.
Did
Tamlin's
Tamlin's-
court is actually
Huh?
Is actually what?
Tamlin's spring court is actually bigger. The spring court lands are actually bigger.
Well, they were supposed to, they used to have all the human lands, and then they had to give them the human lands because Tamlin's father like lost the war with Hybern 500 years ago to the humans because they wanted slaves. But
no, part of Orid is part of the spring lands.
why
Was
though?
that already confirmed?
Shapeshifters, roses.
Yeah, but it's weird because it's like spring, but then it's summer and autumn, and then the middle. Oh no, summer, autumn. Yeah, summer, autumn, winter, or autumn, winter, summer. I forget. Whatever. But there's like 3
Or-
courts between them.
Or was that the original spring court? Whatever happened, and then the spring court relocated to the bottom. don't know.
Maybe. Is that why Amarantha wanted Tamlin
Is
to be her
there
king
something-
there?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Did something happen there that we don't know about? Tamlin's family.
The
and
middle
line?
lies under no High Lord's jurisdiction. It's long been the dumping ground for any unwanteds. What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, I have a question. Moore wanted to drop Nesta off at Hewn City, the place of her abuse as a child, but yet not Orid. So, like,
But Vesperus wanted to go to Orid. She wanted to go to the middle, which is again why I say maybe the Asteri, they, I don't know, conferenced there and made all their fucking monsters there. Maybe.
Ugh.
The
Thinking
middle-
Why did she want to go there?
the Starlight Lake being cauldron water.
Okay,
Yeah.
it says the middle is full of primal magic. It has its own rules and laws. Hunt the Kelpies or light singers without provocation, and you will find yourself trapped here. So it kind of works like bargain magic. Because if
It
you,
works
if you go against a bargain, it kills you.
It works like chaos magic.
How did the mask wind up in the bog? I don't know. Have Helion summon the ghost of his ancestor and ask him. Unless Draken dropped it in there. But I think Draken used the harp, not the mask. Helion, your fucking ancestor screwed up. He dropped it. Did it fall off his Pegasus? Like what? Oh my god. Do you feel anything? No. Cassian glanced over his shoulder to Azrael before they entered a cloud of mist hovering above the northern section of the bog. Mist, guys. Mist. Fuck. Like the Dusk Court. And Avalon. We were like, oh, Hybern's the third piece. No, middle. The middle is the third piece of the Dusk Court. I
Yeah.
knew it was the lead. Thank you.
Because remember, Avalon, when Bryce liberated it, what grew in her hair? Flowers, vines, roses. It's a
But
part of
how would Avalon get there? Like,
I don't know, sucked through the black hole, the portal. I don't know.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. The mist so thick that Cassian rose higher, not wanting to impale them on a tall tree. Chill enough to run icy fingers down his wings, his face. Nesta jolted, then breathed Cassian. He cleared the mist, banking to the left. You sensed something? I don't know what I sensed, but something is here. He looked over his shoulder again to signal Azrael, but Az wasn't there. She sensed the Autumn Court soldiers that were under the thrall of the crown. I just realized that. Before that they knew, they snatched Azrael. Because she sensed the crown being used.
Or I don't know why I always thought she was sensing the Kelpie, not the crown. No, it was the trope item.
Then it goes into them finding Azrael shot by the soldiers.
By the Autumn soldiers.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing here. They shot an ash arrow through Azrael. Also, poor Azrael. Shot by Bloodbane. Shot by an ash arrow. What? Oh my god, put me down, put me down. Okay, and also, the way that Nesta freaks out over Azrael, but doesn't freak out over Cassian, is always weird to me, too.
Are you these two might be potential?
I don't know if it has to do with them both being Dusk Court. I don't think they're mates, but she flips out. She's like, put me down, go back to him, go back. Slams a hand on Cassian's muscled chest, yelling at him. Cassian, put me down in a fucking tree. She like freaks out. Over Azrael. She does not freak out over Cassian though. Like, it's weird. Do not climb down no matter what you see. Obviously, we know how that happens. I don't like the mist bit at him. Heavy air slapped his face. Blood sprayed and male screamed. Power bouncing off the red of Cassian's siphons. As battled it out with 6 soldiers at once, left wing limp and bleeding. Why isn't he the fucking general? I will never understand. Ashbolt rendered his power nearly useless, but the siphons had been blazing as a signal for Cassian. The sight of Azrael's injured wing made his head begin roaring. He killed and did not stop.
You guys, what if she makes Elaine in charge of the middle?
Like a 9th court.
Yeah. Roses and
laugh.
I don't know. I think that'd be so funny.
Well, technically we have 10 courts then, because Highburn can be considered its own court. We have 10? Is Lucien gonna get his own? No, he has Day, technically. Who is Lady A gonna get her own court?
I know.
And what other, there's no other time of day or like season.
Yeah, no. But the middle, I think she's gonna like there has to be restoration to the middle, right?
Yeah, well, when
like
Nesta liberates the prison, because she didn't do that yet.
That was my husband. I just thought to know. I'm gonna have to get off. I have a 40-year-old man here who just is harassing me, and I can't podcast seriously. Like ripping apart.
Gotta go to bed.
Yeah. I'm the same way. You and me both. Hey, own up to it. Come here. Put your face on video.
All right, I will leave you with a sentence.
Okay.
Because this was always weird to me that it was randomly brought up and never addressed again. It says, Nesta focused on her breathing again. She knew how to swim. Her mother had made sure of it, thanks to a cousin who had drowned in childhood. Murdered by fairies, her mother had claimed. I saw her dragged into the river. Is the cousin the Weaver's sisters?
That could be.
Was it Erston's sister from the continent? Cousin
what does the name Erston translate to? Is it like bear?
It says, had it been a Kelpie or her mother's own fears warped into something monstrous. Her mom is fucking weird.
Her mom's a witch. Cora.
No, I'm not Cora. Erston name meaning.
So I
Reddit, cousin Erston, what do y'all think? Rich cousin, mother's side of the family. Nothing comes up, only Austin comes up. Like, the actual name Erston doesn't come up. And then
what's your theory, Aka? Go on, go on, Melanie.
No, everyone says it was weird.
That the mom's name is Cora.
I think you've told me this. Did we talk about this? Wait, is Cora in Tog?
No, but have you noticed that characters with either a S or a C always die? Like guaranteed death.
Cormac. S is Sorsha.
No, because Kaltain died. Gavriel died. Sam died. I don't know.
all that comes up is Austin, and it's pissing me off because I know I've looked before, and like that's not even like. Let me look up Erskine mythology, see if it's like a mythology thing.
I feel like Cora would be the exact name that the Archeron sisters' mom would have. Like that's so fitting to me.
Because Cora is the name that Persephone originally had, and Feyre and the story of Persephone and Hades, allegedly.
Mm-hmm. But what I don't get is like they're making the mom super sus in terms of Fae, but then they're also making the dad super sus in terms of like the word marks and the visions. And so like both sides of their family was part magical. And then like in the first or like third chapter maybe, whenever the fuck Tamlin takes her back and he like puts her to sleep, she's like, oh, the magic that felt familiar and some weird memory inside of her human brain. What? You know, if Feyre had fucking colic, her mom was like, go the fuck to sleep. Can you imagine?
Did you guys see that thing on the internet? And I think we've talked about where it's like it's like a Twilight where it's at the end of it, really it's all Feyre's just fucking dream or something like that. Like it's all she Twilights our ass and we're like,
what? She better not leave us with like nothing about the Archeron parents, like nothing about the bog.
What about Rolf, you guys? I still am convinced that I haven't read more about
Rolf.
That he could be the Archeron's dad. And like tied his life or whatever to the mom. And that's why he started to age.
He could be the Archeron's dad's ancestor, which is what I originally thought because of the whole, not just because of the whole merchant thing, but because he did have like the magical like hand map thing, but he was human, which was always weird to me because then like the rest of the series, it was like, oh, Dorian's like a human with magic. How weird. But I was like, doesn't fucking Rolf have that too?
Rolf has it too.
Like nobody's pointing that out really. Weird.
Yeah.
Rolf comes back, right? Yeah, in Empire Storms, he comes back.
He does come back?
Yeah, she's gathering allies. So literally like everybody, like Ansel and Rolf.
I love it. Oh
everyone my gosh, she's ever saved. Manon. All her life debts.
I love it.
Come pay me back, bitches. Ilya.
Oh.
I love him. I wish he had a bigger part. He was
I like him too. I liked Ilya. And he liked her. I don't understand that. He really liked Aelin.
Aelin is like, see, I don't like really comparing them too often, but it's hard not to see like Ilya and Selena is like Feyre and Tarquin because she just like used him.
Yeah, totally.
And the eyes and the hair, like I don't know. It's really weird that a lot of people resemble a lot of people, and we know takes up the same space but separated by time. There's been multiple crossings. What? What I want to know is when the Tog to Prythian crossing happened, because we got both of the Prythian and the Tog to Midgard crossings, but when was the fucking Tog to Prythian crossing? Because it could not have just been that some of them like ran back through Celine's portal or whatever. I mean, it could have, but that feels a little cheap. I need to know who hopped into the little, because like Tamlin's definitely overweight.
He's the only one on Prythian. That's the thing. It was just poor Tam.
Well, it's Tam, and then Rhys with Maeve and probably Connell. And then we have like the Archerons who could have been Rolf. We have who else?
No.
Durian, which could have been Kael and Irene.
I still say from the Blue Bloods.
And the witches. That too. Like there has to be a fucking crossing from Tog to when the Asteri ruined their planet, because we know that their planet is gone, even though people don't want to fucking admit it.
We refuse to admit that.
We refuse to admit it. It was taken over by the Asteri. They will not admit it. But I will say there's time travel. We do know that there's time travel, so don't worry. We can still see them alive by going back in time. But they're dead, just so you know. But there has to be some sort of crossing. Like when the planet was destroyed, is that when they went to Prythian? I think that they went from Tog with the collars to Prythian. Prythian drove them out, was powerful enough to drive them out. They ended up in Hell. They tried to use the collars in Hell, remember? Which they said they tried to use the collars in Hell, but they were equally as powerful and they couldn't. And then they went to Midgard and changed it to the tattoos. So I'm so convinced that it was Tog, Prythian, Hell, then Midgard. Which means some sort of hostages / survivors or whatever had to have been dragged through with them to Prythian. And I want to see that crossing so badly. I want to see it so badly.
Like Keltane?
I don't know. I'm so convinced. I'm so convinced she's part of Az's line. And Cormac's, technically. But then there's the whole thing of how we have no idea why Cormac had 2 different powers, like Lucien, because Lucien's the only other person. Well, we assume. Well, yeah, Lucien's the only other person with 2 different powers from 2 different courts because his parents are from 2 different courts. So if we're supposed to believe that Cormac's dad is actually Morven, who the fuck was his mother?
More.
But then, if Morven's his dad, what female would have fire magic and blonde hair? Nobody. Aelin. Just saying. Because
I still don't know all of Moore's magic.
That's true.
I still also
We
think
only
that
know-
Cormac and Lydia are cousins. And they're just
yeah.
because I think they both descend from 2 different Rowaylan kids. And that's how they both have the equal fire magic. And that's where Cormac gets the fire and the blonde hair, like Lydia, the fire and the blonde hair, but also has like his dad's shadows. But I would prefer the Moore and Eris parent theory. Even though I
God.
that's not gonna happen. I already that's not gonna fucking
Yeah, I know.
happen.
It's not
But
gonna
as
happen.
long as he's alive and he ends up with Ness as her king, I'm good.
Oh my gosh. Okay, on that note, I gotta go. I got him annoying me. I'm
Every
starting
time
to
on
fall
that
asleep.
note, goodbye.
I'm out.
Bye-bye.